One of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. Carl Sagan, ISBN 13-978-146809458-9, ISBN 10-146-809-4580, ebook ISBN 978-1-61916-614-1, https://thebigbamboozle.com, phil at thebigbamboozle.com, copyright 2012 by Philip Marshall. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, copied, transmitted, transcribed, stored in any retrieval system, or translated into any language in any form by any means without prior written consent of the author, Philip Marshall. Dedicated to the good people of the world. All 99.9999% of you. Contents about the author: Introduction 1. Holy smoke! 2. The tactical plan. 3. Car bombers did what? 4. The Joint Congressional Inquiry. 5. The Intelligence Community. 6. Flight School. 7. Capitalizing on Terror. 8. Leaving Las Vegas. 9. Jet America. 10. 2 for 1 Scandals. 11. Executive Orders. 12. The Invisibles. 13. Special Activities. 14. Man Behind the Curtain. 15. The Decoy. 16. Weakest Link. 17. Electronic Hide and Seek. 18. The Media Bamboozle. 19. BCCI. The Special Bank. 20. Cloud of Incompetence. 21. Patriot Games. 22. American 11. 23. Mistake number 1. 24. Radars don't lie, people do. 25. The Setup. 26. Not a drill, this is the real world. 27. American Heroes. 28. Candy Rice is such a dingbat. 29. Just give me a moment. 30. Wild West Show. 31. Positive Identification. 32. United 175. 33. The Absolute Monarchy. 34. AWOL again? 35. Fascinating Reading. 36. The Hero. 37. The Stall. 38. Everlasting Images. 39. American 77. 40. Smoking. 41. Big White Plane. 42. United 93. 43. Designed to Fail. 44. And 9/11's Commission Chairman Speak Up. 45. Cheney's Bogus Shoot-Down Order. 46. False Flag Operation. 47. The Project for a New American Century, PNAC. 48. The Dark Alliance. 49. Occupied by Wall Street. 50. Rush to War. 51. Sniper? What sniper? 52. Slam Dunk. 53. Operation 40. 54. The Media Bamboozle. Appendix 1. Bibliography. Appendix 2. Chapter Notes about the author. Philip Marshall, a veteran airline captain and former government special activities contract pilot, has authored 3 books on Top Secret America, a group presently conducting business as the United States intelligence community. Beginning with his role in the 1980s as a Learjet captain, first as part of a Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, sting on Pablo Escobar, and later in the covert arming of the Nicaraguan Contras, Marshall has studied and written 30 years' worth of covert government special activities and the revolving door of Wall Street tricksters, media moguls, and their well-funded politicians. Marshall is the leading aviation expert on the September 11 attack, as well as a masterful storyteller. The Big Bamboozle, 2012, is his second work to focus on the flight training and preparation of 9/11 hijackers after False Flag 911 was published in 2008. His first book, Lakefront Airport, 2003, was a novel based on his experience as a government contract pilot during the Iran-Contra operation. Philip Marshall began his 20-year career as an airline pilot in 1985, flying first with Eastern Airlines and then with United. He holds captain ratings on the Boeing 727, 737, 747, 757 and 767. Born and raised in New Orleans, Marshall currently resides in California. Introduction. By now, we've all been told many times over the historic importance of the attacks of September 11, 2001. They changed us. They altered the course of history. This is undeniably true. And yet for many of us, 9/11 exists in a sort of fog, or maybe it would be better to say a mist, of assertions, assumptions, wild speculations, and incomplete explanations. There is so much we don't know about that day, and the months leading up to it, and the years since. In the pages that follow, the confusing elements of 9/11 will begin to clear. Unfortunately, they yield us some even more tragic and terrible than most could have suspected and far too consequential to ignore. Beginning with reports by veteran federal investigators, we see that for 18 months preceding 9/11, Saudi intelligence agents harbored and supported the 9/11 hijackers in every conceivable fashion. We will see how the operation was funded, how their handlers led the hijackers to flight training on Boeing airliners in the Arizona desert, and how they devised an air attack that defeated the world's most sophisticated defense system. These discoveries by FBI field agents were exposed during the first official investigation into 9/11, a congressional joint inquiry that was conducted back in 2002. This committee also discovered and reported direct financial and logistical support from top Saudi officials to the 9/11 hijackers while they trained in Florida, California, and Arizona. So what happened to the report? According to the inquiry's chairman, their final report met a fierce cover-up and a blatant obstruction of justice from the Bush intelligence community. The indisputable evidence about the Saudis in the top-secret version was simply redacted from the declassified version. Among a host of explosive discoveries, the investigators found buried in the Bureau's files urgent dispatches from FBI field agents to Washington throughout the spring and summer of 2001, reporting that a group of Saudis had traveled to the Arizona desert and warning that an inordinate number of individuals of investigative interest were engaged in flight training. One agent reported an effort to establish a cadre of individuals in civil aviation who would conduct future terrorist activity. But apparently, no one at FBI headquarters was interested in stopping the plot. Meanwhile, another group of federal investigators reported to the inquiry that a Saudi prince with long and intimate ties to U.S. President George W. Bush directly funded the 9/11 hijackers and that the hijackers' handlers in the U.S. had access to seemingly unlimited funding from Saudi Arabia. These findings led the inquiry's chairman to state, there was a direct line between the 9/11 hijackers and the government of Saudi Arabia. As we follow the hijackers to the desert for flight training, we see that another unit of the Bush intelligence community began setting up a decoy, emphasizing in top-secret reports to Washington, a frightening menace posed by some super-terrorist named Osama bin Laden. They sent a dozen reports up to the president's advisors, called PDBs, presidential daily briefings, that would serve as proof that Osama bin Laden was planning some sort of attack. But when we check these reports, all we find is hearsay, and nothing else, to support these claims. Then, as we will see, in the vulnerable hours immediately after September 11, while America staggered in a state of profound shock, Bush intelligence officials began pointing in unison to this ready-made evildoer. The barrage of false media reports were so convincing that America forgot our system of justice. In our haste, our rush to judgment, America was led to believe in torture, extrajudicial executions, media trials, and military tribunals. But in a closer examination of this supposed super-terrorist and his organization, all we find are relatively crude bombings and decapitations of hostages. The suggestion that Osama bin Laden, single-handedly or through his lieutenants, had leaped from car bombs to a total defeat of all elements of United States national security, with an air raid based on a coordinated mid-air hijacking of 4 airliners, is preposterous. As we will see from a complete analysis of the hijackers' tactical plan, it is not remotely possible. In a methodical breakdown of the attack using official reports from the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, radar recordings from the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and recovered data from the black boxes, we understand the intensive preparation, intricate execution, and impressive skill needed to accomplish the 9/11 mission. The big surprise for everyone who receives their news from the 6 media conglomerates is that this evidence takes us not to some shady terrorist group, but again, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, funding, logistical support, tactical planners, Boeing airliners, Boeing flight instructors. It's all here, and it doesn't end here. As we focus on the most capable of suspects, we find and examine a series of documents, published in the late 1990s by top financial supporters and cabinet members of the future Bush administration. Each of these documents conclude with a plea for an American military invasion into the Middle East. Suspiciously, one paper in particular outlined a war plan that mirrors what has actually transpired. The authors, who name Dick Cheney as their inspirational leader, wrote of an intention to transform America after a hypothetical future attack described as a new Pearl Harbor. In their new American century, the United States military intelligence establishment would come to the fore with an aggressive overseas agenda. Suspiciously enough, the vice president's former corporation was well positioned to provide massive logistical services to 100,000 U.S. troops for a relatively quick deployment. He also fed America a stream of false intelligence about weapons of mass destruction, and embellished links between Saddam Hussein and bin Laden during an urgent rush to war. Domestically, after September 11, under the guise of fighting terrorism, a massive security sweep has swiftly and quietly put the Bush intelligence community in control of the FBI and two new super authorities, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and the Transportation Security Agency, TSA. Meanwhile, elements of the intelligence community's Special Propaganda Unit became the exclusive pipeline of false and misleading information to the American media concerning 9/11, incessantly feeding us unsourced reports on bin Laden and his alleged operational mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, or KSM. This is the Big Bamboozle, using the hysteria-inducing code words Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. The Bush intelligence community has seized control of our most powerful government agencies, including the Justice and State Departments, the FBI, TSA, and DHS. On the seal of the United States intelligence community, reproduced on the cover of this book, note the circle of 16 stars which represent 16 government agencies they now control from the George Bush Center of Intelligence near Washington. One of the stars represents their conquest of our U.S. Treasury, which has already spent at least $1 trillion taxpayer dollars on the hunt for Osama bin Laden, the wars that he caused and the security sweep imposed by the Patriot Act. In the pages that follow, we will see precisely how 9/11 changed our world, and that because of our false impression of 9/11, the Bush intelligence community now effectively remains in control of every armed authority of our federal government and easily overpowers the executive, judicial and legislative branches. Some might call this a coup. Others may say it's a brave new way of dealing with a changing world, a radical way of fighting a global war we just can't be trusted to understand. Either way, you may finally be able to see through the mist of deception, the smoke and mirrors, to find our democracy, our constitution, and our freedoms in great jeopardy. One holy smoke, the phone would not stop ringing. I tried to sleep through rings, but I finally surrendered and made my way to the phone in my office. There were already 15 messages. Only the crew schedulers at United would be so persistent, but I had just returned at midnight from a 4-day trip up and down the American West Coast, 7 times no less, from my base at Los Angeles to San Diego to Seattle, and every major airport in between. I had at least 1 day of rest coming. I began listening to the great urgencies of the new day. First message: dude, are you watching this? I'm at the Helmsley, it's crazy, call me. Watching what? Second message: honey, it's me, I hope you're not flying New York this month. This is awful. Please call me. I love you. Third message: hey, do you have the TV on? Please call me, I'm worried sick about you. I had a house full of visitors, all sleeping soundly as chills ran up the back of my neck, not from fear but from the love and concern in the voicemail playbacks. I scrolled through the numbers, all from the Eastern and Central time zones, and none from the crew desk. My kid's sister and her young family were sleeping in the guest bedroom, visiting my wife. My kids I knew were there, were fine. Dawn was breaking at 6:20 as I checked the clock and felt sweet Pacific air streaming through our Santa Barbara home. What the hell is going on? I clicked on the television and the screen was painting a picture of thick, black smoke rising from a very familiar building. I was just in the windows of the World Restaurant a few days earlier, and now a close-up showed a gaping hole, 5 or 6 stories wide and long, and way up beyond the reach of water cannons, an inferno, with dozens of windows blown out from each side of the North Tower of World Trade Center. Holy smoke was all I could muster. What the hell? What does this have to do with me? Then I saw it, a Boeing 767 strafing Manhattan, down low, at 1,000 feet, the dark blue and gray paint of our company. Holy smoke, it was definitely one of our planes. A wild stupid thought surfaced. I thought one of our pilots was trying to get a better look at the fire as the plane disappeared behind the building, and another camera angle picked up the final bank, not away from danger but straight into the South Tower. The impact ignited an orange jet fuel blast of 10,000 gallons, blowing the building to pieces as debris filled the screen. A shock wave hit my shoulders and my head jumped back in disbelief. Holy smoke! The chills returned, this time from head to toe. The phone was ringing again as I too wondered where all my airline buds were, which ones had just died on this massive public stage, which flight attendants, which base. The replay continued, and again, just like the first time, it banked into the building, and damn if I didn't jump again. It's impossible, I thought, for a pilot, a United Airlines captain, to purposely bank into death with all those souls sitting behind, all trusting his judgment. Impossible. My God. Who would, who could, do this? In stunned silence, I watched the scene unfold but was still able to find cognizance. I remembered, through a rush of shock and awe, my work over the previous 10 years, the hundreds of hours at this desk, on layovers, studying the new inexorable power that had invaded America, the bull in the china shop that had already caused havoc in my career, and an undercurrent of deep mistrust amongst our pilot association. The culmination of that research was nearly finished, and because there were so many holes in my understanding at the time, it was written as a novel based on my time flying for the spooks back in the 1980s. Even before this stunt, there was a sick feeling that America was in deep, deep trouble, that a group, this new Bush administration, just like the old Bush administration, was an incredibly dangerous, brazen bunch of well-connected, well-educated ideologists. They were on a power trip similar to others in world history, but as far as I knew, this was the first attempt by what our founders had labeled domestic enemies to overthrow the Constitution and place America under their own absolute power. As a former operative in this group's notorious covert missions, including Iran-Contra and the sting on Pablo Escobar, I recognized that the smoke rising over Manhattan might add a major piece to my large jigsaw puzzle of evidence. A picture was forming with base colors of blood red and gold. There were murders, assassinations, and stacks of cash. There were Wall Street bankers, members of our Congress, lawyers, mobsters, and the keys to the United States Treasury. The central piece was Iran-Contra and my former position within an operation involving arms smuggling and huge financial transfers. There were cargo planes, a fleet of Learjets, and congressional hearings. There were 2 major bank scandals, the savings and loan heist and something called BCCI. New pieces included mysterious rolling blackouts, campaign financing, the Enron Corporation, and Kenny Boyle. There was a stolen presidential election, Jeb Bush, Kathleen Harris, and James Baker. Over there were guns, an ocean of oil, a Saudi monarchy, covert operations, biological weapons, executive branch officials, and the world's mightiest military. The big picture was emerging as an empire, with a confederacy of domestic enemies attempting a coup, a revolution, against the United States of America. I was nearly done, but now, with this astounding act, the upcoming book and all its research might easily, like the criminal acts I had studied, fade into obscurity. Before the third replay of our Boeing 767 slamming the South Tower, I realized that this stunt was done for political reasons. Oil prices and gold would be affected. Stocks would crash. Airline labor, all American labor, would be affected. Our military would surely be deployed. Shit. Of course. One question remained. Who in the world would they pin this on? Who had the capacity, the expertise to do something anywhere close to this? For years in the airline industry, I'd sat through many briefings on terrorist organizations that posed threats to us. Simple hijackings by holding a plastic explosive and forcing a landing were about all we could expect, but this, actually flying a plane, a Boeing 767, into a kamikaze ending was off the charts. As fate would have it, this stunt was executed in my area of expertise, my backyard, the intimate working space of a United 767 cockpit, a highly technical environment where every action, every word spoken and every radio transmission is recorded. I recall my first warm piece of knowledge on that morning. The fact that these were commercial airliners meant that almost every action in this attack would be recorded, thanks to flight data devices on each aircraft, FAA radar recordings and air traffic control transmissions. One day, I thought at the time, we would be able to piece the entire attack together to learn exactly what transpired and who was behind the insanity. Bullshit would only last so long. I picked up the ringing phone. "Phil? Thank God you're home." It was my first flight instructor, my dad, calling from New Orleans. "What the hell is going on?" I told him that I just saw it. "There's more planes missing," he said. Holy smoke. To the tactical plan. The tactical plan was brilliant. In some areas, it relied on factors beyond anyone's control. That it succeeded at all is a tribute to someone's careful calculations, and their provision for preparation and intensive training. Significantly, for this examination, the attacks also are more complex than any terrorist group had ever attempted. As we break down the attack, we see a plan so intricately ingenious, and executed with such precision, that it eliminates assumptions made by U.S. intelligence officials about the identity of the plotters, the suspects singled out from the start as the perpetrators. The 9/11 attack defeated the United States of America to a degree that is hard to fathom. Beginning with government agencies designed to protect the homeland, we see that the Central Intelligence Agency was defeated, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was defeated. The security measures of the Federal Aviation Administration were defeated. National security advisors, airport security, and airline security were defeated. The U.S. Air Force and the missile defense system which protects the nation's capital were rendered useless. The world's greatest defense establishment was nullified. Post 9/11, the defeats continue. A suspect identified as Osama bin Laden supposedly eluded our special forces, Army Rangers, Navy SEALs, Delta Force, for 9 years at a cost of 5,000 American lives and $1 trillion. When we supposedly found Osama bin Laden, unarmed, he was not captured or afforded a trial for the world to see. He was, allegedly, shot in the head in front of his family before one piece of evidence was ever heard. Another suspect, captured and held at Guantanamo Bay, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the alleged mastermind of the attack, has not been afforded a trial despite an attempt by the current U.S. Attorney General and the President of the United States. Those efforts have been derailed by the fear tactics of those in the intelligence community who claim that our Justice Department can't be trusted to prosecute him and our penal system is too weak to hold him. The United States of America is afraid to hold a trial. So now, too, our system of justice has been defeated. All of these defeats have been pinned on one man, Osama bin Laden. This is the Big Bamboozle. 3 car bombers did what? The Bush administration quickly sold to a stunned nation that Osama bin Laden and a well-organized group, something called Al-Qaeda, had somehow orchestrated the greatest military upset in world history. Before September 11, Al-Qaeda's most sophisticated acts of terror were crude car and truck bombings, their signature sucker punches. They were also blamed for ramming a rubber boat, crudely laced with explosives into an American destroyer parked in the port of Yemen. Post 9/11, Al-Qaeda has been blamed for failed attempts by passengers aboard American airlines to ignite a shoe bomb and an underwear bomb. So as we look at the tactical plan, one might ask how any of us bought an explanation that car bombers had miraculously leaped to a coordinated aerial attack that completely defeated the world's mightiest military. As we refocus on the events of 9/11 itself, from the beginning, we may realize that we were directed toward answers and explanations that were flawed from the first. So let's start there, from the beginning. After recreating the attack, by using official NTSB and FAA transcripts to synchronize with flight and voice data from the recovered black boxes, we can see that the element of surprise allowed the first wave of attack against New York to go unchallenged. But then the advantage of surprise was lost. At that point, given that this was a multi-pronged attack involving several airliners, every second of delay jeopardized the rest of the mission. Although time is important in any tactical plan, time with a capital T, was mission critical on September 11th. The delay between the New York attacks and the strike on the Pentagon, followed by the crash of United 93 in Pennsylvania, meant that even though the tactical planners achieved spectacular successes, in strategic terms the attack experienced major flaws. These flaws go a long way toward exposing a most troubling set of conspirators. Almost all attention concerning 9/11 has been focused on the terrible deeds that the attack accomplished. However, it is at least as important to focus on how the attack was intended to unfold, and what it was designed to achieve. The conspirators chose 4 perfect flights to hijack. All were scheduled to depart within minutes of each other from 3 East Coast airports. All were among the first flights of the morning, and therefore among the least likely to be delayed. Because of unpredictable taxi times at these busy airports, it would be hard to know which plane would hit its target first. But if things went just right, they might have all hit within minutes if not seconds of each other. An area of great concern for the planners was that delays of any length would jeopardize the attack. All 4 flights had very similar profiles and objectives. Each plane would be converted from a normal passenger flight to a heavily fueled, guided missile. The takeovers would be planned to transpire close to the targets, so hijackers could initiate a fairly manageable descent rate to the targets before military fighters could intercept. The planners chose their flights wisely. Transcontinental flights are heavily fueled and routes from the east to west coast provide predictable courses for plotting the takeover points. The hijackers were trained on one of the few dual-rating combination aircraft. The Boeing Corporation purposely designed the 767 and 757 with nearly identical cockpits. Consequently, airlines like United consider training on the 757 as credit for training on the 767 and competency on the 767 converts to competency on the 757. The cockpits are so similar that airlines conduct 6-week training courses for their pilots using the 757, and after a relatively short, 2-day 767 differences course the pilot is also qualified on the heavier 767. The 767 outweighs the 757 by over 100,000 pounds, making the 767 a better aircraft to destroy the larger World Trade Center towers. The 2 767s held around 14,000 gallons at takeoff while the 2 757s held around 12,000 gallons of Jet A fuel. The 757s were strategically better to hit targets like the Pentagon, which only stands 100 feet high. The smaller 757 has increased maneuverability compared to the wide-body 767 selected for the World Trade Center targets. Basically, the aircraft selection reveals an expert in aviation matters. On September 11, the initial execution went according to plan. All 4 airplanes were fully fueled and loaded and pushed back from their gates on schedule. American 11 pushed back from the gate at Boston at 7:50 a.m. United 175 pushed back, also from Boston, at 7:59. United 93 pushed back from Newark at 8:01 and American 77 pushed back from Dulles Airport near Washington at 8:10. At this point, the odds were excellent that all 4 planes would be airborne by 8:15 a.m., all would reach their windows for takeover by 8:40 and all would be burning inside of their targets within an hour after takeoff. By 9:11 a.m. on September 11 Americans would be witnessing, via television screens around the nation, something that would look very much like Armageddon. What actually happened was horrific enough. But consider the impact of nearly simultaneous strikes on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon and the destruction of the Capitol Dome, which appears to have been the target assigned to United 93. This was the plan: Americans waking to fire and brimstone with the Capitol building and the Pentagon, as well as both World Trade Center towers in Manhattan, all engulfed in flames. People would die horribly on live television. By the time the first images were broadcast, the attack would have been completely over. But that is not what happened. As profound as the psychological impact of 9/11 is, the trauma of what was intended to happen would have ratcheted that impact up to a level that is difficult to conceive or calculate, except to say that it would be capable of producing almost unlimited political consequences, and for a very long time. Had the plan gone as designed, the planners could expect a frantic but fruitless response from the U.S. defenses. By 9/11 on September 11, Americans would be in a state of profound shock and real terror. The President of the United States would give a somber speech from an elementary school where he had been showing compassion for America's students, reading an innocent story to 7-year-olds. It would be obvious that there hadn't been a damn thing he could do after immediately launching waves of fighter jets from Cape Cod to Dover to Maryland to Hampton Roads, only to find that the sneak attack was completed and nothing but smoke filled the skies. He would soon identify the evildoers and bravely send the American military into a new, justified era of retaliation. But it didn't happen that way. When the tactical plan is analyzed in aviation terms, it becomes clear that 2 of the 4 pilots/hijackers executed the tactical plan to perfection. It is also abundantly clear that 2 did not. They did not just fail by not managing to crash United 93 into the intended target, they failed to achieve one of the most important goals of the overall mission. They failed because it is the delays, the long duration of the 4 hijackings, which tends to expose the identity of the real conspirators, meaning not the nominal hijackers, but the mission planners and architects. The actions, or more accurately, the inaction, of key individuals within the executive branch before, during and after the attacks demonstrated, at best, an inexplicable incompetence. At worst, this was just one part of a plan to replace our democracy with a shadow government that was already taking shape. For the joint congressional inquiry, it is infinitely important to go back to an investigation, conducted shortly after the attacks, where the real planners and executioners of 9/11 were clearly exposed. With all the distractions of terror and war, few Americans realize that in 2002, a congressional joint inquiry was formed to investigate the 9/11 attack. The investigation was an unprecedented act by the U.S. Congress. Never before had the 2 permanent intelligence oversight committees, one from the House and one from the Senate, collaborated on an investigation. The Congressional Joint Inquiry was led by 3 veteran and dogged investigators who would find, deeply hidden in the FBI files, a troubling discovery: the hijackers had been supported, in every conceivable way, by agents of the Saudi Arabian government as they prepared for the attack. From the moment the hijackers arrived on U.S. soil, it is well documented that Saudi intelligence agents, and employees of the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority, provided housing, obtained driver's licenses and harbored them. After lying low as a sleeper cell throughout the year 2000, they would be led to intensive flight training in the Arizona desert in December of 2000, which leads to the first plausible explanation of the incredible flying performance demonstrated on September 11. After submitting an 800-page report to the American public, moderate U.S. Senator Bob Graham of Florida, the co-chairman of the inquiry, said, there was a direct line between the terrorists and the government of Saudi Arabia. The Saudi government had provided logistical and financial support to at least 2 of the 9/11 hijackers while they lived in Southern California. One might think a statement of this magnitude would draw significant media attention. It didn't. For some odd reason, the American media wasn't interested in the Saudi government being behind the 9/11 attack. Anytime Saudis were mentioned in the media, a great silence and a commercial break would follow. But if the Saudi government was involved in 9/11, This is a fundamental change in our understanding of the attack and the past decade of terror. This is a game changer. All great investigators will tell you that there are ground rules that should never be broken. Never rule anyone out. The perfect crime is perpetrated by people we would least expect. Following the money is another. The third is focusing on suspects that just can't seem to tell the truth. When we consider that 9/11 was an inside job, these rules lead us to Dick Cheney. The remaining question is a big one. How many others were involved? We may never know, but we know Cheney could not have been acting alone. As you will see over and over in this book, the Bush White House has gone to great lengths to hide the Saudi execution of the attack. Led by the American Vice President, the intelligence community was allowed to tamper with the inquiry's report before it was released as a declassified document. They redacted 28 pages that dealt with the Saudi involvement and crammed explosive discoveries deep in the report between long, monotonous passages. They would distract the American public with threats of further attacks, a rush to judgment, a push to war, and announce, with great fanfare, that they would form a 9/11 commission. Meanwhile, the vice president threatened the inquiry and its staff with jail if any of the information on the Saudis was leaked. Senator Bob Graham, the inquiry's chairman, would be the first of many investigators attempting to expose the inquiry's findings. Graham knew that many of his colleagues on the Congressional Committee, Democrats and Republicans alike, shared his view that the material gathered was explosive and that they, too, felt it should be made public. But in what seemed to many of them a breach of the Constitution's separation of powers, the White House and the FBI had muzzled them into silence. Graham published his own book in 2004 entitled Intelligence Matters, where he described a top-heavy cover-up by the intelligence community. Senator Graham did not mince words, writing that the Bush White House was determined to cover up Saudi involvement in 9/11, and that the administration had found an eager accomplice in the FBI. Graham wrote the incredible account of how the vice president arranged an FBI investigation of the inquiry while the inquiry was investigating the FBI. Graham chronicled that FBI headquarters had responded aggressively to Cheney's request that the FBI investigate the inquiry's staff during the investigation, interviewing dozens of members of Congress and their aides. The Bureau suggested it wanted to use polygraphs on some of the lawmakers with the threat of prosecution and jail, of being traitors in a time of war. To Graham, the entire experience seemed surreal. Graham outlined how Cheney led a cover-up of mass proportions, describing all sorts of tricks that included leaking false information to the media and then quoting information he leaked as evidence. This United States senator, having led an investigation into the terrorist attacks of 9/11, was now accusing the vice president of a cover-up. One might think that Senator Graham's calling out of the vice president would draw significant media attention. It didn't. Instead of reporting on the Saudis and their connections to high-ranking members of our executive branch, the media repeated, time and time again, exactly what the intelligence community told them to sell, that it was Osama bin Laden, a super-terrorist with no army, no country, living in an Afghan cave, who supposedly defeated all American domestic defenses. Any talk to the contrary was by conspiracy kooks. Questioning the White House in these frightening times was strictly taboo and downright un-American, yet Graham and his investigators were convinced that a number of Saudi officials knew that terrorists had entered the United States beginning in 2000 in preparation for some sort of an attack. Graham believed that Saudi officials had directed spies operating in the United States to assist them. It was an astonishing allegation, but Graham felt the facts were indisputable. The remaining question was whether any of the evidence could be made public and whether Graham could survive the efforts by the White House and congressional Republicans to portray him as a partisan conspiracy theorist, a headline-grabbing kook. As you will see, Graham had come to believe that new FBI Director, Robert Mueller, had become a facilitator of ineptitude of the Bureau and was directly involved in the effort to hide the truth. The evidence about the Saudi links to the hijackers was dug up because of the tenaciousness of the Joint Committee's staff director, Eleanor Hill, a veteran congressional investigator who had worked for both Democrats and Republicans, and Michael Jacobson, a former FBI lawyer and counterterrorism analyst who had joined the staff and was one of its most dogged investigators. During this 2002 congressional investigation, Jacobson had found the most important evidence about the Saudi connection to the hijackers buried in the files of the FBI's field office in San Diego and at FBI headquarters in Washington. 7. As you will see, the Vice President and Special Activities would see that this information never reached the American taxpayers who paid for the report and the investigation. Senator Graham wrote, "What Jacobson found in searching through the FBI's files was that 2 eventual hijackers had been befriended shortly after their arrival in California by a mysterious Saudi expatriate who seemed clearly to be working on behalf of some part of the Saudi government. Of great interest is that he was on the payroll of an aviation contractor to the Saudi government." 8. After studying the flight profiles from the attack, plugging in Saudi intelligence as the true architects of the attack solves every last mystery in regard to the slick tactical plan and the hijackers' stunning flying performance. As Jacobson and the other congressional investigators kept digging, they found more evidence that these contacts appeared to be part of a larger network of Arab expatriates who had been tasked to help the 9/11 hijackers. One particular Saudi intelligence agent, Omar al-Bayoumi, whose income had grown dramatically in the period in which he assisted the 2 hijackers, almost $40,000 above his usual salary from his job with the Saudi aviation firm, was documented as the hijackers' personal assistant. Jacobson had found evidence that yet another Saudi living in San Diego who also appeared to work as a spy, Osama Bassan, had funneled thousands of dollars to Bayoumi. 8. The source of Bassan's money was an additional shock to the congressional investigators. Much of it had come in the form of cashier's checks directed to his family by the wife of the Saudi ambassador to Washington, Prince Bandar bin Sultan, the close personal friend of the Bush family. This raised a big red flag. Prince Bandar, as you shall see in following chapters, has been involved over the past 30 years in numerous covert activities of US and Saudi intelligence. 9. There was another alarming surprise in the FBI files. 2 of the hijackers had been in close contact in San Diego with a longtime FBI informant, Abdussatter Sheikh. They both lived in Sheikh's home for a time. As you will see, incredibly, the Bush administration and FBI headquarters blocked the congressional investigation from interviewing the informant after Jacobson learned his identity. 10. For more than 80 pages within the inquiry's report, there is clear evidence that the hijackers entered the United States in January 2000 and were immediately met by Saudi intelligence agents in Los Angeles, California. The Saudi agents were identified as employees of the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority, which explains the hijackers' flight training on Boeing planes. 11. To keep the Saudi operation obscured from the public, we will see evidence that the Bush administration developed an elaborate decoy. The creation of Osama bin Laden as the Arab face of evil is well documented as premeditated. The intelligence community began floating his name, using rumors and disinformation tactics, about the same time that the hijackers began their final stage of flight training. After the attack, these rumors were fed to the media as absolute proof that he was behind the attacks. 12. Plain and simple, 9/11 was a signature Saudi Arabian intelligence operation, repeatedly documented by federal investigators. In the Congressional Joint Inquiry Report and for the remainder of this book, we consistently see an information battle between rank-and-file federal agents and executive-level positions. Throughout the following chapters, I have double-starred certain individuals and groups, such as FBI headquarters, to highlight intelligence community, and Bush-Cheney White House assets. These are operatives who take their orders from the top, not necessarily from the president, but from the George Bush Center of Intelligence. For example, the FBI countered the FBI San Diego and Phoenix findings. FBI represents FBI headquarters at the executive level while FBI represents FBI field agents in middle management. In these first chapters, I will present passages from the declassified version of the report of the Congressional Joint Inquiry into Intelligence Community Activities before and after the attacks of September 11, 2001. To identify the passages, I have introduced the evidence with top secret. By using cross-outs, we know that the report has been declassified by the intelligence community. I will end the passage with the page number of the report. I have provided a link to the entire report where you can verify that the passages were not taken out of context and encourage you to read it. As mentioned earlier, this report became a victim of cramming vital information deep within an 800-page report. The following examination extracts and highlights this crammed information. As you will see, there is a continuous interpretation battle between FBI field agents and the intelligence community side of the FBI, which is a Bush White House asset. In aviation training, we refer to an anomaly, something that doesn't add up, as a red flag. As pilots, we are trained to identify red flags on a path to correcting a potentially dangerous situation. After the passages from the inquiry's report, red flag is used to identify areas of concern. Even with all the redactions that were executed by the intelligence community, we see an enormous amount of evidence that was compiled by FBI field agents around the country as they followed the 9/11 hijackers from the time they arrived in the United States on January 15, 2000, until their execution of the attacks on September 11, 2001. This first passage describes the initial meeting between the hijackers and a Saudi intelligence agent at a Los Angeles restaurant, top secret on January 15, 2000, following an important meeting of Al-Qaeda operatives in Malaysia. Future 9/11, hijackers Al-Hajmi and Al-Madar arrived in Los Angeles where they remained for approximately 2.5 weeks. At one point, they met Omar al-Bayoumi. A person the FBI interviewed after September 11 says that he was with al-Bayoumi when the latter met 9/11 hijackers, Al-Hajmi and Al-Madar. This person says that al-Bayoumi invited him to travel to Los Angeles, explaining that he had business at the Saudi consulate. When they arrived at the consulate, Bayoumi met with someone behind closed doors. Bayoumi and the person with whom he traveled to Los Angeles went to a restaurant, where they met 9/11 hijackers, Al-Hajmi and Al-Madar after he heard them speaking Arabic, and he invited them to move to San Diego. Bayoumi returned to San Diego after leaving the restaurant, and Al-Hajmi and Al-Madar arrived in San Diego shortly thereafter. Page 172, Red Flag. The Saudi intelligence agent, Omar al-Bayoumi, went directly from the Saudi consulate to a meeting with the hijackers. In the next passage, he will be identified as an employee of the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority, and will remain in constant contact with the hijackers throughout their preparation. Top secret. According to an individual interviewed by the FBI, Bayoumi's salary from his employer, the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority, was approved by Saudi Aviation Minister Hamid al-Rashid. Despite the fact that he was a student, Bayoumi had access to seemingly unlimited funding from Saudi Arabia. For example, an FBI source identified Bayoumi as the person who delivered $400,000 from Saudi Arabia for the Kurdish mosque in San Diego. One of the FBI's best sources in San Diego informed the FBI that he thought that Bayoumi must be an intelligence officer for Saudi Arabia or another foreign power. Page 175, Red Flag. Unlimited funding from Saudi Arabia answers virtually all later questions in regard to hijacker funding. This following cable demonstrates the division within the FBI between headquarters and the field offices. As we have seen, the inquiry's chairman said that FBI Director Robert Mueller, appointed by George W. Bush just a week before the attack, was directly involved in hiding the truth. Several times in this report we see FBI used, but again, there is a subtle but distinct difference between FBI headquarters, which is a Bush White House operation, and FBI field agents, who represent a skilled group of investigators. In the following cable, we see that FBI headquarters was concerned that FBI field agents might discover the hijackers, and warned them to keep these potential discoveries away from law enforcement. Top secret from FBI headquarters. If Al-Madar is located, the interview must be conducted by an intel intelligence agent. A criminal agent cannot be present at the interview. This case, in its entirety, is based on intel. If at such time as information is developed indicating the existence of a substantial federal crime, that information will be passed over the wall according to the proper procedures and turned over for follow-up criminal investigation. From the New York agent, whatever happened to this, someday someone will die, and wall or not, the public will not understand why we were not more effective and throwing every resource we had at certain problems. Let's hope the FBI's National Security Law Unit, NSLU, will stand behind their decision about the wall, then, especially since the biggest threat to us now is getting the most protection. Page 153, red flag. This cable gives the impression that headquarters doesn't know where the eventual hijacker, Al-Madar, is, but just 4 pages later, on page 157, we see that he's had numerous contacts with an FBI, intelligence community asset, top secret 2 September 11 hijackers. Khalid Al-Madar and Nawaf Al-Hashmi lived in San Diego, California, beginning in February 2000. Madar left San Diego in June 2000, while Hashmi remained until December 2000, when he moved to Arizona. During the time they were in San Diego, these two hijackers had numerous contacts with a longtime FBI counterterrorism informant. A third hijacker, Hani Hanjour, the pilot/hijacker on the plane that hit the Pentagon, may have had more limited contact with this individual in December 2000. CIA and FBI headquarters had information tying Saudi hijackers Madar and Hashmi to Al-Qaeda as early as January 2000 and later received information that they were in the United States. The San Diego field office received none of this information before September 11, page 158, red flag. We see that the intelligence community knew the hijackers were in the San Diego area, but never informed the San Diego field office. In the next passage, we find evidence that this informant was actually working for the intelligence community. Naturally, the Joint Inquiry wanted to speak with this FBI informant who had numerous contacts with the 9/11 hijackers. Who the informant was working for might be answered by another question: who is protecting him? On page 158, we start to learn. Top Secret and FBI written response to the Joint Inquiry acknowledges questions about the informant's credibility, but the administration and the FBI have objected to the Joint Inquiry's request to interview the informant and have refused to serve a committee subpoena and notice of deposition on the informant. As suggested by the FBI, the Joint Inquiry submitted written interrogatories for response by the informant. Through an attorney, the informant declined to respond and indicated that, if subpoenaed, the informant would require a grant of immunity prior to testifying. Thus, this section has been prepared without access to the informant and in reliance on FBI documents, interviews of FBI personnel, and FBI representations about the informant. Page 158, red flag. The administration refused to serve a committee subpoena on a man who had numerous meetings with the 9/11 hijackers. They even refused to submit written questions that the FBI field office had requested. An attorney demands immunity for the informant, and the U.S. congressional inquiry is stopped in its tracks. So, for the next several pages of the report, we get the informant's story through an intelligence community agent described as the informant's FBI handler. As you can see, his testimony has many holes which contradict the FBI field agent's version. Top secret. When the San Diego office realized that the informant had numerous contacts with the two hijackers of the Pentagon attack plane, FBI personnel became suspicious that the informant may have been involved in the plot. The FBI handling agent attributed inconsistencies in the informant's reporting to the informant's personality. Despite these characteristics, the FBI handling agent testified that the informant was very credible, highly reliable, very credible, very useful. In the FBI handling agent's opinion, the informant was duped by the hijackers and was not suspicious of them at all. Page 162, red flag. Obviously, the intelligence community's FBI handler is selling a story that the informant was duped, while no one explains why this FBI informant was assigned to meet frequently with the two hijackers in the first place. If the informant wasn't working with the San Diego office, he was from another division within the U.S. intelligence community. Top secret based on joint inquiry interviews of San Diego FBI personnel involved with the informant before September 11 or in assessing the informant's credibility after the attacks and reviews of thousands of bureau documents, several unresolved questions about the informant's credibility remain. Although the informant did not recognize hijacker Hani Hanjour, the Pentagon attacking plane's pilot, in photographs shown to the informant by the FBI after September 11, there are indications that Hanjour was in the San Diego area with Hashmi in December 2000 and probably met the informant. Page 163, red flag. On page 165 we get heavy redactions from Vice President Cheney's group, which refused to declassify this passage, over the inquiry chairman's objections, contradicting the FBI handler's claim. Top secret FBI personnel believe it's likely that the informant met Hanjour, Pentagon plane pilot, in December of 2000 and are unable to explain why the informant failed to identify Hanjour. The informant's credibility is called into question in other important ways. The informant made a variety of inconsistent statements to the FBI during the course of multiple interviews. The informant has provided the FBI with many different dates as to the informant's numerous contacts with Hashmi and Madar and their initial contact. The FBI acknowledged that San Diego agrees with the joint inquiry that there are significant inconsistencies in the informant's reports. The informant's statements are not consistent with information developed through investigation concerning the dates of the contacts. The FBI concedes that the hijackers may have known the informant months earlier that the informant admitted. Red flag. Even with these heavy redactions, we see evidence that the informant knew the hijackers before he admitted to knowing them. And still, the Bush White House would not allow the inquiry to question him. 5. The intelligence community. You may be asking yourself, the intelligence community? What's that? Solely because of Osama bin Laden, 16 government agencies have gathered under an umbrella of security, presumably to prevent further attacks upon the homeland. 10 years after September 11, we must ask, what does the intelligence community not control? The brain behind the intelligence community is an incredible group of individuals. They have over 100 years of deep roots into secret societies at Ivy League schools. They have deep roots into Wall Street banks. They were the founders of Central Intelligence. They have people everywhere, in the Justice Department, defense contractors, throughout your Congress. They, for 16 of the last century's final 20 years, had the keys to the United States Treasury and the executive branch of the United States government. They have the original social network and an unlimited supply of funding. Among a host of powerful networks where taxpayers' earnings flow lavishly is the State Department. Another is the Department of Defense. Today, this group is a confederacy that has nearly 1 million people on our payroll, and I hope you're sitting down for this. 832,000 employees have top secret clearances in over 10,000 offices around the United States. They have control of every armed federal force. They control the FBI, CIA, DHS, TSA, DIA, the Department of Defense, the Justice Department and the United States Treasury. They have lost $15 trillion from the Treasury. Yet, a vast majority of taxpayers are unaware of their existence. Since 9/11, because of 9/11, because of Osama bin Laden, all of these agencies fall under the control of the United States intelligence community. They have a sprawling headquarters just outside of Washington, the George Bush Center of Intelligence. This is the shadow authority that you are paying for, and yet, you have no say in their actions. They weren't voted in and they can't be voted out. They are presently using $3.5 billion of our earnings to build a headquarters for their new secret police, near Washington, for the Department of Homeland Security. DHS plans to link into every county sheriff and city police office, and eventually conduct pat-downs at every train and bus station in our nation. All because of Osama bin Laden. It won't stop there. You can expect that a new mail system will be under an armed branch of DHS, with an inspection process similar to the current airport procedures. We are already seeing the DHS as the controlling force at DMV and at the USPS. Don't look now, but the following agencies are now secured and controlled by the intelligence community: the Department of Homeland Security, the Transportation Security Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Justice, Department of Defense, United States Treasury, double red flag, U.S. State Department, Drug Enforcement Agency, Department of Energy. A 2010 Washington Post 4-part series, Top Secret America by Dana Priest and William Arkin, was able to explain much about the inner workings of the intelligence community. These two journalists explored America's shadow government, which has outpowered any other branch of the American government since and because of 9/11. But still, Priest and Arkin are still asking questions and don't seem to know the true reasons for the new sweeping changes. The following chapter note links to the series. Take time to note the massive covert and psychological operations and the infiltration of propaganda officers into the American news media. Yet, there is good news. The $15 trillion they have lost looking for Osama bin Laden did not vanish from the face of the earth, it simply went to a place where we can't see it. Thanks to our founding fathers, American citizens come armed with a constitution, and are backed with judicial and penal systems. With a little focus, we can track down our missing $15 trillion. 6 Flight School. Fortunately for independent investigators, the taxpayer-funded National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, released the flight data recordings recovered from 2 of the flights. This release came after a quick rush to judgment and a media conviction of the administration's lone suspect. It seems that in all the confusion and drama, no one had really taken a hard look at these recordings. As we study the data found in the black boxes, we see a story of precise navigation methods, of incredible coordination, of advanced maneuvering and hair-raising dives. The flight profiles revealed that a tailored operating procedure was used to fly directly to predetermined targets, followed by a series of advanced hand-flown maneuvers that included rapid descents, steep turns, and coordinated rollouts. We can see that strategic navigational frequencies were immediately set in, autopilots were used in non-standard methods, gear and flap warning horn alerts were disarmed, transponders were disabled. The hijackers were all taught identical non-standard navigation procedures and knew exactly where to impact their targets to cause maximum damage. After synchronizing these recordings with FAA radar, ATC, and cockpit transcripts, it becomes obvious that the hijackers had critical inside help from aviation and tactical experts. Someone had selected the perfect planes, and had drawn up a 4-airliner coordinated tactical plan designed to defeat our domestic fighter jet coverage. The grand finale was the unchallenged penetration of protected airspace over the nation's capital 2 hours into the air raid. High-speed and low-level maneuvers training is evident when we see the extraordinary flight profiles and FAA radar recordings. For example, American 77, after navigating from 300 miles directly to a relatively small area, executed a difficult descending low-altitude 330-degree steep turn before it torpedoed the Pentagon just 3 feet off the ground at 540 miles per hour. As a 20-year Boeing pilot and captain on the 757, I would be challenged to duplicate this performance without several practice flights. 2 in just 4 minutes and 40 seconds, United 175 was taken from cruise mode over New Jersey at 31,000 feet into a hair-raising descent toward the Statue of Liberty before a level off at 1,000 feet, screaming over Manhattan at 100 knots over the Red Line airspeed and slamming the World Trade Center. 3. The hijackers flew at expert levels of airmanship on airliners that require a 6-week training course, for experienced airline pilots, and did it single pilot, without an experienced co-pilot, in a large cockpit designed for 2 professional aviators. The hypothesis flight training for this attack would require a fairly large operation. This operation would be difficult to hide and a logical progression to achieve this proficiency would take time. The hijackers would have needed at least 1 Boeing airliner, an experienced Boeing flight instructor, a team of mechanics and fuelers, and, of course, they would need a secure, covered airport to operate several training flights. If we could learn where this training had taken place, it would lead us straight to the planners and conspirators. Evidence on September 11, we're talking about planes that weigh 300,000 pounds, engines that produce 100,000 pounds of thrust, pushing aluminum tubes through the air at 500 miles per hour and burning a gallon of fuel every 2 seconds. You don't just jump in these cockpits and fly around like a professional pilot without some serious flight and systems training. I have spent my airline career exclusively on Boeings, and I have captain ratings on 6 specific types, from the classic 727, 737 and 747 to the newer glass cockpits of the 747 to 400, 757 and 767. But today, if I were to jump into a cockpit of the French-built Airbus, I would not be able to start the engines, operate the autopilot or navigate. The systems are all different. If I were tasked to execute a 9/11 type flying performance on an Airbus, it would require at least 2 weeks of intense flight instruction and a dozen practice flights to accomplish what those hijackers were able to do. And don't give me flight manuals in French or French-speaking instructors. I would need English speakers just like the hijackers needed Arabic-speaking instructors. But the hijackers weren't airline pilots. They would have to begin from scratch. After this examination, we see evidence that over a period of 18 months, the hijackers were led to basic flight training, some simulator time and multiple practice runs in an actual Boeing 757. Basic flight training. Detailed reports from FBI field agents confirms that basic flight training began in early 2000 on small, single-engine airplanes at private flight schools. For this was a logical, low-profile first step by the mission planners to prepare them for more advanced training. In early 2000 at a small Venice, Florida airport, 3 of the 4 pilot/hijackers, Mohammed Atta, AA-11, Marwin al-Shahai, UA-175, and Zia Jarrah, UA-93, enrolled at a small private flight school, Hoffman Aviation, for initial flight training. 5. The 4th pilot/hijacker, Hani Hanjour, already had limited flight experience. Hanjour, the pilot/hijacker on American 77 that hit the Pentagon, had tried, but failed, to become an airline pilot in Saudi Arabia in the early 1990s. Hanjour enrolled at a small flight school in 2000 near San Diego. Using a cover as Saudi royal family bodyguards, they told their instructors that the Saudis had asked them to become pilots. 6. Testimony gathered by FAA and FBI field agents from the hijackers' flight instructors indicated that they were marginal single-engine pilots at best. 7. The most cited reason for their slow progress was a language barrier between students and instructors. The hijackers all spoke Arabic, but the training materials, flight manuals, and all cockpit labeling are written in English. As English speakers, imagine trying to learn to fly a strange airplane using Arabic flight manuals and Arabic-speaking instructors. However, over the next year, each of them demonstrated enough competency to earn FAA certificates, licenses, including commercial and instrument ratings that were limited to small, single-engine aircraft. 8. The small, single-engine airplanes used for training were basic trainers. In comparison, the 757's nose wheel, just the nose wheel, weighs more than the entire airplane used in initial training. While these small airplanes top out around 10,000 feet and just over 100 miles per hour, the Boeings push 550 miles per hour and altitudes up to 43,000 feet. Although this experience helped them, it does not explain the performance we witnessed on September 11. This initial basic flight training served as the first of 3 phases of flight training. Simulator phase. At least 3 simulator sessions were arranged by the Saudi intelligence agents, another logical step to flight competency. Atta's group was augmented with sporadic trips to Boeing simulators, operated by contract training companies. 9. The hijackers stuck out like sore thumbs. In fact, they were immediately reported to the FAA and FBI field agents after their visits to independent simulators in Minneapolis, Phoenix, and Miami. As per usual, the FBI investigation from HQ was impotent, even after the hijackers' instructors reported that young Arab pilots weren't interested in learning how to land or take off, they just needed to fly around in a Boeing simulator. The records indicate that no progress was made in training these guys, and the instructors had encouraged them to quit flying altogether. 10 Final phase aircraft training. When we read over the intelligence community's explanation of hijacker flight training as told to the 9/11 Commission, there is no mention of aircraft training. They attempted to glaze over this by stating that the hijackers prepared by watching Hollywood movies of hijackings, flying single-engine airplanes and playing computer games. This is preposterous, like saying that a surgeon prepared for an operation by watching the television series ER. As we have already seen, the congressional inquiry had discovered that a specific group of Saudis had repeated contact with the hijackers in Southern California. Most revealing was that the hijackers had been in regular contact with 2 employees of a Saudi aviation firm that operated a fleet of Boeing airliners. 11 This immediately provided an explanation as to where they found flight instructors and aircraft manuals. The inquiry's report is very clear that the hijackers were, for 18 months, operating right here in California, Florida, and Arizona. The evidence also revealed that in the 6 months leading up to 9/11, each of the pilots/hijackers made multiple trips to a specific triangle between San Diego, California, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Tucson, Arizona. The search for an airport and Boeing airliners narrowed into this triangle. Obviously, the hijackers had found solutions to multiple problems that were reported by their civilian flight instructors in late 2000. By September 11, these relatively novice light aircraft pilots were able to navigate and fly Boeing airliners in a most competent manner. There is only one explanation for this leap in proficiency: training, training, and more training. The congressional inquiry reported that beginning in May of 2001, the hijackers/pilots all began making multiple trips into the desert. It's almost funny how many people saw them and reported them to authorities. 12 The FAA was called at least 5 times. FBI field agents wrote, at least, 3 reports and sent them up the ladder to FBI headquarters. With any follow-up from FBI headquarters, this plot would have been stopped many times over. In short, they were not as covered as they thought they were. They left some Texas-sized footprints in Southern California which led to Las Vegas and to the Arizona desert. 13 Eventually we found, within that desert triangle, all the missing items: an airport, Boeing airliners, and a large group of Saudi Arabians. In the following passage, we see the hijackers from the East Coast began making trips to the desert, using Las Vegas as the point of entry. 14 Top Secret Director Mueller noted the Las Vegas layovers. However, with respect to travel to Las Vegas, we know that at least one hijacker, each pilot, on each of the 4 hijacked airplanes traveled to Las Vegas, Nevada, sometime between May and August of 2001. This travel consisted of an initial transcontinental flight from an East Coast city to a West Coast city, and a connection in that West Coast city to a Las Vegas-bound flight. Beginning in May 2001, each of the 4 hijackers flew across the United States. Director Mueller describes these trips. With their training complete, it appears that the pilots began conducting possible surveillance flights as passengers aboard cross-country flights transitioning between the Northeast United States and California. Page 139, Red Flag. Again, we see a subtle misdirection of the facts. What led Mueller to testify that the hijackers had completed training in May when the attacks were still 4 months down the road? You can bet that this is when the hijackers needed to polish all their skills and fast. The hijackers' civilian flight instructors were emphatic that in early 2001, they were not anywhere close to being competent enough to fly Boeing airliners. Obviously, something had changed. Note that only the pilots made these trips. A most plausible explanation is that the hijackers' handlers had arranged advanced training with experienced, Arab-speaking Boeing pilots. Many of us have seen surplus, bank-owned airliners parked at airports in the western deserts. Usually these planes are between lease agreements with airline companies. Eventually, if no lease is negotiated, the planes will be cannibalized in the lucrative parts market. There are also storage airports known as aircraft boneyards scattered throughout our western deserts. The dry desert air preserves the plane's avionics and interiors while they sit, sometimes for years at a stretch. A storage airport in the desert would be ideal for covered flight training. After learning of the multiple trips to the desert, I began the search for specific airplanes, the 757 and 767, parked at storage airports that I knew about, Las Vegas, Tucson, and Mojave. After making contact with a veteran aircraft broker employed by investment banks, I learned of two more airports used for storage, Victorville, California, east of Los Angeles in the Mojave Desert, and Pinal Air Park, a secluded field between Phoenix and Tucson. Each of these airports had Boeing 757s in storage, but only Pinal and Las Vegas had airworthy 757s and 767s parked in the spring and summer of 2001, just when the hijackers/pilots had all flown into Las Vegas and disappeared for 3 days at a time. 15. I also began checking with contacts who have remained in the government contract world to see if they could provide clues. 3 different sources, all pilots under government contractors, immediately pointed to a famous spook airport used by the government contractor and mercenary outfit Blackwater. They relayed that there were frequent flight training missions being conducted in the middle of the night with military and civilian airplanes in top-secret fashion, and that this particular airport had nearly 100 airliners scattered around the field in storage. By using 2 completely different avenues of discovery, the Pinal Air Park began to raise red flags. 16. As I focused on the airport, an interesting connection surfaced. The Pinal Air Park had a curious history as a training airport for the intelligence community dating back to Air America, the alleged CIA operation that was allegedly trafficking heroin in Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War. For some, war is a great distraction for enormous profits. 17. Investigative journalist Jeremy Scahill, who wrote Blackwater, The Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army, had also discovered this airport and identified it as an intelligence community facility. 18. Scahill wrote that a top intelligence community official appointed by Bush in June 2001 as the Director of Operations of Central Intelligence was closely connected to this airport's managers, to contracts from the intelligence community, to the owner of Blackwater, and to several no-bid aviation-related training contractors. Alarmingly, this same official was the former head of the same investment firm that had enjoyed astronomical stock profits as a result of the attack. 19. Scahill reported that this investment firm had placed put options, a trade that predicts a stock price drop, on only 2 airlines in the week preceding the attack. Those airlines were United and American, the only 2 airlines used in the attack. There were other rather large commodities trades on gold and oil by the firm. Obviously, if he was the contract official, and knew about the Saudi operation and tactical plan, he would know that American and United were the targeted airlines. This temptation may have been too difficult to overcome. Alone it might be a weird coincidence, but when we start adding this to a dozen similar coincidences, we begin to see a most troubling pattern. The Congressional Inquiry and the 911 Commission both reported that each of the pilot/hijackers who were training in Florida made separate trips to the Arizona desert from May to August of 2001. 20. Meanwhile, the San Diego hijackers suddenly moved to Arizona in December 2000, 2 days after George W. Bush was declared to be the president following the vote recount fiasco in Florida. 21. These guys were not invisible. FBI agent Ken Williams of the Phoenix, Arizona field office sent an urgent message to FBI headquarters in July of 2001. This message was described in the Congressional Joint Inquiry's report, Top Secret in the Communication. The agent expressed his concerns, based on his first-hand knowledge, that there was a coordinated effort underway to send students to the United States for civil aviation-related training. He noted that an inordinate number of individuals of investigative interest was in this type of training in Arizona and expressed his suspicion that this was an effort to establish a cadre of individuals in civil aviation who would conduct future terrorist activity. Page 20, red flag. One might think that a cable like this would launch serious action, but the report goes on to say that the cable was ignored at FBI headquarters. The FBI field agent in Phoenix made another observation: top secret, these people don't come back to Arizona because of the sunshine, or they like the state. I believe that something was established there, and I think it's been there for a long time. We are working very hard to identify that structure. Page 172, red flag. That structure could very well be the Pinal Air Park. In 2005, after the tips from pilots under contract from the intelligence community, I personally took a trip out to Arizona and located the airport where they had been assigned, near Marana, Arizona, between Tucson and Phoenix. I confirmed what they had relayed to me. There was a massive intelligence community air operation with 6 Boeing 747s being loaded with cargo all day, while Black Hawk helicopters and C-130 cargo planes buzzed throughout the night on flight training missions. I was not allowed past the entrance gate that had armed guards posted. But as I moved around the perimeter fencing, I saw dozens of Boeing airliners parked around the field. There were at least 6 Boeing 757s and 6 Boeing 767s. This was surely the perfect covert training ground for the hijackers. Now we begin to see the men behind the curtain. Subtle misdirections by Bush administration appointees have been highly effective in throwing investigators off track. The following exchange is an example. Top secret FBI Director Mueller appeared to concur with CIA Director George Tenet. While here, the hijackers effectively operated without suspicion, triggering nothing that would have alerted law enforcement and doing nothing that exposed them to domestic coverage. As far as we know, they contacted no known terrorist sympathizers in the United States. Page 168, red flag. But for the next 2 pages, 168 to 170, the inquiry countered Mueller's claim by listing several findings of a team of possible logistical and tactical planners. Top secret, however, the joint inquiry review of documents and interviews of FBI personnel indicate that the 6 hijackers who served as leaders and facilitators of the September 11 attacks were not isolated in the United States, but instead maintained a number of contacts in the United States before September 11. Although the extent to which the persons with whom they were in contact in the United States were aware of the September 11 plot is unknown, it is clear that those persons provided some of the hijackers while they prepared for the attacks. These contacts in the United States helped the hijackers find housing, open bank accounts, obtain driver's licenses, locate flight schools, and facilitate transactions. Page 170, red flag. We already know the hijackers' aviation contacts were meeting at the Saudi consulate. Now we see Mueller providing erroneous testimony about the logistical team that FBI field agents had reported to FBI headquarters on 5 separate occasions. 22. The joint inquiry would call Mueller back in for a hearing in October of 2002, where he was asked to explain his earlier testimony. Mueller is quoted on page 170, top secret, when I say that the hijackers did nothing that exposed them to domestic coverage, and when I say that the hijackers contacted no known terrorist sympathizers in the United States, I meant in the context of the hijackers not contacting, before September 11, terrorist sympathizers on whom we had technical or other forms of coverage. I can assure the committee that I had no intent to mislead. Page 170, red flag. No intent to mislead. Here's what the chairman of the Congressional Inquiry said about Mueller. His in 2004 book, Intelligence Matters, the White House was determined to cover up Saudi involvement and had found an eager accomplice in FBI Director Robert Mueller. Mueller was directly involved in the effort to hide the truth. 7. Capitalizing on terror, the tooth hanging on a chain around the neck of A.B. Buzzy Krongard came, according to legend, from a great white shark that he had punched in the jaw. The shark's picture was hung in the office of the number 3 man at CIA, who was appointed executive director in March 2001, 6 months prior to 9/11. One Krongard was appointed after a career in which he was credited with building up one of America's oldest and most successful investment banking firms, Alex. Brown. Imagine the possibilities for a man with complete access to secret government intelligence and endless connections in stock and commodities trading. To a Princeton alum, an ex-Marine and the legendary puncher of the Great White, Krongard was rumored to have been working with the CIA during his entire tenure with Alex. Brown. Scahill reported that the strange mix of high finance and CIA connections led Krongard to push for a new firm within the agency that would specialize in intelligence venture capitalism, in other words, a unit that could take real monetary bets on future trends and events, including, for example, the next big terrorist attack. And according to a former Blackwater executive, Buzzy Krongard, and Blackwater CEO Eric Prince are good buddies. 3. In his book Blackwater, investigative author Jeremy Scahill reported that the first no-bid contract was handed to Blackwater from CIA through Buzzy Krongard in April 2002, a $5.4 million no-bid deal to provide 20 security guards at the Kabul CIA station for 6 months. Krongard stated that he talked to Prince about the contract, but couldn't remember who called whom and was not sure which came first, the chicken or the egg. 4. But wait, Blackwater and the CIA are major players at Arizona's Pinal Air Park, where covert training is conducted and where Boeing 757s and Boeing 767s were parked during the spring and summer of 2001. The Blackwater CEO has his fleet of airplanes training at Pinal, and now Buzzy Krongard is linked to a major worldwide investment firm. These connections come to the forefront when we consider a series of strange stock trades involving United and American Airlines. Anyone with foreknowledge of the 9/11 attacks would, of course, have had an opportunity to capitalize with trades in stocks and commodities futures. Either these hijackers were placing bets that they wouldn't be able to collect, or someone damn close to the operation was parlaying inside information about the tactical plan. The Wall Street Journal and the San Francisco Chronicle reported that on September 6 and 7, 2001, put options speculating that United Airlines stock would go down were purchased through Deutsche Bank/Alex. Brown, the same firm previously managed by Krongard. An enormous increase over normal sales activity placed 4,744 put options versus 396 calls. 5. On the day before the attack, September 10, 2001, 4,416 put options were purchased on American Airlines, compared with 748 calls, on the same day that Reuters reported airline stocks were poised to take off. In both cases, the traders never cashed in the winnings and the FBI was unable to trace the amazingly insightful investors. 6. No other airlines displayed these lopsided trading patterns. The New York Times reported that the head of the Alex. Brown unit of Deutsche Bank, which had its offices in the WTC, abruptly resigned from a $30 million, 3-year contract on September 12, 2001. 7. The American exchanges that handle these trades, primarily the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, or CBOE, and the NYSE, know on a daily basis what levels of put options are purchased. Put options are highly leveraged bets, tying up blocks of stock, that a given stock's share price will fall dramatically. To quote 60 Minutes from September 19, 2001, sources tell CBS News that the afternoon before the attack, alarm bells were sounding over unusual trading in the U.S. stock options market. The transactions that week could not have been planned and carried out without a certain knowledge, particularly heavy trading in oil and gold futures, said Germany's Bundesbank chief, Ernst Welke. 8. Unusual trading? A jump in UAL put options above normal between September 6 and September 10, and 285 times higher than average on the Thursday before the attack. A jump in American Airlines put options 60 times above normal on the day before the attacks. No similar trading occurred on any other airlines. A Bloomberg business report and the Institute for Counterterrorism, or ICT, confirmed these findings. 9. Morgan Stanley saw, between September 7 and 10, an increase of 27 times on put options on its shares. Merrill Lynch saw a jump of more than 12 times the normal level of put options in the 4 trading days before the attacks. This could very well be insider trading at the worst, most horrific, most evil use you've ever seen in your entire life. This would be one of the most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind if it was a coincidence, said Dylan Ratigan of Bloomberg Business News. 10. Interviewed on Good Morning Texas on September 20, I saw put call numbers higher than I've ever seen in 10 years of following the markets, particularly the options markets, said John Kinyukan, principal of Broadband Research. Jonathan Weiner, an ABC News consultant, said, "It's absolutely unprecedented to see cases of insider trading covering the entire world from Japan, to the US, to North America, to Europe." 11. Andreas von Bülow, a former member of the German parliament responsible for oversight of Germany's intelligence services, estimated the worldwide amount of the trading bets at $15 billion. CBS News gave a conservative estimate of $100 million. 12. Not a single U.S. or foreign investigative agency has announced any arrests or developments in the investigation of these trades, even though former Securities and Exchange Commission Enforcement Chief William McLucas told Bloomberg News that regulators would certainly be able to track down every trade. 13. 8. Leaving Las Vegas. It takes a close reading of an innocuous-looking statement within the 9/11 Commission's report to realize that a huge entourage of the longtime Saudi intelligence minister, the notorious Prince Turki al-Faisal, was somewhere in the United States prior to and on September 11, 2001. Tucked in the back of the Commission's report, and later removed, was an account of 3 separate chartered airliners carrying about 100 Arab men, mostly Saudis, from Las Vegas on midnight transatlantic flights beginning on September 19. We now have evidence that the former head of Saudi Arabia's secret police was near Las Vegas during the time that the 9/11 Commission could not explain why all the hijackers had made trips to Las Vegas in the months leading up to 9/11. As reported by the FBI field agent from the Phoenix field office, he had personally witnessed an inordinate number of individuals of investigative interest engaged in flight training in Arizona and expressed his suspicion that this was an effort to establish a cadre of individuals in civil aviation who would conduct future terrorist activity. In fact, the roster of Saudi officials in the United States on September 11 raises more red flags. These included the Saudi Defense Minister, the Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Saudi Minister of Aviation and the head of Dalla Avco Group, the Saudi aviation firm that operated Boeing jetliners for the Saudi government. This was in addition to Saudi Prince Bandar, the close friend of President Bush, who was sending checks to 2 hijackers' bank accounts and who was the Saudi ambassador to the United States on September 11. Also, the head of 2 of Saudi Arabia's holiest mosques stayed at the same hotel as the all-Saudi hijackers of A-77, at the Marriott Residence Inn in Herndon, Virginia, on the night of September 10. 2. In the week after the attack, there were at least 5 chartered flights with high-ranking Saudi officials that left from Las Vegas, Newark, Boston, and Washington, all cities, by the way, with direct links to the hijackings. By September 24, 2001, they had all returned home to the kingdom. In 2002, the British Observer reported that the widely feared Prince Turki al-Faisal had a long relationship with the U.S. intelligence community. 3. Of great interest is the Observer's reporting that pilot/hijacker Mohammed Atta had meetings in early 2000 with Prince Turki's agents in Hamburg, Germany, and we see that Atta left Hamburg soon after. 4. Atta's destination after this reported meeting with Turki's agents in Hamburg was Huffman Aviation, the small school in Venice, Florida where Atta began basic flight training. He was soon joined by Zia Jarrah and Marwin al-Shahai, the hijacker pilots on United 93 and United 175. They told people in Venice that they were bodyguards with the Saudi government and needed to learn to fly airplanes as part of a security team for the Saudi monarchy. 5. Prince Turki displays a great confidence in methods that Saudi intelligence has allegedly employed in the past. It doesn't take a genius to know that this 9/11 hit was right up his alley and something that causes a wry smile to form on his face. In one interview, he asserts that he can make anything happen and no one would ever know who was behind it. 6. Although the former head of Saudi intelligence was sued by September 11 victims' families for being involved in the attack, he was defended by James Baker III's law firm and the case was thrown out on technical grounds. 7. The prince's entourage in the United States during the summer of 2001 entailed a perfect opportunity to get the needed Saudi Boeing flight instructors into the country, and out after the attacks without anyone interviewing them. The chartered departures from Las Vegas were a 4-engine DC-8 for Geneva on September 19, 2001, with 69 passengers, including 46 Saudis, a Boeing 727 for England with 18 Saudis on September 20, and on September 23, a jumbo Lockheed L-1011 for Paris. Only 34 passengers were listed on that plane, which has a capacity of nearly 400. On that flight was Prince Turki. 8. No one in the FBI ever confirmed who cleared these flights to leave without interviewing one passenger. Prince Bandar said on Meet the Press in September 2001 that the FBI cleared the flights. Again and again we see a broad term used to explain major discrepancies. When a Saudi prince announces that the FBI cleared the flights, all questions are magically answered. Prince Turki and Prince Bandar have more connections to Arabic-speaking Boeing flight instructors than anyone else in the world. The means and opportunity to slip the hijackers into Penal Airpark or other facilities for training were theirs. The motive was a world-changing event. The Saudis would benefit greatly not only from the targeting of their nemesis Al-Qaeda, but from an American invasion of Iraq, one that they had promoted after the First Gulf War. Dick Cheney would guarantee Prince Bandar that America was going to invade Iraq months before anyone informed the U.S. Congress. 9. In November 2001, Prince Turki expressed his public support for the U.S. operation in Afghanistan, referring to Al-Qaeda as an evil cult. By calling out bin Laden for complicity in the attacks, he would be helping to sick the world against this greatest enemy, an enemy that has made several assassination attempts against the Saudi royal family. In the winter of 1998, 3 buried suitcases had been found in Saudi Arabia containing 9 Sagar missiles. The Saudis learned that Al-Qaeda was intending them for use against the royal family. Former FBI Director Louis Freeh told The New Yorker, "From where I sat and from what I knew, Al-Qaeda was more a threat to Saudi Arabia than to the US, and bin Laden's whole focus was on toppling the royal family and getting the US forces out of Saudi Arabia." 10. Jet America. In 1983, I was hired by a Learjet charter company based at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans. Although we were a legitimate charter operation, rumors were that we were really a front and money laundry for a major group of political players involved in a series of questionable special activities. After about a year with the company, I began flying a wise guy named Barry Seal, a gregarious man of 40 with a quick wit and photographic memory. In the early 1980s, Barry was becoming a legend around the backwaters of southeast Louisiana. Local pilots had all heard the rumors that Mr. Seal was a covert agent of God only knew which government agency. He had accumulated a wide assortment of airplanes and helicopters and would appear out of nowhere at Lakefront or any other Gulf Coast airport and disappear just as quickly, usually in a black Mercedes or Black Hughes helicopter. For the next 6 months, I would be Barry Seal's Geronimo line, his air escape route in a dangerous drug enforcement agency mission to capture Pablo Escobar, a notorious Colombian who ran the Medellin drug cartel. I flew his Learjet 23, a 6-seat rocket ship that had enough room for Seal, 2 politicians, and 2 Toomey suitcases. I figured he was either one hell of a suitcase salesman or was running cash all over North and Central America. Soon, I was catapulted into a wild world of coordinated activity within a cloud of secrecy. Our operation took us all over the country and I was trained to leave no tracks. Everything from jet fuel to hotel suites was paid for out of a seemingly endless supply of cold cash. Flying for Barry was never routine, and wherever we went there were always armed guards, their gun handles protruding above the belt in the back. They would patrol our driving routes and station themselves around any hotel where we stayed. Anywhere we went, Barry would hand me a new digital beeper and I was never certain when it would light up with orders to launch. Those orders were always short and specific. He expected that I arrive not a minute early and not a minute late. It might be 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, but I was always to have one engine running and the entry door unlocked. Once Barry was safely inside the plane, he would roar, "Haul ass," and I would immediately taxi to the runway and get us airborne, the true destination a mystery until we were in our hideout, the dark blue stratosphere 40,000 feet up. I had no idea who might be in pursuit, but I knew that I didn't want to find out even as I tried, but usually failed, to anticipate SEAL's next move. As the mission to capture Escobar progressed, Barry began telling me of a second assignment. We would soon be flying cargo for Uncle, which was his term for our covert government operation. One morning, we launched from Lakefront and flew to Columbus, Ohio, and over the next few weeks, courtesy of the American taxpayers, the Ohio National Guard arranged many things for us. One of which was a training course for Mr. SEAL on the 4-engine Lockheed C-123 Provider, a Vietnam-era military cargo plane. A few weeks later, on a warm Key West night in June 1984, I stood on the tarmac next to the Lear and watched as the Provider was loaded with crate after crate of M16s and ammunition. The work was precise and clean. 6 athletic men, all dressed in black, loaded the entire plane in less than 10 minutes. After the weaponry came lawn mowers, a dozen weed whackers, some covered pallets, and finally 2 shiny new Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All of this had come out of a Ryder rental truck, and all of it was done in a flash. The loaders quickly jumped back into the truck and sped away as the gates to the tarmac opened just long enough to let the anonymous truck out. In a blink, there was no sign that anything had ever happened. For months, I flew in this bubble of strange activity. I knew that landing in the middle of the night at all kinds of remote airports with nary a visit nor a word from any form of local law enforcement meant that this special activity had a special green light. 2 years later, after I began my airline career, all of the newspapers reported that Barry SEAL had been gunned down in a mobster-type hit. Then one day I just happened to see a congressional hearing on television. The man that ran our operation was testifying before Congress. I could hardly believe my eyes or ears. Was this possible? Here was Mr. John Cathy as I had never seen him, wearing a United States Marines uniform and speaking with high-flown patriotism, of taking orders directly from President Reagan. I knew he was lying, and sure enough, he was ultimately convicted of lying to Congress. His new name was mysterious. Everyone was referring to John Cathy as someone else, as Marine Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. One with only casual interest, I became aware that our activities back in 1984 were a major part of something called the Iran-Contra scandal. My interest slowly transformed into years of deep research. In 1995, I began writing a novel based on my personal experiences of the Contra affair and my year flying with Barry SEAL. It took me 5 years to understand who was behind the operation. Through congressional records and published first-hand accounts, it became evident that this group behind the Contra operation was run out of Vice President George Bush's office in 1984. Just 4 years later, Bush and the intelligence community had control of the United States executive branch. From 1988 to 1992, George Bush was the President of the United States, and by 1998, a troubling scenario was developing. His son, George W., the governor of Texas, had become a candidate to be the next President of the United States. I wrote with a sense of urgency, a warning that this Bush group would spell a disaster for America. But with nearly daily discoveries of Bush-related bank heists like BCCI and the savings and loan scandal, the writing of the book encountered delays. I would not finish until after Jr. was elected president and after the revolutionary day that was 9/11. For me personally, since the election in 2000, it's been like watching 2 trains collide. On September 11th, the sick feeling that I had was of personal failure to get the story out in time. In the research of the Contra operation, it became apparent that Barry Seal was running arms, cash, and contraband under Marine Colonel Oliver North under the direction of Vice President George Bush. Obviously, there were high crimes committed that warranted congressional hearings, which led to Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. After a 5-year investigation, Walsh wrote that there was a vast, lucrative international arms and drug trafficking market had prospered just below President Reagan too. When the case was set for trial in late 1992, Bush was president and he simply pardoned all 6 defendants on Christmas Eve. There would be no trial, no oaths, no anything. They got away with it, but as we revisit this Contra scandal in the next 2 chapters, we begin to see that major players in the dirty deeds of the 1980s will reappear in the 9/11 evidence. Some things don't change. Most interesting is the collaboration between U.S. Special Activities and Saudi Prince Bandar bin Sultan. 10 2-for-1 scandals. Anyone born before 1960 may remember Iran-Contra, the Reagan administration's biggest scandal of the 1980s. As a minor player in the Contra side of this operation, and a 20-year researcher of these special activities, I can tell you a few things that over the years seem to have been lost. For starters, these were 2 completely separate operations. Most important is that Ronald Reagan had little to do with either. Both scandals began and ended at the Vice President's office, where the former CIA director and his personal attorney, James Baker III, who had slipped in as Reagan's chief of staff, ran both operations. These 2 fellas immediately began setting up a secret government from the day they rode Reagan's coattails into Washington in early 1981. America has never been the same. The Iran portion of the 1984 Iran-Contra scandal involved the covert illegal sale of missiles and other arms to the Khomeini-led Iranian government during the Iran-Iraq War. While Reagan and his Secretary of State, George Shultz, announced Operation Staunch, the administration's international campaign to stop all countries from selling arms to the terrorist state of Iran, what were Baker and our vice president doing down in the White House basement? Selling arms to the Iranians. The Contra portion involved arming terrorists who were bombing farms and villages in Nicaragua. Contras was the romantic term for the counter-revolutionaries of corporate America's friend, the iron-fisted dictator Somoza, who had been successful in keeping labor costs at peasant levels for American enterprises in rubber and fruit, but had been booted out by a new democratic movement led by Daniel Ortega. The U.S. Congress, after many debates on arming the Contras, decided against any funding at all. Congress passed 2 initiatives, the Boland Amendments I and II, specifically prohibiting any U.S. involvement in funding or aiding the Contras. It didn't buy the White House argument that Ortega's Nicaragua was a threat to the United States. In fact, history shows that there was never a threat. The stories generated by Baker and Bush about the Soviets supplying arms to Nicaragua all proved to have been manufactured. One Bush ran a quasi-government in Reagan's basement at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue with a dozen staff members, led by Oliver North and his assistant Fawn Hall. Reagan had no idea what was happening in the covert office below. When the scandal broke, North and Hall began a week-long cover-up by shredding thousands of documents in the White House basement. 2. When we take the time to study these 2 separate impeachable high crimes orchestrated by the same fellows, Vice President George H.W. Bush, Chief of Staff to the President James Baker and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, we might realize that the false pointing to Reagan would provide hints about what happened in the case of 9/11. The method of committing an egregious crime and providing a false point away from the true criminals has worked repeatedly. In the case of Iran-Contra, Bush and Baker sent the media on a wild goose chase with questions about how much President Reagan knew. The answer is that he didn't know enough about who was leading him around. They used our president as the decoy. Now, in the year 2012, we see that Bush Sr. and Baker were the men behind the curtain, laying the foundation of our present-day intelligence community. A further observation is that Bush Jr. and Dick Cheney drained our treasury over a span of 8 years and left their successors with a financial disaster. $12 trillion plus the normal taxpayer contributions were all spent. They left office just about the time the first late notice arrived. Good luck, brah. 11 executive orders. One of history's most successful partnerships has been that between the winners of the 1958 Houston Country Club Men's Tennis Doubles Championship. Of the partners, one was a 34-year-old Connecticut native and United States Senator's son with a narrow focus on becoming President of the United States. The other was a well-connected third-generation Houston lawyer, only 28, who would go on to master the superpower game. These two would sign Ridgeeyes as the world's most powerful political duo. George Herbert Walker Bush and James A. Baker III would evolve into a two-headed power monster. 122 years later, in the 1980 presidential campaign, Bush's tennis partner had become his campaign manager. In a major push for their first shot at the American presidency, they lost badly to former California Governor Ronald Reagan. Nevertheless, they would find a way to take the reins of the real White House agenda and the Treasury for the next 12 years. As Reagan looked toward the general election against an embattled Jimmy Carter, an insistent voice was emerging from the East Coast upper-crust establishment. Major donors began whispering the name of George Bush and alluding to his amazing ties to a vast combine involving Texas Oil, the CIA, and Wall Street. Against Reagan's original inclinations, Bush, who had lambasted him in the primaries by labeling his vision voodoo economics, was chosen as the running mate, and the geopolitically balanced ticket won a landslide victory. After the election and before Reagan took the oath of office, a smooth play was made on the president-elect that would swap out major parts of the Reagan agenda for the plans of members of the Houston and Kennebunkport country clubs. Ed Meese, Reagan's friend, campaign manager, and fellow Californian, was Reagan's first choice to be the chief of staff. But in the first critical move, Reagan was told that Bush's campaign manager and attorney James Baker would be a better choice because of his expertise in the fine print department, which would, in theory, save the new White House many headaches. Reagan bought it, and on January 15, 1981, James Baker slipped into the large White House office while Meese was given a smaller office and the manufactured title of counselor to the president, with cabinet rank. Baker, the chief of staff to the president, and Vice President Bush now held keys to all of America's military and intelligence agencies. The ex-Marine lawyer from America's oil capital and the former head of Central Intelligence now held the reins of the United States government. First on the hit list was American labor. The air traffic controllers had overwhelmingly voted for Reagan, but were soon dumped and replaced by non-union workers. Of course, years later, those replacement workers were demanding a union, but the damage had been done and the tone set. Reagan, former head of the Screen Actors Guild, began to appear confused at his own actions against a union he had vowed to support. A silent, confounding shift went unnoticed by most American voters. While Reagan gave great speeches with positive messages accented with humor and perhaps the best timing of any politician in U.S. history, Bush and Baker slipped into the White House basement to build a covert government with CIA, DIA and Black Ops assets. Today, this operation is called the intelligence community. In the first year of this administration, the revolution began with a most interesting executive order that was signed by President Reagan, an order handed to him, along with an ink pen, by James Baker. It basically gave the intelligence community the authority to do anything they deemed necessary and the legal right to deny these activities. Reagan signed the Executive Order 12333 in December of 1981. EO 12333, a major alteration to the American Constitution, would lay the foundation for the revolutionary change. Bush Jr. signed another executive order in 2004 that paved the way for more defined intelligence community authority. EO 13355 ensures that all intelligence goes through one man, the Director of National Intelligence, before it gets to the President. What's the President going to say when the DNI says he can kill a super terrorist? When the DNI told President Obama in 2011 that Special Ops was in a position to capture Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, the President was in a precarious situation. If he said no, he was screwed. Perhaps what he should have said was this: okay, you have him surrounded, let's see some surveillance photos, let's see some proof. Today, as a result, the intelligence community is basically running the United States government. This would be called a revolution away from our Constitution. The people who have made these changes are, by constitutional definition, domestic enemies. Domestic enemies of the U.S. Constitution, regardless of status or position, past or present, are those who manipulate the law or lawmakers to violate the principles of freedom which our founders and patriots have fought for. They are those who remove the safeguards and rights it contains. They are those who distort, circumvent, or in any way threaten the original intention of the Constitution, minimize its sovereignties, infringe upon state and individual rights, usurp authority, advance or tolerate tyranny by any branch, legislative, executive, or judicial, who conceal or promote such treason, or provide immunity or pardons for such. 512 The Invisibles. After Congress specifically and expressly banned U.S. funds for the Contras in 1984, we can now see that much of the intelligence community's financial issues were solved by Prince Bandar bin Sultan of Saudi Arabia. As we have seen, Prince Bandar also solved the financial issues of the 9/11 hijackers through accounts traced to him at the Riggs Bank in Washington in 2001. In a letter that Ollie North wrote to Prince Bandar, as reported by William Simpson in 2006 in The Prince, The Secret Story of the World's Most Intriguing Royal, Prince Bandar bin Sultan, we see, my friend, next week, a sum in excess of $20 million will be deposited in the usual account. It should allow us to bridge the gap between now and when the vote is taken and the funds are turned on again. In fact, those funds from Congress would never be turned on again. North wrote that the money should be used to redeploy and hide Contra forces. These forces would be involved in brutally assaulting the Nicaraguan working class. This new money will provide great flexibility we have not enjoyed to date and help train the forces, training that Barry Seal was supervising, and volunteers to develop a regular air resupply operation. North later confirmed that it was a deal that was never supposed to be exposed to the light of day, nor was the fact that Saudi Arabia was the key financier. One Bandar was quoted as saying, in The Prince, that he knew this deal was politically dicey. North would testify in front of Congress that Bandar had sought to keep under wraps his role in funneling millions through a Swiss bank account, and he was promised we were going to keep it a secret, and we tried. When the secret was spilled, the Contras special prosecutor started asking embarrassing questions and Bandar refused to cooperate, claiming diplomatic immunity. That's all it took to stop the questioning. To Prince Bandar, on October 21, 1986 would issue the following statement from the Saudi embassy in Washington: Saudi Arabia is not and has not been involved either directly or indirectly in any military or other support activity of any kind for or in connection with any group or groups concerned with Nicaragua. 3. Oh really? Reagan was quoted as saying, after hearing about the illegal arms shipments, if such a story gets out, we'll all be hanging by our thumbs in front of the White House. For believing he had the full support of the White House, Bandar watched the congressional hearings on television and the testimony of then National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. Funny things happen when national security advisors are placed under oath, they tend to tell the truth. McFarlane testified, it became pretty obvious to the Saudi ambassador, that his country would gain a considerable amount of favor, and frankly, they thought it was the right thing to do. They would provide the support when Congress cut its funding for the Contras off. McFarland continued, in May or June of 1984, Seal began the flight from Key West on June 6. The foreign official he later identified Bandar offered to donate to the Contra cause. 5. Prince Bandar explained in The Prince about the congressional testimony of his former friend, the National Security Advisor. He spilled his guts and let me down. The time I lied to the media I said, we have nothing to do with it and America never talked to me about it, because that is what he and I agreed to say. I said to him, look, I don't care what the truth is, if you're going to tell some story, let's tell it together. If it's a lie, then let's lie together. If it's the truth, then let's tell the same story. But you're going to kill yourself or me if we tell different stories. 6. Bandar continued with his outrage at McFarlane, and he sits in front of the whole world in Congress and says, "I must confess, Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia called me one day and said, 'Come on over, we want to help you and the Contras, can we give you 25 million?' Bandar continued, "He not only lied, because I didn't give a damn about the Contras, I didn't even know where Nicaragua was, but he came to me in the middle of the night saying, 'Look, we need help, etc., etc., and I said, fine, but has the president authorized this?' McFarlane said, 'I will take you there to see him and he will say thank you.' I said, fine, that's all I need." 7. After James Baker pointed down to North and lesser players, Ollie showed up at congressional hearings in his Marine uniform and the bewildered country could only see a very patriotic young soldier who was just doing what his president wished. He was later indicted on 16 felony counts and only convicted of 3, aiding and abetting in the obstruction of a congressional inquiry, destruction of documents and accepting an illegal gratuity. 8. He was given a 3-year prison sentence, which was suspended, a $150,000 fine and 1,200 hours of community service. On July 20, 1990, however, all the convictions were overturned by a federal appeals court and the sentences were vacated. In 1996, prize-winning investigative journalist Gary Webb wrote a series for the San Jose Mercury News that linked North's project to the CIA and further to the distribution of crack cocaine in the 1980s into Los Angeles, the profits having been funneled to the Contras. Webb found that the influx of Nicaraguan-supplied cocaine had fueled the widespread crack epidemic that swept through urban areas. In 1998, CIA Inspector General Frederick Hitz confirmed much of what Webb had alleged, reporting that Contra-related entities involved in the drug trade had been protected from law enforcement by the Reagan-Bush administration. 9. On December 11, 2004, Gary Webb died from 2 gunshot wounds to the head, shots described in media reports as self-inflicted, an unprecedented feat. 10. A congressional report on the scandal stated that the administration exhibited secrecy, deception, and disdain for the law. 11. Congress noted that President Reagan had been unaware of most, if not all, of the illicit activity, leaving Vice President Bush and Baker as the highest-ranking covert operators. Mysteriously, the congressional investigators didn't probe into the Bush claim that he was out of the loop. Large volumes of documents relating to the scandal were destroyed or withheld from investigators by administration officials. With the official White House podium churning out confusing disinformation, Reagan became labeled as the Teflon president. The U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs reported in 1988 that members of the State Department who provided support for the Contras were involved in drug trafficking, and elements of the Contras themselves knowingly received financial and material assistance from drug traffickers. 12. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1989 concluded that senior U.S. policymakers were not immune to the idea that drug money was a perfect solution to the Contras' funding problems. 13. The congressional report, known as the Tower Commission, nicknamed from Texas Senator John Tower, went on to say that the Contra drug links included payments to drug traffickers by the U.S. State Department of funds authorized by the Congress for humanitarian assistance to the Contras, in some cases after the traffickers had been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on drug charges, in others while traffickers were under active investigation by these same agencies. 14. Former DIA agents testified that drug trafficking was conducted with full knowledge of the CIA. The agents further alleged that investigations were hindered by U.S. government agencies. 15. Once again, congressional inquiries found alarming criminal evidence against this surging power in the intelligence community, but for some odd reason, the media refused to present these issues to the American taxpayer. Is this really a group that you'd want to give the keys to the United States Treasury? On January 29, 1997, the Wall Street Journal reported on activities at the Mena, Arkansas, airport that involved then-Governor Bill Clinton in a cover-up of illegal drug trading activity. 15 Mena, Arkansas was the spook hub for unmarked weapons going out and cocaine coming in. This led to the 1980s explosion of cocaine and crack. The article stated, at the center of the web of speculation spun around Mena, Arkansas, are a few undisputed facts. One of the most successful drug informants in U.S. history, smuggler Barry Seal, based his air operation at Mena. At the height of his career, he was importing as much as 1,000 pounds of cocaine per month, and had a personal fortune estimated at more than $50 million. After becoming an informant for the Drug Enforcement Administration, he worked at least once with the CIA, in a Sandinista drug sting. He was gunned down by Colombian hitmen in Baton Rouge, LA, in 1986. Meanwhile, the special prosecutor had been collecting evidence on the scandal for the past 6 years. It appeared that George Bush and his gang were in deep trouble with indictments of 6 of his lieutenants. This added to his re-election defeat to Bill Clinton in November spelled doom for George Bush. Finally, we would get them all under oath, and all of the illegal matters of secret armies, secret cocaine smuggling, and all the items we will see in the next chapter would have been exposed. But, wouldn't you know, on Christmas Eve of 1992, shortly before leaving office, President George H.W. Bush pardoned all 6 defendants in the scandal: Elliott Abrams, Dwayne R. Claridge, Alan Fears, Claire George, Robert C. McFarlane, and Caspar W. Weinberger. Elliott Abrams had pleaded guilty to obstructing justice. In 2001, President George W. Bush appointed Abrams as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director on the National Security Council for Near East and North African Affairs. In 2011, intelligence insider Steve Pieczenik said that Abrams was a Bush administration operative in the false flag on September 11, along with Cheney and Rice. 16 John Poindexter had been convicted of multiple felony counts for conspiracy, obstruction of justice, lying to Congress, defrauding the government, and the alteration and destruction of evidence. In 2001, President George W. Bush named him his director of the Information Awareness Office. 17 John Kathy/Ollie North can be seen on national television as a Fox News icon, having come within a whisker of being elected U.S. Senator from Virginia in 1994. On election eve, Nancy Reagan told a reporter that North had lied repeatedly to her husband about Iran-Contra. 18 Lawrence E. Walsh's On the Pardons, New York Times article on December 25, 1992, Merry Christmas. 6 years after the Arms for Hostages scandal began to cast a shadow that would darken 2 administrations, President Bush today granted full pardons to 6 former officials in Ronald Reagan's administration, including former Defense Secretary Caspar W. Weinberger. Mr. Weinberger was scheduled to stand trial on January 5, 1993 on charges that he lied to Congress about his knowledge of the arms sales to Iran and efforts by other countries to help underwrite the Nicaraguan rebels, a case that was expected to focus on Mr. Weinberger's private notes that contain references to Mr. Bush's endorsement of the secret shipments to Iran. In one remaining facet of the inquiry, the independent prosecutor, Lawrence E. Walsh, plans to review a 1986 campaign diary kept by Mr. Bush. Mr. Walsh has characterized the president's failure to turn over the diary until now as misconduct. Decapitated Walsh efforts, but in a single stroke, Mr. Bush swept away 1 conviction, 3 guilty pleas, and 2 pending cases, virtually decapitating what was left of Mr. Walsh's effort, which began in 1986. Mr. Bush's decision was announced by the White House in a printed statement after the president left for Camp David, where he will spend the Christmas holiday. Mr. Walsh bitterly condemned the president's action, charging that the Iran-Contra cover-up, which has continued for more than 6 years, has now been completed. Mr. Walsh directed his heaviest fire at Mr. Bush over the pardon of Mr. Weinberger, whose trial would have given the prosecutor a last chance to explore the role in the affair of senior Reagan officials, including Mr. Bush's actions as vice president. Evidence of conspiracy. Mr. Walsh hinted that Mr. Bush's pardon of Mr. Weinberger and the president's own role in the affair could be related. For the first time, he charged that Mr. Weinberger's notes about the secret decision to sell arms to Iran, A central piece of evidence in the case against the former Pentagon chief included evidence of a conspiracy among the highest-ranking Reagan administration officials to lie to Congress and the American public. The prosecutor charged that Mr. Weinberger's efforts to hide his notes may have forestalled impeachment proceedings against President Reagan and formed part of a pattern of deception and obstruction. On December 11, Mr. Walsh said he discovered misconduct in Mr. Bush's failure to turn over what the prosecutor said were the president's own highly relevant contemporaneous notes, despite repeated requests for such documents. The notes, in the form of a campaign diary that Mr. Bush compiled after the elections in November 1986, are in the process of being turned over to Mr. Walsh, who said, in light of President Bush's own misconduct, "We are gravely concerned about his decision to pardon others who lied to Congress and obstructed official investigations." End of passage. As for George H. W. Bush, on April 26, 1999, a seemingly rather uninteresting event took place in Langley, Virginia, when the Central Intelligence Agency's headquarters were given a new name. Oddly enough, the building was named for a man who had served as CIA director only 1 year. It was named for a man who had been knee-deep in Iran-Contra, BCCI, and more during his term as Vice President of the United States. As for the celebrated war on drugs, while Nancy and Ronald Reagan were mounting a campaign to just say no to drugs in the early 1980s, the Bush covert operation was supplying cocaine in epidemic proportions to America with a pipeline from Colombia using contractors like Barry Seal. This is just some of the special activities that were found in the Bush-Baker years. Later, in Chapter 19, we will see more shocking accounts of bank heists with reports of arms, gold, and drug smuggling. 13 special activities. In hindsight, Barry Seal may have been one of the original members of a very successful covert group who have become the rainmakers of the United States intelligence community. Let's take a look at the elite unit known as the Special Activities Division. When we study the activities of this group, we learn that they are the thread that connects with every piece of the unverifiable accounts of 9/11, accounts that produce contradictions and decoys away from verifiable evidence. If we compare the methods and history of this group to Osama bin Laden, it is safe to conclude that this group actually has the capability to pull off a coordinated aerial attack and blame it on anyone they wish, while bin Laden's capabilities have been limited to crude bombings and beheadings. Quoting from passages in the Washington Post series Secret America, we find that the Special Activities Division is a division of the United States Central Intelligence Agency's National Clandestine Service responsible for covert operations, black operations, and other special activities, including covert political action and paramilitary special operations. Within Special Activities, there are two separate groups, one for paramilitary operations and another for political action. The Political Action Group is responsible for covert activities related to political influence, and psychological and economic warfare. The rapid development of technology has added cyber warfare to their mission. A large covert operation usually has components that involve many, or all, of these categories, as well as paramilitary operations. The division is supervised by the U.S. Secretary of State. Two Special Operations Group is the element responsible for paramilitary operations. These operations include collection of intelligence in hostile countries and regions, and all high-threat military or intelligence operations with which the U.S. government does not wish to be overtly associated. As such, members of the unit, called paramilitary operations officers, normally do not carry any objects or clothing, example military uniforms, that would associate them with the United States government. If they are compromised during a mission, the government of the United States may deny all knowledge. 3 Special Activities provides the President of the United States with an option when overt military and/or diplomatic actions are not viable or politically feasible and is directly tasked by the President of the United States or the National Security Council at the President's direction. This is unlike any other U.S. Special Mission Force. As the action arm of the NCS, the Special Activities Division conducts military direct action missions such as raids, ambushes, sabotage, targeted killings and unconventional warfare. On high-profile ops they get romantic names like SEAL Team 6. 4. The political action group within special activities conducts the deniable psychological operations known as black propaganda. Propaganda includes leaflets, newspapers, magazines, books, radio, and television, all of which are geared to convey the U.S. message appropriate to the region. In the United States, the most obvious propaganda tool is the news corporation's Fox News and its perpetual circle of disinformation. 5. One of the news corporation's most effective post-9/11 world tactics is planting viruses in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post or the National Geographic Channel, and then quoting the article and expanding the virus with loose, open discussions on TV talk shows like Hannity or The Factor. Incredibly, the news corporation has developed a revolving door between elected officials, Wall Street, and contributors to their hundreds of media outlets. Karl Rove, Ari Fleischer, and all the 9/11 gang are still there, routinely broadcasting to tens of millions of unsuspecting taxpayers. With sexy anchors and swishing sounds, the message is obscure but steady: it's all Obama's fault and we need to continue the American invasion into Iran. Arabs and Muslims are the real bad people. We must kill them all before they come over here and kill all of us. The message is insanity. These techniques have expanded to cover the internet as well. They may employ officers to work as journalists, recruit agents of influence, operate media platforms, plant certain stories or information in places it is hoped it will come to public attention, or seek to deny and/or discredit information that is public knowledge. 6. One statement that rings true was delivered by former CIA Director William Casey. On his deathbed he wrote, "The CIA has every imaginable media outlet covered." 7. If you'd like to see an intelligence agent working today, turn on your TV and know that the Justice and Foreign Affairs correspondents on all major networks, like Andrea Mitchell, married to Alan Greenspan, and Pete Williams, are getting all their intelligence from the same exact source, unnamed officials of intelligence or state that just happen to show up covertly with unverifiable reports. I'm not saying these reporters are spies, but they are reading a script prepared at some point by intelligence officials working out of the George Bush Center of Intelligence. Viewer beware. I published a preliminary report, that was written to airline pilots in more technical terms, entitled False Flag 9/11, How Bush, Cheney and the Saudis Created the Post-9/11 World back in August of 2008 and sold the book through Amazon. Almost immediately, there were a series of reviews from supposed readers that completely distorted the book, claiming that the book was about some crazy missile theory or a controlled demolition of the WTC towers. Those theories popped up just after September 11 and continue with something called the 9/11 Truth Movement. I suspect that this entire movement was planted by the special activities as a gray operation. Once planted, we see people spewing bad information about all types of wild theories. It serves a purpose. For every second spent talking about how the buildings fell is a second that they are not talking about how those planes actually got there or how the Saudi government supported the hijackers. In all such propaganda efforts, black operations denote those in which the audience is to be kept ignorant of the source, white efforts are those in which the originator openly acknowledges himself, and gray operations are those in which the source is partly but not fully acknowledged. 8. Despite the lack of any credible evidence against Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM, the Special Activities Division was directly responsible for the following critical events: the capture of KSM in Pakistan, transportation of KSM to torture facilities around the world, transportation of KSM to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, second-hand testimony of KSM to 9/11 Commission investigators, second-hand confession of KSM that he was the 9/11 mastermind, 183 documented trips to a waterboard to gain this confession. 14 men behind the curtain. The president was not in Washington on September 11. This left the vice president as the de facto commander of the White House response. In theory, Dick Cheney, a former defense secretary, was the perfect person at the perfect time. Note that the initial response by our fighter jet coverage was quick and competent. Isn't it interesting that when the tactical plan began to experience delays, the military went into an inexplicable stall? Most bizarre was the president's attempt to look busy reading the pet code with second graders. Later, the vice president claimed he scrambled more fighter jets, but when we checked 7 separate logs of communication and orders, this claim was unfounded and misleading. 1. The planning, knowledge, and skill required for the mission involved a host of matters large and small, basic and highly esoteric. Somehow the hijackers had confidence that they could defeat airline security with lethal weapons that would just narrowly pass checkpoint scrutiny, as if this matter had been thoroughly tested. The most challenging aspect of conducting an air raid against the United States is defeating our blanket of fighter jet coverage. On any given day, in any given time frame, U.S. fighters may be up and flying within seconds of New York and Washington. Without someone on the inside of our top military commanders, it would be impossible to know where these fighters would be positioned when the attack commenced. Coincidentally, or not, no fighters were airborne on the East Coast on the morning of 9/11. But still, the world's most advanced system of military fighter jets was ready to scramble at a moment's notice, with a variety of lethal missiles capable of taking down any hostile aircraft in short order. It is impossible to explain why, for 2 hours, our fighters were not scrambled to at least intercept and interfere with the raiding planes. As a last resort, which would require approval from our commander-in-chief, fighter pilots could have shot down any hostile plane heading for a populated area. 15. The decoy. Now, let's take another run through the 2002 Congressional Joint Inquiry's report with a different focus. This time, we will see how the inquiry began on page 3 with a preset notion that the matter of guilt had long been decided by the intelligence community and that Osama bin Laden was responsible for the attack. We are led to believe that a man with no country, armed solely with a vague fatwa, was able to defeat a $9 billion a year intelligence community within $1 trillion worth of U.S. national security. Let us note that someone on the inquiry was making a case that bin Laden was responsible for the attack. Someone kept inserting bin Laden as the culprit, and that someone must have had a hand in the editing and writing of this report. Later, we will see exactly who this person was, but for now, let's see what was reported. Once we get past the headline, we find nothing to support the claim that Osama bin Laden defeated, or had any capacity to defeat our domestic fighter jet coverage or to plan anything that resembles a coordinated air raid. Once we get past the mysterious claims, we see no evidence of his involvement in any planning or operational knowledge of the attack. None. Top secret. Osama bin Laden's role in international terrorism had also been well known for some time before September 11. He initially came to the attention of the intelligence community in the early 1990s as a financier of terrorism. However, bin Laden's own words soon provided evidence of the steadily escalating threat to the United States he and his organization posed. In August 1996, he issued a fatwa, or religious decree, authorizing attacks on Western military targets in the Arabian Peninsula. In February 1998, bin Laden issued a second fatwa authorizing attacks on U.S. civilian and military personnel anywhere in the world. Bin Laden's fatwa cited the U.S. military presence in Saudi Arabia and the Persian Gulf, the Palestinian issue and U.S. support for Israel as justification for ordering these attacks. Page 3, red flag. After studying the entire report, this paragraph is used, time and again, as the absolute justification that Osama bin Laden was behind 9/11. The intelligence community's conclusion is based primarily on a fatwa supposedly written to unknown members of a vague organization. Says who? The intelligence community's unnamed analysts. Also, on the bottom of page 3, we get a footnote of sorts about the anthrax scare that added hysteria to an already hysterical scenario. 1,000 words of fear are countered with, top secret to date, no connection has been established between the anthrax attacks and the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Bottom of page 3 in footnote form, red flag. If there is no connection to 9/11, then why is this in the report? The anthrax that was used to scare the hell out of everyone was actually linked to a US military lab in Maryland. 2. But this report has linked a fatwa writer to anthrax, as part of the overall hysteria delivered to the nation. In 2001, Americans were suddenly feeling vulnerable from a host of new enemies and all types of strange weapons. Fox News reported these threats as a real possibility every single day from 9/11 until the American invasion of Iraq. 3. For the next 100 pages we get intelligence from the intelligence community. All frightening quotes about a new breed of terrorism, violent Islamic cells, not linked to any specific country but united in anti-American zeal. Top secret. In January 1996, the Counter-Terrorist Center, CTC, which had been established at CIA in 1986, Reagan-Bush administration, created a special unit that was dedicated to focusing on bin Laden and his associates. The unit quickly determined that he was more than a terrorist financier, and it soon became a hub for expertise on bin Laden and for operations directed against his terrorist network, Al-Qaeda. Officials from the unit, which started with about 16 CIA officers and grew to about 40 officers from throughout the intelligence community prior to September 11, 2011, had unprecedented access to senior agency officials and White House policymakers. Page 4, Red Flag. This confirms that the CTC and the CIA bin Laden unit were actually intelligence community operations under White House control. For the remainder of the report, heavy quotes from these two CIA units are used to counter FBI field agents' reports. This report goes down a road to pinning all types of attacks on bin Laden, without mentioning any specific operational evidence. None. 16 weakest link. So, let's get to the nitty-gritty. On page 154 of the Congressional Joint Inquiry's report, we get exactly what we are looking for in a relatively small, 4-paragraph section entitled, "The Case Against Bin Laden." The case is a bread sandwich. Top secret. The case against bin Laden. In the days following the September 11 attacks, the FBI received additional photographs from the surveillance of the Malaysia meeting. One of these, the FBI quickly learned, was a photograph of Khalid. The Bureau also learned that a January 2001 photo identification of Khalid by the joint CIA/FBI asset had been mistaken. The person thought to be Khalid was actually Nawaf al-Hashmi. The conclusion that Khalid had attended the meeting was nonetheless correct. Later in September, the FBI prepared an analysis of bin Laden's responsibility for the September 11 attacks to help the State Department develop a white paper that could be shared with foreign governments. Even at this early stage of the investigation, the FBI has developed compelling evidence, the analyst concluded, which points to bin Laden and Al-Qaeda as the perpetrators of this attack. By way of illustration, at least 2 of the hijackers met with a known senior Al-Qaeda terrorist, the same Al-Qaeda terrorist that reliable information demonstrates orchestrated the attack on USS Cole and who was involved in the planning of the East Africa embassy bombings. The 2 hijackers were al-Madar and al-Hashmi. The senior Al-Qaeda terrorist was Khalid. The place they met was Malaysia. The facts linking al-Madar and al-Hashmi to Khalid and therefore to bin Laden became the crux of the case the State Department made to governments around the world that bin Laden should be held accountable for the September 11 attacks. Page 154, Red Flag, Compelling Evidence. They pin 9/11 on bin Laden because a guy he may have known was at a meeting with suspected terrorists in Malaysia. This is the case? Where's the aviation expert, or tactical planners, or any operational evidence? There are 80 pages in the report linking Saudi intelligence directly to the hijackers, and this is all they found on bin Laden. As we have seen earlier, these are the same 2 hijackers, Madar and Hashmi, that were receiving checks from Saudi Prince Bandar's wife's account at the Washington-based Riggs Bank. This opens a can of worms. In 2002, FBI field agents reported an interesting link straight to the top of the Saudi government. The field agents discovered that the same Saudi government agent, Omar Bayoumi, who met 2 hijackers in Los Angeles and became their logistical handler throughout their preparation, had opened bank accounts for 2 hijackers at the Washington-based Riggs Bank. About 2 weeks after the accounts were opened, Bayoumi's wife began receiving huge monthly payments from another Riggs account belonging to Saudi Prince Bandar's wives. Red flag. 1. When we follow the money that funneled to the 9/11 hijackers, we see that it originated from high officials of the Saudi Arabian government through accounts at Riggs. Wouldn't you know, the storied Riggs Bank, which opened in 1836 and was the bank of choice for 23 U.S. presidents, world leaders, and notorious dictators, abruptly shut down in 2005 when the FBI started probing Prince Bandar's frequent withdrawals of $1 million or more. The bank, founded by members of an Ivy League secret society, survived the Civil War, but the connections to Saudis and 9/11 took them down. 2. Now, let's find their evidence against Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the American media's convicted mastermind who is being held at Guantanamo Bay. The first mention of KSM comes on page 29, top secret. Finally, an early summer 2001 intelligence community report stated that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the senior al-Qaeda official who has been identified as the mastermind of the September 11 attacks, was recruiting individuals to travel to the United States and engage in planning terrorist-related activity there. Page 29, red flag. They call KSM a senior al-Qaeda official identified as the 9/11 mastermind. If you repeat that the world is flat a million times, it does not make it flat. This is where we see evidence that the intelligence community continued setting up their decoys in early 2001, while special activities knew the attack was in go mode, when the hijackers were in the final stages of flight training. Nearly every time we see mention of KSM by the intelligence community, there is a deliberate effort to hotwire him as the 9/11 mastermind. But when researching evidence of his involvement, there's a biography about a guy who graduated from North Carolina A&T, so, therefore he's hotwired as the 9/11 mastermind. He's also been blamed by the intelligence community for the murder of New York Times journalist Daniel Pearl. The evidence: KSM is a suspect based on a gruesome photograph of an unidentified man, holding Pearl's severed head by the hair. The photo only shows a hand, supposedly of the executioner. One Philippine investigator claimed that the hand in the picture resembled the hand of KSM. Therefore, we are to believe that KSM splits time between chopping off heads and figuring fuel calculations for Boeing 767 flights. Let's take a look at the most detailed evidence on KSM. It's there on page 30, where KSM gets his very own paragraph, and once again we see an effort to label him the mastermind, top secret Khalid Sheikh Mohammed 5. Prior to September 11, the intelligence community had information linking Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM, now recognized by the intelligence community as the mastermind of the attacks, to bin Laden, to terrorist plans to use aircraft as weapons, and to terrorist activity in the United States. The intelligence community, however, relegated KSM to rendition target status following his 1996 indictment in connection with the Bojinka plot and, as a result, focused primarily on his location, rather than his activities and place in the al-Qaeda hierarchy. The community also did not recognize the significance of reporting in June 2001 concerning KSM's active role in sending terrorists to the United States, or the facilitation of their activities upon arriving in the United States. Collection efforts were not targeted on information about KSM that might have helped better understand al-Qaeda plans and intentions, and KSM's role in the September 11 attack was a surprise to the intelligence community. According to information obtained by the intelligence community from several sources after September 11, 2001, KSM, also known as Muhtar, Arabic for the brain, masterminded the September 11 attacks. Page 30 in bold print, red flag, Muhtar the brain? Are you kidding? Now read that last sentence again and check where this information, evidence, originates. Who exactly are the sources? They say several sources without naming any. Now below, we see the intelligence community tell a doozy of a story that has no source. Top secret. The information indicates that KSM presented a plan to Osama bin Laden to mount an attack using small rental aircraft filled with explosives. Osama bin Laden reportedly suggested using even larger planes. Thus, the idea of hijacking commercial airliners took hold. Thereafter, KSM reportedly instructed and trained the hijackers for their mission, including directing them to undergo flight training. Page 31, red flag, apparently KSM, or Muhtar the Brain, and bin Laden are tight. Is this a comedy script? They say KSM trained the hijackers? Where? How? This passing hearsay of an intention to simply use airliners is the equivalent to having it done. But this is it, and the real evidence of KSM related to pilot training is missing. As this unsourced hotwire to bin Laden continues, we see on the next page a continuation of vague evidence, linked to the Bojinka plot in the Philippines, connected to the First World Trade Center bombing, might have been involved in the East Africa embassy bombing. The Bojinka plot sounds scary, an ambitious plan, according to intelligence officials, to place bombs on 12 jumbo trans-Pacific airliners. But there was a typical problem: while these terrorists were making the bombs in Manila, they burned down the apartment and this Bojinka plot was thwarted. According to the intelligence community, KSM was connected to the plot, but, as usual, there is no evidence that he was anywhere near Manila. Our super-terrorist, according to the intelligence community, then made a miraculous leap from a failed airline bombing to actually flying 4 airliners as bombs. Really? The next terror event linked to Al-Qaeda was back to lighting off a shoe bomb, which failed, followed by a hostage decapitation, followed by an underwear bomb, which failed, followed by a 5-gallon propane tank bomb that was left in a car near Times Square, which also failed. The media gave all these ominous titles: Christmas Day bombing was the underwear job, the Times Square bombing was the propane job, and the bombs that never made it anywhere close to the airport was the Bojinka plot. Between these failures, thanks to Muhtar the Brain, they hijacked commercial passenger airliners and defeated our entire national security system. Outstanding. What's next? Maybe they can hijack the space shuttle and start shooting at us from outer space. On page 31, we get a summary of KSM in a report disseminated by all intelligence community agencies, military commanders, and components in the Treasury and Justice Departments, emphasizing KSM's ties to bin Laden as well as his continuing travel to the United States. Top secret. The report explained that KSM appears to be one of bin Laden's most trusted lieutenants and was active in recruiting people to travel outside of Afghanistan, including to the United States, on behalf of bin Laden. According to the report, he traveled frequently to the United States, including as recently as May 2001, and routinely told others that he could arrange their entry into the United States as well. Reportedly, these individuals were expected to establish contact with colleagues already there. The clear implication of his comments, according to the report, was that they would be engaged in planning terrorist-related activities. Page 31, red flag. It is possible and feasible that KSM may have actually been doing what this says, recruiting people for the attacks and having some role in getting them to the United States. But after all this relatively believable account, the inquiry called the bluff at the bottom of page 31, top secret. Neither the CIA or FBI has been able to confirm whether KSM had in fact been traveling to the United States or sending recruits here prior to September 11. Page 31, red flag. Just when we thought we had something of consequence, we learn that none of the assertions made by the intelligence community can be verified. There were no photographs of KSM in the US, no plane tickets or customs or immigration records presented. There's little wonder why the administration didn't want to try him in a US federal court. There is no evidence and he would not be convicted. Even worse, if they found KSM innocent, the president and his vice president could be tried for war crimes. 17. Electronic hide and seek. Before any commercial airliner is dispatched for flight, primary and backup electronic transponders must be operational. The transponders are a major part of the air traffic control system, relaying an electronic signal through an antenna on the aircraft that is recognized by ATC radar. Each flight is assigned a 4-digit code that pilots dial in prior to departure, which transmits all the pertinent flight information to ATC controllers: flight number, type of aircraft, ground speed, altitude, cleared route, departure airport, and destination, in one easy-to-read block on the controller's screen. The 4 pilots/hijackers had been specifically trained to turn off the transponders immediately after commandeering the craft, a move that was designed to create initial confusion in a deadly game of hide-and-seek against the ATC and military defense systems. Based on expected routine radio calls to ATC that never came because the 2 pilots had been murdered, we know that A-11 was hijacked at 8:14 a.m. As in all 4 attacks, evidence indicates that the cockpit was stormed, the pilots were killed with box cutters, and the passengers were herded to the back of the plane under direct force, mace, bomb threats, bloodshed, and panic. 1. The hijackers knew that the autopilot would be engaged, so they could pull the pilots out of their seats without losing control of the craft. There was 1 pilot on each hijacker team of 5, or 4, in the case of United 93, the remaining 4, or 3, were muscle guys. Evidence indicates that each plane was under the hijackers' control within 5 minutes after the cockpit was stormed. 2. In the case of A-11, by 8:21 a.m. Mohammed Atta was in the captain's seat just 22 minutes after takeoff from Boston and in control of the aircraft. We know this because just before the Boeing 767 turned south on a course for New York, the transponder was switched off and ATC instantly lost A-11's data on their radar screens. There was still a basic or primary radar return reflecting off the airplane. The controllers would simply tag the target aircraft and manually enter the aircraft's identification. No one was expecting the airplane to deviate from its cleared route over the vicinity of Albany and make a screaming beeline for the World Trade Center. 3:18 The media bamboozle. The bamboozle began within hours of the attacks, before anyone could think straight. Without presenting a shred of evidence, the American news media, led by Rupert Murdoch's Fox News, began injecting the 9/11 virus, corrupted information that this was the work of Osama bin Laden and a frightening network of terror. The quick spread of this virus was understandable. The terrorists were quickly labeled by nearly every senior member of the Bush administration and every major news media outlet. However, no media analysts bothered to address the miraculous leap from previous Al-Qaeda attacks. The widespread assumption of Al-Qaeda responsibility dovetailed perfectly with new injections of fear, as the administration spread the mysterious anthrax scare and disinformation about weapons of mass destruction that were supposedly intended for America. The Bush administration warned us to brace for further spectacular attacks. Of course, America was afraid. If a terrorist organization could truly select the perfect airplanes for their mission, slip 19 Arabic-speaking suicidal maniacs and 24 weapons through airport security, murder 4 flight crews, take and hold hostages at bay while piloting 4 immensely complicated Boeing jetliners from high altitude to a low-altitude precision airstrike after navigating for hundreds of miles straight to the nation's capital and U.S. military headquarters without being shot down by a blanket of military fighters, what could they not do? Instead, after we take a collective breath and realize that not before or since 9/11 has Al-Qaeda ever executed anything more sophisticated than their signature crude bombings. This new administration had broken the code. The code was that money bought the greatest dictator of all, commercial television time. Through a one-way flow of persuasion, strategically scripted and delivered with moving pictures and dubbed with bass drums, to millions of working, taxed, Americans, a message, any message can be sold. The endless barrage of television time during the 2004 election made John Kerry, a Vietnam veteran with 3 Purple Hearts, look like a headline-grabbing coward, while a guy that went AWOL from his Texas Air National Guard unit, a swashbuckling hero, capable of leading the world. 1. In the entire case of Osama bin Laden, from his formal introduction on September 11, 2001 until his media death on May 2, 2011, not one American has heard a single word attributed to this person. Not one solid piece of evidence has ever been presented in a court of law, Not one plausible explanation as to how bin Laden was able to defeat all elements of U.S. national security. Yet, a vast majority of Americans are somehow convinced that Osama bin Laden was the evil force behind the 9/11 attacks. The bamboozle is a concoction of media-reported events. We have been told 1,000 times that he was behind the attacks. We were shown videos of him shooting a rifle. We have seen him in a gold robe. We have heard through an intelligence community interpretation that he admitted to the attack. We have seen the photos of him walking in the mountains. We have been told that Al-Qaeda has a press secretary who sends out news releases. Most American taxpayers know this as common knowledge, as fact. But when we take a closer look, we see an entirely different picture. The Washington Post reported on May 25, 2010 that a psych ops group within the Special Activities Division was caught producing fake bin Laden videos. They also traced the Al-Qaeda press releases to a U.S. intelligence contractor called SITE, an interesting liaison between the White House and Fox News. SITE, an acronym of Search for International Terrorist Entities, is actually a Pentagon subcontractor that seems to be Al-Qaeda's press department. When we hear that Al-Qaeda has released a statement, it's actually coming through SITE. Who knows where they get information? SITE has released 29 audio messages and 3 videos, supposedly of Osama bin Laden. The last video in 2007 was so ridiculously obvious, that they just stuck with audios until they could fake his death. The Post article reported that our friends at Special Activities were making propaganda films, using one of our darker members to play super terrorist Osama bin Laden. The last tape released to the national media was of a man that SITE claimed was Osama bin Laden. The tape was frozen for all but 3 minutes while an unknown interpreter told us what he supposedly said. Later, we learned that this SITE group, led by Rita Katz, had sent this tape to several officials in the executive branch before the tape was released by Al-Qaeda. Oops. After a small amount of media speculation directed toward bin Laden's physical bearing, which included a dyed black beard, a differently shaped face and smaller hands, all major American networks reported to millions of taxpayers that U.S. intelligence officials had confirmed that the tape was really Osama bin Laden. Consider the raid that supposedly killed bin Laden. Americans have not been afforded one piece of evidence that confirmed that he was ever in the raided house or one piece of evidence that he was killed. There was no trial, no jury, no judge, just a claim that originated deep within the intelligence community and reported in a month-long media blitz as fact. The following day, the national news reported that Al-Qaeda released a statement vowing revenge for bin Laden's death. The bamboozle is that Al-Qaeda doesn't really have a press department. The residents of the town where the raid transpired never saw bin Laden. The head of the Taliban disputed the raid and said that bin Laden had died long ago and was buried in an unmarked grave in the Afghan mountains. An obituary of bin Laden was published in a Pakistani newspaper in December of 2001. But still the intelligence community has convinced nearly everyone that they actually killed him in 2011. Although the intelligence community claimed they had watched the raided house for months, they could not produce one iota of proof, not one surveillance photo, not one voice recording, not a body, nothing. Yet, as in all media reports concerning bin Laden, the claim was reported as fact in all major media stories. It was a coordinated message trumpeted on headlines of every major American newspaper. Fox News was in a state of euphoria. President Obama said that he was 50/50 that the intelligence he had received from the intelligence community was accurate. What if the 50/50 evidence, the same chance as a coin toss, was actually tails instead of heads? How would we ever know? My calculation, after 10 years of research, is that the actual chances of the 9/11 architect, bin Laden's final media title, being in that house was a solid 0/100. I don't know who they killed, if anyone, but it wasn't the architect of 9/11. 19 BCCI, the special bank to get a glimpse of the worldwide roots of black operations and their ties of the administrations of the elder Bush and his son to Saudi Arabia and international terrorism, it is helpful to look at the case of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, or BCCI. Time magazine ran a cover story on June 29, 1991, that was so sensational and so profoundly disturbing that no one seemed able to put their arms around it. It was too bad to be true. Perhaps the mindset was, if we ignored it, it would simply go away. It couldn't be as bad as all that. Could it? One, judging from the mild reaction to Time's revelations, Americans could not believe that there was a new criminal thread within the upper floors of the US government actually cooperating with crooks, terrorists, political con artists and foreign dictators. Time's cover story of June 29, 1991, was titled, "The Dirtiest Bank of All." The entire article is available at Time's website, but for now, here are some excerpts from the article. With the benefit of 20 years of research and fact checks, we can plainly see the footprints of our gang, Bush, Bandar, Mueller and the intelligence community as they transport gold, cash and illicit drugs. Guess who was in the Oval Office during this period? Time magazine article, June 29, 1991. I could tell you what you want to know, but I must worry about my wife and family, they could be killed. A former top BCCI officer: we better not talk about this over the phone. We've found some bugs in offices that haven't been put there by law enforcement. A Manhattan investigator probing BCCI. Nothing in the history of modern financial scandals rivals the unfolding saga of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, the $20 billion rogue empire that regulators in 62 countries shut down early this month in a stunning global sweep. Never has a single scandal involved so much money, so many nations or so many prominent people. Superlatives are quickly exhausted. It is the largest corporate criminal enterprise ever, the biggest Ponzi scheme, the most pervasive money laundering operation and financial supermarket ever created for the likes of Manuel Noriega, Ferdinand Marcos, Saddam Hussein, and the Colombian drug barons. BCCI even accomplished a stealth-like invasion of the U.S. banking industry by secretly buying First American Bank shares, a Washington-based holding company, whose chairman is a former U.S. Defense Secretary. But BCCI is more than just a criminal bank. Time has pieced together a portrait of a clandestine division of the bank called the Black Network, which functions as a global intelligence operation and a mafia-like enforcement squad. Which has used sophisticated spy equipment and techniques, along with bribery, extortion, kidnapping and even, by some accounts, murder. The Black Network, so named by its own members, stops at almost nothing to further the bank's aims the world over. The more conventional departments of BCCI handled such services as laundering money for the drug trade and helping dictators loot their national treasuries. The Black Network, which is still functioning, operates a lucrative arms trade business and transports drugs and gold. According to investigators and participants in those operations, it often works with Western and Middle Eastern intelligence agencies. The strange and still murky ties between BCCI and the intelligence agencies of several countries are so pervasive that even the White House has become entangled. The National Security Council used BCCI to funnel money for the Iran-Contra deals, and the CIA maintained accounts in BCCI for covert operations. Moreover, investigators have told Time that the Defense Intelligence Agency has maintained a slush fund account with BCCI, apparently to pay for clandestine activities. But the CIA may have used BCCI as more than an undercover banker. U.S. agents collaborated with the Black Network in several operations, according to a BCCI Black Network officer, who is now a secret U.S. government witness. Sources have told investigators that BCCI worked closely with Israel's spy agencies and other Western intelligence groups as well, especially in arms deals. The bank also maintained cozy relationships with international terrorists, say investigators. In the U.S., investigators now say openly that the Justice Department has not only reined in its own probe of the bank, but is also part of a concerted campaign to derail any full investigation. Says Robert Morgenthau, the Manhattan district attorney who first launched his investigations into BCCI 2 years ago, We have had no cooperation from the Justice Department since we first asked for records in March 1990. In fact, they are impeding our investigation, and Justice Department representatives are asking witnesses not to cooperate with us. Red flag. The chief of the Justice Department's white-collar crime criminal division under former President Bush was our friend Robert Mueller, who was appointed by President George W. Bush as the director of the FBI on September 4, 2001, 1 week before September 11. Back to excerpts from the article. Here's why I wonder if anyone has checked the inventory at FT Knox lately. If BCCI is such an embarrassment to the US that forthright investigations are not being pursued, it has a lot to do with the blind eye the US turned to the heroin trafficking in Pakistan, says a US intelligence officer. A typical operation took place in April 1989, when a container ship from Colombia docked during the night at Karachi, Pakistan. Black unit operatives met the ship after paying $100,000 in bribes to Pakistani customs officials. The band unloaded large wooden crates from several containers. They were so heavy we had to use a crane rather than a forklift, says a participant. The crates were trucked to a secure airport and loaded aboard an unmarked 707 jet, where an American, believed by the black unit members to be a CIA agent, supervised the frantic activity. The plane then departed for Czechoslovakia, taking the place of a scheduled Pakistan International Airlines commercial flight that was aborted at the last minute by pre-arrangement. The 707's radar transponder was altered to beep out the code of a commercial airliner, which enabled the plane to overfly several countries without arousing suspicion. From Czechoslovakia the 707 flew to the U.S., said the informant, insisting that none of the black unit workers had any knowledge of what was in the heavy wooden crates. It could have been gold. It could have been drugs. It could have been guns. We dealt in those commodities. U.S. intelligence agencies were well aware of such activities. BCCI played an indispensable role in facilitating deals between Israel and some Middle Eastern countries, says a former State Department official. And when you look at the Saudi support of the Contras, ask yourself who the middleman was. There was no government-to-government connection between the Saudis and Nicaragua. Red flag. Thanks to Bandar's innocent confession as reported in the 2007 book The Prince, and cross-checked in Ollie North's congressional testimony, we now know that North was the middleman. 1. Time magazine, continued, June 29, 1991. When you couldn't use direct government transfers or national banks, BCCI was there to hotwire the connections between Saudi Arabia, China, and Israel. The bank also helped transfer North Korean Scud-B missiles to Syria, a BCCI source told Time. Sources say BCCI officials, known as protocol officers, were responsible for providing a smorgasbord of services for customers and national officials, paying bribes to politicians, supplying young beauties from Lahore, moving drugs and expediting insider business deals. The black network was the bank's deepest secret, but rumors of its activities filtered through the bank's managerial level with chilling effectiveness. Senior bankers voice fears that they will be financially ruined or physically maimed, even killed, if they are found talking about BCCI's activities. Businessmen who pursued shady deals with BCCI are just as frightened. Look, says an arms dealer, these people work hand in hand with the drug cartels, they can have anybody killed. Currently the black units have focused their scrutiny and intimidation on investigators. Our own people have been staked out or followed, and we suspect tapped telephones, says a New York law enforcement officer. The black unit's mission eventually became the pursuit of power and influence for its own sake, but its primary purpose was to foster a global looting operation that bilked depositors of billions of dollars. Price Waterhouse, the accounting firm whose audit triggered the worldwide seizure of BCCI assets, says the disarray is so extreme that the firm cannot even put together a coherent financial statement, but investigators believe $10 billion or more is missing, half of BCCI's worldwide assets. The bank's extensive use of unregulated Cayman Islands accounts enabled it to hide almost anything. In the mid-1980s, BCCI became a magnet for drug money, capital flight money, tax evading money, and money from corrupt government officials. BCCI quickly gained a reputation as a bank that could move money anywhere and hide it without a trace. It was the bank that knew how to get around foreign exchange rules and falsify letters of credit in support of smuggling. In Iraq, BCCI became one of the principal conduits for money that Saddam Hussein schemed from national oil revenues during the 1980s. BCCI helped the dictator move and hide money all over the world. Billions of dollars were vanishing. At the highest levels, BCCI officials whisked deposits into secret accounts in the Cayman Islands. These accounts constituted a hidden bank within BCCI, known only to founder Abedi and a few others. From those accounts, BCCI would lend massive amounts to curry favor with governments, or to buy secret control of companies. U.S. regulators discovered recently that such loans had enabled BCCI to buy clandestine control in 3 American banks: First American Bank shares in Washington, National Bank of Georgia, later purchased by First American, and Independence Bank of Encino, California. Red flag: the First American takeover was assisted by Jackson Stevens, head of a powerful Little Rock investment firm and husband of the Bush for President 1988 campaign manager in Arkansas. Mr. Stevens has been the rainmaker in many of the Bush's political and financial enterprises. In 1991, he donated $100,000 to the elder Bush's campaign fundraising dinner, and when George W. Bush was awarded the Florida election in 2000, Jack Stevens made another substantial contribution. The former president told Stevens, "Jack, we love you and we are very, very grateful for what you have done." This remark coincided with a $25 million investment from the Union de Banques Suisses, the Swiss bank that held the minority interest in the Geneva-based subsidiary of BCCI. Both Stevens and a Saudi real estate investor signed the financial transaction, which was never to be repaid. Too compromised by Terry Reid. Coincidentally, Jack Stevens owned a major office complex within walking distance of the Venice, Florida, airport where Mohammed Atta, Marwan al-Shahai and Ziad Jarrah trained for the 9/11 mission. Witnesses from a local diner reported overhearing a conversation in which the hijackers were arguing about $200,000 payments to the families, an anecdote that matches a report in the British Observer of a financial agreement with the Saudi intelligence chief. Back to the Time magazine June 29, 1991 article: in the United States, millions of dollars flowed through BCCI's Washington office, allegedly destined to pay off U.S. officials. Senate investigator Bloom: "There's no question in my mind that it's a calculated effort inside the federal government to limit the investigation. The only issue is whether it's a result of high-level corruption or if it's designed to hide illegal government activities." The Justice Department denies any reluctance to investigate, yet the evidence of a cover-up is mounting. In one of the most mysterious events in the case, BCCI bank records from Panama City relating to Noriega disappeared in transit to Washington while under guard by the Drug Enforcement Administration. After an internal investigation, the DEA said it had no idea what had happened to the documents. Lloyd's of London, which is enmeshed in a racketeering lawsuit against BCCI, has fruitlessly made offers to provide evidence of bribery and kickbacks and has made repeated pleas to U.S. attorneys in Miami and New Orleans to seize BCCI records. Lloyd's accuses BCCI of taking part in smuggling operations and falsifying shipping documents. The insurance underwriters offered the results of their voluminous research into the bank's illegal activities. The Justice Department attorneys ignored the offers, Lloyd's says. The U.S. Attorney General has assigned only a handful of FBI agents to its Washington grand jury investigation of BCCI's relationship to First American Bank shares. The department's main probe of BCCI itself is being handled by a sole assistant U.S. attorney in Tampa, who has recently been assigned another major case. Similar understaffing is evident in a Miami grand jury probe of the relationship between BCCI and the SunTrust Savings and Loan, whose failure is estimated to cost taxpayers $2 billion. This may help account for the fact that a 16-month investigation has yielded no indictments. Still to be probed, with potentially explosive results, is BCCI's Washington office. Sources have told Time magazine that one of BCCI's Washington representatives distributed millions of dollars in payoffs to U.S. officials during the past decade. Red flag. In 2012, we can look back and realize that this is the group that were given the keys to our treasury for 3 more terms, amounting to a dozen years. How's that working out, my fellow taxpayers? The Price Waterhouse audit that led to BCCI's seizure in July of 1990 covered only its banking activities. It said nothing about immensely profitable deals in other businesses, notably weaponry. Nor could it account for profits it could not see. And while the enterprise's known banking services were shut down around the world, virtually the full cadre of BCCI's black network, arms traders, and global operatives remained unindicted, unaccused and at large. They would move on to bigger things. 420 cloud of incompetence. The busy ATC controllers initially lost AA11 because they would have expected any primary return to show up somewhere along the planned course. ATC reception of AA11 was just one more blip on the screen, identical with the dozens of small private aircraft in the vicinity, which were not required to have a transponder. ATC's natural first reaction was that AA11 was having some sort of electronic malfunction. This confusion was designed to buy time to complete the mission, which was planned to be over before the first fighter could get airborne. On September 11, the Air Force launched 2 planes immediately out of Otis on Cape Cod, but when the Saudi execution started running behind schedule, the Air Force mysteriously flew into a cloud of sudden incompetence. For nearly 2 hours, they just couldn't get any more fighters off the ground from Otis, Andrews, Langley, or anywhere. In theory, turning the transponder off would buy time, but as it turned out, the Boston ATC controllers were not fooled for long. Even if ATC had been fooled, the flight attendants in the back of the plane had already notified American Airlines operations via the flight phones of the hijacking 2 minutes before the plane veered south toward Manhattan at 8:23. 321 Patriot Games. Tom Clancy is one of America's favorite authors, and millions have enjoyed his intelligence community thrillers over the years. Many of Clancy's books were aided by information obtained from a source named Steve Pieczenik, a veteran insider, an upper-level manager in the intelligence community. Clancy's main protagonist, Dan Ryan, was based on information provided by Steve Pieczenik, who has held several key positions in the covered world. In the week of May 3, 2011, Pieczenik appeared on 2 radio broadcasts shortly after the raid that, according to the intelligence community, killed Osama bin Laden. The former official at the U.S. State Department had some astonishing news to share with Americans. In an interview conducted by a radio host in San Antonio, Texas, Pieczenik asserted that bin Laden died in 2001 and that the 9/11 attack was something called a false flag, an act of war carried out to appear that someone else had done it. It's an old trick derived from naval ships attacking a target while flying another country's flag. This interview was treated by the American media conglomerates in the same manner as Senator Graham's book, completely ignored. Later, we see similar officials come forward, including the 9/11 Commission's own General Counselor John Farmer, who also wrote and published a book in 2008 entitled The Ground Truth. Farmer wrote, "What government and military officials told Congress, the 9/11 Commission on which he served, the media, and the public, was almost entirely, and inexplicably, untrue." Additionally, we see that the 2 co-chairmen of the 9/11 Commission, the top 2, also had more allegations of conflicts of interests and wrote yet another book entitled Without Precedent. They made an astonishing allegation: the 9/11 Commission was designed to fail. So, for those of us keeping score, there have been 2 official federal investigations into the September 11 attack, and 3 out of 4 of the co-chairmen have written and published books to tell us that something is seriously wrong with the Bush administration's version of events. The more we focus on September 11, the more we see that anyone who has truly investigated it has tried to speak up. But like Graham and Farmer, Thomas Keane, and Lee Hamilton, Steve Pieczenik's interview was simply ignored by the commercial, corporate media. In today's America, If any revelation is not reported in the 6 top media conglomerates, it simply never happened. The intelligence community has a revolving door to Congress, to the executive branch, to Wall Street, and now they appear to have all official information avenues to the American voter blocked. Here's the press release of the interview. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under 3 different administrations Steve R. Pieczenik says he is prepared to tell a federal grand jury the name of a top general who told him directly 9/11 was a false flag attack. Top U.S. government insider Dr. Steve R. Pieczenik, a man who held numerous different influential positions under 3 different presidents and still works with the Defense Department, shockingly said that Osama bin Laden died in 2001 and that he was prepared to testify in front of a grand jury how a top general told him directly that 9/11 was a false flag inside job. Pieczenik cannot be dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. He served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under 3 different administrations, Nixon, Ford, and Carter, while also working under Reagan and Bush Sr., and still works as a consultant for the Department of Defense. A former U.S. Navy captain, Pieczenik achieved 2 prestigious Harry C. Solomon Awards at the Harvard Medical School as he simultaneously completed a Ph.D. at MIT. Recruited by Lawrence Eagleburger as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Management, Pieczenik went on to develop the basic tenets for psychological warfare, counter-terrorism, strategy, and tactics for transcultural negotiations for the U.S. State Department, military and intelligence communities and other agencies of the U.S. government, while also developing foundational strategies for hostage rescue that were later employed around the world. Pieczenik also served as a senior policy planner under Secretaries of State Henry Kissinger, Cyrus Vance, George Shultz, and James Baker and worked on George W. Bush's election campaign against Al Gore. His record underscores the fact that he is one of the most deeply connected men in intelligence circles over the past 3 decades. The character of Jack Ryan, who appears in many Tom Clancy novels and was also played by Harrison Ford in the popular 1992 movie Patriot Games, is based on Steve Pieczenik. Back in April 2002, more than 9 years ago, Pieczenik is on record as saying that bin Laden had already been dead for months, and that the government was waiting for the most politically expedient time to roll out his corpse. Pieczenik would be in a position to know, having personally met bin Laden and worked with him during the proxy war against the Soviets in Afghanistan back in the early 1980s. Pieczenik said Osama bin Laden died in 2001, not because special forces had killed him, but because as a physician, I had known that the CIA physicians had treated him and it was on the intelligence roster that he had Marfan syndrome. Marfan syndrome is a genetic disorder of connective tissue, which strengthens the body's structures including the skeletal system, cardiovascular system, eyes, and skin. He died of Marfan syndrome. Bush Jr. knew about it, the intelligence community knew about it, said Pieczenik, noting how CIA physicians had visited bin Laden in July 2001 at the American hospital in Dubai. He was already very sick from Marfan syndrome and he was already dying, so nobody had to kill him, added Pieczenik, stating that bin Laden died shortly after September 11. Did the intelligence community or the CIA doctor up this situation? The answer is yes, categorically yes, said Pieczenik, referring to the May 2, 2011, claim that bin Laden was killed at his compound in Pakistan, adding, "This whole scenario where you see a bunch of people sitting there looking at a screen and they look as if they're intense, that's nonsense," referring to the images released by the White House, which claimed to show Biden, Obama, and Hillary Clinton watching the operation to kill bin Laden live on a television screen. It's a total make-up, make-believe, we're in an American theater of the absurd, said Pieczenik. Osama bin Laden was totally dead, so there's no way they could have attacked or confronted or killed Osama bin Laden, said Pieczenik, joking that the only way it could have happened was if special forces had attacked a mortuary. This is orchestrated, I mean when you have people sitting around and watching a sitcom, basically the operations center of the White House, and you have a president coming out almost zombie-like telling you they just killed Osama bin Laden, said Pieczenik, calling the episode the greatest falsehood I've ever heard. I mean it was absurd. Pychanik's assertion that bin Laden died almost 10 years ago is echoed by numerous intelligence professionals as well as heads of state across the world. Bin Laden was used in the same way that 9/11 was used to mobilize the emotions and feelings of the American people in order to go to a war that had to be justified through a narrative that Bush Jr. created and Cheney created about the world of terrorism, stated Pychanik. Pychanik asserted that he was directly told by a prominent general that 9/11 was a stand-down and a false flag operation, and that he is prepared to go to a grand jury to reveal the general's name. They ran the attacks, said Pychanik, naming Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz, Stephen Hadley, Elliot Abrams, and Condoleezza Rice among others as having been directly involved. It was called a stand-down, a false flag operation in order to mobilize the American public under false pretenses. It was told to me by a general on the staff of Wolfowitz, I will go in front of a federal committee and swear on perjury who the name was of the individual so that we can break it open, said Pychanik, adding that he was furious and knew it had happened. I taught stand-down and false flag operations at the National War College. I've taught it with all my operatives so I knew exactly what was done to the American public, he added. Pychanik reiterated that he was perfectly willing to reveal the name of the general who told him 9/11 was an inside job in a federal court. Pychanik explained that he was not a liberal, a conservative, or a Tea Party member, merely an American who is deeply concerned about the direction in which his country is heading. Add Steve Pychanik to the growing list of insiders who have tried to expose the truth. Remember that 3 out of 4 committee co-chairs of federal investigations looking into 9/11 wrote books and tried to reach American voters to inform us of gross imbalances between the official accounts and what their committees discovered. That leaves one that did not write a book. We shall soon learn who that guy was. In fact, it's official public information. 22 American 11 on the morning of 9/11, American Flight 11, a Boeing 767 loaded with 12,000 gallons of jet fuel, lifted off from Boston's Logan Airport at 7:59 a.m. Communication during the initial climb was conducted by ATC's Boston Center controllers who would monitor the flight's progress and direct it westbound. ATC controllers are vigilant and precise as they routinely move aluminum and mankind safely through American skies. As a captain with 300 passengers in my care, it's always comforting to know that our ATC controllers are quick and competent, especially on the insanely busy East Coast, with streams of crossing traffic, some climbing and some descending. The Boston Center controller working American 11 was simply doing his usual outstanding job when the pilots failed to respond to his instructions to climb to a higher altitude at 8:14 a.m., just 15 minutes after takeoff. The controller began a series of calls to the aircraft. American 11, this is Boston Center, how do you read, sir? American 11, Boston. In the next 2 minutes, the controller tried to reach American 11 on the emergency frequency that dominates all others, broadcast into every cockpit within range. On his landline, he called the American dispatcher in Dallas in an attempt to reach the plane via American's dispatch system. The dispatcher tried and also had other American flights attempt to reach them on yet another company channel. There was no answer. At 8:21, AA-11's transponder data disappeared from his screen. As the attack on America began, so did a competent response from ATC, who knew exactly what to do. Boston Center and all ATC centers practice coordination techniques with our military on a regular basis. Initially, ATC got a competent response from the Air Force and from military controllers. The next 15 minutes saw a quickening tempo of urgent communications among ATC, American, the FAA, NORAD, and the nearest F-15 fighter squadron at Otis Air Force Base on Cape Cod. 1 by 8:19, American 11 flight attendant Betty Ong was already on the AT&T airphone with American Airlines reservations in North Carolina, which was on the phone's speed dial. She reported an emergency, they were being hijacked. By 8:21, just as Mohammed Atta switched AA-11's transponder to the off position, the reservations agent passed the call to the on-duty manager in American's Operations Center in Fort Worth. Ong relayed that the aircraft was under attack, passengers had been stabbed, the cabin was full of mace, she could hardly breathe, and 2 flight attendants had been stabbed. When American operations placed a call to Boston Center ATC at 8:29 to say that the aircraft had been hijacked, it was old news. In fact, Boston had already initiated a conference call to Washington and New York. This confirms that the normal swift communication in the aviation world was working just fine. For investigators, it confirms that everyone at FAA knew that an American Airlines 767 was a hijack, that this was real world and that the plane was on a direct line for New York City. We will see that the National Security Advisor would later claim that she didn't relay this to the President after she spoke to the FAA and before she spoke to the President. This conversation took place before Bush had entered the classroom in Florida. 2 Holy smoke. 23 Mistake number 1 at 8:21 a.m., the transponder was turned off and Boston Center lost the data from American 11, AA-11, but still had the primary radar return blip of the aircraft with each sweep of the quick-moving radar. American 11's blip had turned onto a direct route to the south, toward Manhattan. At 8:23, Mohammed Atta made a mistake. The communications panel of the Boeing 767 sits between the captain and the first officer just aft of the throttle quadrant. There are dozens of tiny buttons on this particular panel, some of which select one of the aircraft's 5 radios to transmit and others of which select the radio to receive transmissions directed at the aircraft. Passengers may occasionally hear an errant radio call over the PA that had been intended for ATC. It is a common mistake that is usually made because of a distraction. Occasionally, ATC might hear an announcement intended for the passengers on the PA system. Atta's mistake is understandable, considering the violent takeover of the cockpit. Blood was surely everywhere as he sat within the fresh murder scene, the seat still warm from the captain who was now bleeding to death on the floor behind him. But Atta had been well trained for this mission and he had been trained to make an announcement to the passengers in an attempt to pacify them enough to buy the time required to complete the mission. This illustrates how critical the timing was and the amount of detail in the hijacker's training. In his heightened state, he must have looked down at the dozens of switches and hastily transmitted on the last setting that had been selected by Americans' pilots. The last setting was set to Boston Center. He thought he was speaking to the passengers when he was actually broadcasting on a recorded ATC frequency. The electronic hide-and-seek with ATC was also designed to buy time, to create confusion that theoretically would delay the call from ATC to the United States Air Force and fighter jets that would soon be airborne. But, in his haste, Atta transmitted to Boston Center when he thought he was transmitting over the PA to the passengers. He picked up the mic at 8:23 a.m. and said, "We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are returning to the airport. A few seconds later, nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet." What Atta didn't know was that he had just given away the secret, and consequently, at 8:23 Boston Center was completely aware that American 11 had been hijacked. Meanwhile, flight attendant Betty Ong was calmly and professionally giving a blow-by-blow account to American operations in Fort Worth from American 11's back cabin. 24 radars don't lie, people do. At 8:23, a controller at the Boston ATC Center began the notification process to get the fighters in the air and briefed his supervisor on the transmissions. "Pull the tapes," the supervisor commanded, which meant to have a specialist listen again to the recorded transmission from Atta, and report back to me. In the aviation world, most everything is recorded. One Betty Ong is an American hero. At 8:26, she reported from the airphone that the plane was flying erratically. She held the flight manifest with passenger names and read off the seat numbers of the hijackers who had stormed the cockpit. Her fellow flight attendant, Amy Sweeney, is also an American hero. She was on another airphone, reporting seat numbers and saying that American 11 was hijacked and there was a bomb in the cockpit. She calmly said that a passenger in business class had had his throat slashed and 2 flight attendants had been stabbed, one seriously. She reported that the passengers in the coach section were under the impression that it was just a routine medical emergency in first class. She knew better. They had been trying to call the pilots on the interphone, but there was no answer. 2 at 8:28, Boston Center supervisors called the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia, to report that American 11 had been hijacked and was heading for New York airspace. By 8:32, the command center alerted FAA headquarters in Washington that American 11 had been hijacked, but the FAA already had received the information from Boston and from American supervisor at Fort Worth. The FAA was already 5 minutes into a conference call with the New England regional office. There was no doubt that by 8:30, the FAA was well aware that an American Airlines 767 had been hijacked and that it was heading south on radar toward New York. As we shall see, Condoleezza Rice will testify that she talked to the FAA after the plane hit the North Tower at 8:46. She would claim that all she knew was that it was a twin-engine plane when she spoke to President Bush at 8:55. 3 Really? 25 The setup. There was quite a stir about the celebrated intelligence briefings that the president received about Osama bin Laden in the months prior to 9/11. But when we take a closer look, it becomes apparent, rather obvious, that the intelligence community began floating bin Laden's name at the exact time that the Saudi operation went into go mode. All of a sudden, a string of warnings began to accumulate. Mysteriously, briefings fell out of the blue after 4 years of silence on the bin Laden case. One, they were titled, Bin Laden Planning Multiple Operations, April 20, 2001, Bin Laden's Networks Plans Advancing, May 3, Bin Laden Attacks May Be Imminent, May 23, Bin Laden and Associates Making Near-Term Threats, May 26, Bin Laden Planning High-Profile Attacks, June 23, Bin Laden Threats Are Real, June 30, and my personal favorite, Planning for Bin Laden Attacks Continues, Despite Delays, July 2, wow. Seems as though our boys were really on top of it. But when we actually take time to read these briefings, they just can't manage to name a single, verifiable source. 2. These briefings would serve as a case history which proved that the intelligence community had a prime suspect. After September 11, these were quickly used by senior intelligence officials to point away from the Saudi operation. 26. Not a drill, this is the real world. At 8:34 a.m., Atta again thought he was talking to the passengers, but instead broadcast to Boston Center. Nobody move please. We are going back to the airport. Nobody make any stupid moves. At the same time, Boston Center was making its first contact with the United States military with the sole purpose of launching the F-15S at Otis Air Force Base in Falmouth, Massachusetts, on Cape Cod, 154 miles northeast of Manhattan. The jets were called to battle stations after Boston Center made it clear that this was no drill, this was real world. 1. The call went from Boston Center to the military on-duty battle commander for NORAD's Northeast region, Colonel Robert Marr at Rome, New York. Colonel Marr immediately called Otis to order battle stations for the F-15S. Colonel Marr then called General Larry K. Arnold, at NORAD's Continental Region, headquartered at Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida, to get authority to scramble the F-15S. General Arnold gave the go-ahead and said he'd work on getting the shoot-down authorization. He testified to the 9/11 Commission that he told Marr, "Go ahead and scramble them, we'll get the authorities later." 2. After the first airplane hit the North Tower, evidence indicates that U.S. military commanders made the correct assessment by quickly labeling hijacked commercial airliners as hostile. Fighter jets at Otis Air Force Base on Cape Cod were immediately scrambled after the military was notified. The pilots and their F-15S were airborne within 20 minutes of ATC notification. 3. The use of airliners as weapons may have come as a shock to most Americans, but the scenario had been practiced by the U.S. military on several occasions. And if there is one communication system that is superior to the airline industries, it is that of the command chain within the U.S. military that leads directly to the commander-in-chief. 27 American heroes. At 8:38 a.m., Betty Ong read off the seat numbers of the hijackers. She reported that they were all Middle Eastern, that one spoke no English and one spoke excellent English. They were in the cockpit, she said, and she didn't know how they got in there. Remarkably, at 8:39 a.m., UA-175, which had yet to be hijacked, crossed paths with AA-11 just west of the Connecticut-New York border. ATA was at the controls of AA-11 and the UA pilots were informed of the crossing traffic and that ATC wasn't sure of his intentions. The United pilots reported seeing the traffic passing below them, without realizing that the plane was on a course for the North Tower or they themselves were minutes from their own deaths. At 8:41, in Fort Worth, American Airlines Operations was well aware that American 11 had been declared a hijacking, that the plane was heading for New York City and that it was descending. There were numerous clear channels of excellent information being delivered. Communication is not a problem in the aviation world. At 8:44 Amy Sweeney stayed on the airphone to Fort Worth. Something is wrong. We are in a rapid descent. We are all over the place. We are flying low. I see water. I see buildings. We are flying very, very low. We are flying way too low. At 8:46, Amy Sweeney's last words, "Oh my God, we are way too low." At 8:46, American 11 slammed into the North Tower. America's hell had begun. The unsuspecting people in the World Trade Center would join Betty Ong, Amy Sweeney, and the rest of the AA-11 passengers and crew among the first of the almost 3,000 massacred that morning. 28 Candy Rice is such a dingbat. By 8:50 a.m., every network was broadcasting a live shot of the fire at the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Among the millions of viewers was the President of the United States, watching from the presidential limousine, which was equipped with a direct line to every agency in Washington. Surely the President could see the dense smoke pouring from all sides of the nation's tallest building and a gaping hole that covered 3 stories of the building. Windows had blown out of all sides of the North Tower as billowing black clouds rose into the brilliant blue sky. Air Force F-15s first appeared over Cape Cod on the radar recordings at 8:53 a.m. Unfortunately, American 11 had already slammed the North Tower. Meanwhile, United 175 was in the process of another murderous takeover at 31,000 feet over New Jersey. The Otis F-15s would not reach Manhattan in time. By 8:55, there had been a flurry of communications through multiple systems, from hijacked American 11 to North Carolina to Fort Worth, from Boston ATC to American operations in Fort Worth, from Fort Worth to Washington and Boston, from Boston ATC to NORAD in Rome, New York to FAA headquarters in Washington to Otis on Cape Cod to Washington to Florida and back to Washington. A separate call was made from Washington to Florida. This one came from the National Security Advisor to the presidential limo, which was in Sarasota. FAA headquarters in Washington had been fully aware since 8:34 through multiple channels of communication that American 11, a Boeing 767 out of Logan, had been hijacked. Calls to the National Security Advisor came from the official avenue of information at the FAA. The FAA call to the White House was solely because an airliner had been hijacked. As described in the commission, a stone wall was set up at the White House to avoid any explanation of the incompetent military response on September 11. There were plenty of points toward a scary super-terrorist that was lurking behind a dark cloud of sketchy new threats. While nearly 3 years would pass before Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor on September 11, would finally testify before the 9/11 Commission in 2004. Dr. Rice testified that at 8:55, when she telephoned the President, after the Air Force had scrambled fighters and the World Trade Center was ablaze, she had informed the President that a twin-engine plane had crashed into the North Tower and that's all we know. But, as we have seen, there was no mystery, among dozens at the FAA and in the Federal Communications Loop, as to what had happened. American Airlines Flight 11, a heavy Boeing 767, had been hijacked and purposely crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. By dodging questions, we are left with one innocent explanation, that she simply forgot to tell the president that that twin-engine airplane burning in the WTC was American 11 and forgot to tell him that fighters had scrambled from Otis to chase it down. Oops, I am so not remembering exactly what I told him. Is it time for lunch yet? 29 Just give me a moment. General Larry K. Arnold was on duty on September 11, 2001, entrusted with scrambling Air Force fighter jets worldwide from the NORAD Command Center in Florida. He testified before the 9/11 Commission that after he launched the Otis F-15S he immediately began trying to reach the president. He had a direct line to the presidential limousine, but somehow never got through, a catastrophic failure in the world of military communications. Luckily, the president's national security advisor was in her office at the White House when the general called. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was already at his office in the Pentagon. Phones were ringing all over Washington. Meanwhile, two F-15s were shooting south from Otis, but would be too late to stop either A-11 or UA-175. The hijackers' tactical plan had already delivered a stunning defeat to the United States military. They were far from done. After an on-time departure at 8:19 from Dulles Airport near Washington, D.C., American 77 had jetted west, directly away from the Pentagon. Every minute, every second was critical in beating the U.S. Air Force fighters to the targets. From the perspective of the hijackers, the sooner they could turn the plane back east, the better. The race was on. The pilot/hijacker, Hani Hanjour, one of three we followed earlier in San Diego, and his four Saudi muscle hijackers would fail to initiate the cockpit attack to match ATA's, on American 11, performance at just 15 minutes after takeoff. The tactical plan for near-simultaneous hits needed the Boeing 757 turning back east by 8:44 and into the west wall of the Pentagon no later than 9:15. But each minute heading west after 8:40 would double the time required on the return. This would foil the plan for near-simultaneous hits on the targets and would surely expose the plane to U.S. fighter jet interception. At 8:33, A-77 had leveled off at an initial cruise altitude of 29,000, just 105 miles west of the Pentagon, still within an acceptable takeover window, and began cruising at 8 miles per minute away from the target. At 8:44, 2 minutes before American 11 slammed the North Tower, and just as United 93 took off from Newark Washington Center, Air Traffic Control handed American 77 off to the next controlled airspace to the west under the watch of Indianapolis Center. If he had turned around then, the impact on the Pentagon would have been somewhere close to 9:05. But that's not what happened. After a few routine exchanges with Indy Center, the flight was cleared for its flight plan altitude of 35,000 feet, while the distance from Washington began to click up swiftly to 200, 230, 250 miles to the west. In the same minute that American 11 slammed the North Tower, the cockpit door was opened on American 77, but the flight was 250 miles west of the Pentagon and still heading west. By the time Saudi Hani Hanjour was in the captain's seat, he was 264 miles west of his target. Surely, this would be too far away, considering that fighters were based at Andrews AFB, and that a lethal missile defense system and sweeping radars protect Washington airspace. Surely, there would be a swift response to an unidentified target flying at 500 miles per hour for over 35 minutes straight for the nation's capital while the country was under an air attack. Right? Isn't this exactly why we have agreed to pay for the world's top military protection? At 8:56, American 77, Indy. At 8 hours 56 minutes and 32 seconds, American 77, Indy. At 8 hours 56 minutes and 46 seconds, American 77, Indy. At 8 hours 56 minutes and 53 seconds, American 77, Indy. Radio check, how do you read? At 8:55, 32 minutes after Boston Center had alerted the military on its hijack 767, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice was on the phone with the president, who was in the limo outside an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida. He was far from New York, but had seen the live pictures that producers at ABC and CNN had already aired of the major fire burning within the North Tower. It took 3 minutes from impact until the pictures showed up on television screens around the world, and only that long for network producers to surmise that this was indeed a major tragedy. The caption on the screen read, "Disaster at the World Trade Center." Surely, the national emergency channels that run straight through the National Security Advisor and the Department of Defense to the Commander-in-Chief could match the TV network's time of 3 minutes. Flight attendants Betty Ong and Amy Sweeney had both been successful in being patched from a hijacked airliner, through a customer service agent in North Carolina, to American Airlines operations in Texas within 7 minutes of the first sign of trouble. As for the tactical planners, undoubtedly they were holding their breath, waiting for results. The next 10 minutes needed to produce reports of 3 more impacts. 1 down, 3 to go. Soon the new world, the post-9/11 world, would be created. The plan at the moment was for Marwan al-Shahai on United 175 to be in a screaming dive toward Manhattan before leveling out and crashing into the South Tower. He would not disappoint them. The plan was also to have Jihad Jarrah bearing down on the Capitol Dome and the all-Saudi crew diving at the west wall of the Pentagon. The 9/11 Commission would later attempt to learn why the entire system of defense had failed, from CIA to FBI to Air Force to the administration to airline security. It was a total, catastrophic defeat of American nation security, so, naturally, they asked the National Security Advisor for insight. After much resistance and painful negotiation between the 9/11 Commission and White House counselor Alberto Gonzales, Rice was finally placed under oath in testimony April 8, 2004. If the matter had been left to Alberto Gonzales, Dick Cheney, and the president, they would have been happy if everyone had just decided to forget the un-American idea of investigating the greatest failure of American defense and intelligence in history. Trust them. The administration would look into it and tell us, through the White House press secretary, exactly what had happened and who was responsible. Philip Shannon, a New York Times reporter who was covering the 9/11 investigations, wrote an account of the stonewalling that transpired between the Bush-Cheney White House and the 9/11 Commission. Shannon wrote that Alberto Gonzales had outfoxed the commissioners by getting them to agree that Rice would testify once and only once for a total of 3 hours. In hindsight, the commission needed something closer to 3 full days. Again, we see that those being investigated were setting the ground rules for the investigation. The commissioners later wrote that her tactic was obviously to run out the clock until the negotiated time was gone. A simple question would be asked and Dr. Rice would ramble on unrelated topics, and she began her testimony by reading a 10-page, single-spaced statement that merely repeated what had been said before. Well into the stalling, Commissioner Richard Benveniste tried to stop the nonsense during the subject of the no less than 40 pre-attack warnings that had been issued directly to George W. Bush over the 4 months before the attack. His specific line of questioning pertained to the August 6, 2001, Presidential Daily Briefing, PDB, entitled "Bin Laden Poised to Strike Inside the United States," prepared by the CIA. If you could please answer the question. Rice: well, first, Benveniste, because I have limited time. Rice: I understand, Commissioner, but it's important. Benveniste: did you tell the President? Rice: it's important that I also address, it's also important, Commissioner, that I address the other issues that you have raised, so I will do it quickly, but if you'll just give me a moment. Benveniste: my only question is whether you told the President. Rice: I understand, Commissioner, but I will, if you will just give me a moment, I will address fully the question that you've asked. This was followed by a 2-minute repeat of old facts. When White House-friendly Republicans began asking questions, she would be allowed to ramble on without resistance. Let's see, Mr. Bush had seen the WTC ablaze, and he's spoken with his national security advisor, who had information from the FAA, who knew that a hijack 767 was now burning in the nation's tallest building, and knew that U.S. Air Force fighters had been scrambled. These actions are consistent with him waiting for confirmation that the attack was over. He didn't get that confirmation. Instead, he got an update that only one of the 4 had reached its target. This could not have been good news. While the NYFD donned oxygen tanks and masks and began climbing those 80 stories of concrete stairs at 8:59, the president closed his call with Dr. Rice. Instead of a conference call with Rumsfeld at the Defense Department, he opted to walk into a second-grade classroom as if a Boeing 767 wasn't burning within a hell inside the World Trade Center. In hindsight, he was stalling. It's another one of those hard-to-fathom situations that checker this entire plot. 30 Wild West show. Although the President of the United States was now sitting in a second-grade classroom in Sarasota, he held the key to the missiles beneath the wings of the F-15s that had been scrambled from Otis. A 10-minute video shot from the back of the classroom captures the actions of America's Commander-in-Chief in the nation's most critical moments, just as the Raiders were sweating the outcome of their brilliant tactical planning. While UA-175, UA-93, and A-77 were attempting to defeat the U.S. military, the Commander-in-Chief strolled nonchalantly into the classroom. After his briefing of the towering inferno at the World Trade Center, George W. Bush prioritized a demonstration that American second-graders could actually read. To make certain, the second-grade teacher had practiced non-stop for a week the same lesson over and over, so the president could see, with his own eyes, that 7- and 8-year-old African-American students could read and pronounce words. The president had flown in an entourage of the Secretary of Education, the Lieutenant Governor of Florida, advisors Karl Rove, Ari Fleischer, and Chief of Staff Andrew Card to bear witness to this event. The 7-year-olds would probably have preferred a Wild West show or perhaps a puppet show, but may have been optimistic when the star of the show entered the room with a West Texas drawl. "Good mornin'." Maybe it was going to be a Wild West show after all. Oblivious to the CNN live shot he had just seen over the caption "Disaster at the World Trade Center," George Walker Bush introduced the tall black man with a suit as the Secretary of Education and another figure within the flashes of pictures as the lieutenant of something, and the teacher sure seemed uptight today as the 7-year-olds sat in their new clothes and at attention, ready to perform. It was very clear that they must pronounce everything, and a mistake might bring the end of the world. "Great to meet everybody," Bush forced a smile. "I'm real excited to be here. Good to meet you all." He addressed the students. "I met your principal. Thank you for practicing. Really important." "Really important?" The president took control and asked the teacher to sit down and begin the demonstration. From the very beginning of this classroom appearance, the president smiles briefly and nods and even laughs aloud a few times, but there are cycles of fleeting, nervous facial expressions with eyes that seem hollow and cold, before he returns to the forced smile and rigid posture. Understandable, he's just seen a terrifying scene of an airliner burning inside the WTC. That's one consideration. Another consideration is that he's sweating out the riskiest political move in American history, and if his involvement is exposed by a failure to execute the Saudi tactical plan, an entirely different type of execution would take place. Under that scenario, we might expect a little fidgeting. 31 Positive identification at 8:37 a.m., United 175. A 300,000-pound Boeing 767 had just reached its cruise altitude after departing Boston Logan. Flight planned to Los Angeles, the wide body held 40 tons of fuel or 12,000 gallons. Let's do some math, considering that a Tomahawk missile weighs just 2,500 pounds total. A 300,000-pound 767 would be the world's largest conventional missile, the equivalent of over 100 Tomahawks. 1 United 175, Boston. United 175, go ahead, sir. Roger, do you have traffic? Look at your 12 to 1 o'clock about 10 miles southbound, see if you can see an American 767 out there, please. Roger, we have him, looks about 29 to 28,000. This sighting provided positive identification to ATC that the target they were following was indeed American 11. Okay, thank you. United 175, turn 30 degrees right, I want to keep you away from this traffic. 30 degrees to the right, United 175 heavy. Heavy is added to all flight numbers of airplanes that weigh more than 250,000 pounds. This is to alert pilots and controllers of an increased wake turbulence that a heavy airplane produces, much like the wake of a large ship on the water. This exchange also provided confirmation to the FAA that a hijacked American Airlines Boeing 767 holding 12,000 gallons of fuel was heading straight for Manhattan. Ironically, the United 175 pilots were providing critical intelligence about a situation that would lead to their own murders in just 15 more minutes. At 8:38, while Betty Ong read off the seat numbers of the American 11 hijackers, United 175 cruised in the bliss of one of those glorious weather days when visibility allows a view from Central Park to Philadelphia. This was about the time when the flight attendants would be bringing up the crew meals. Captain Vic Saracini was probably getting anyone's final view of one of the most striking high-altitude landmarks on Earth, the Twin Towers in Lower Manhattan, down to his left. He couldn't know that this very airplane would be inside the South Tower in just 22 minutes. At 8:39, United 175, cleared direct Sparta, and contact New York Center on 127.17. At 8:40, good morning New York Center, United 175 heavy at 310. 310 is 31,000 feet. At 8:41, in Fort Worth, American Airlines Operations was well aware that American 11 had been declared a hijacking, that the plane was heading for New York City and that it was descending. There were numerous clear channels of excellent information being delivered. At 8:41, New York, United 175 heavy. 175, go ahead. Yeah, we figured to wait to go to you, Center, we heard a suspicious transmission on our departure out of Boston, sounded like someone keyed the mic and said everybody stay in your seats. Okay, I'll pass that along over here. What the pilots couldn't know was that, at that moment, Amy Sweeney was giving a play-by-play account as American 11 rocketed into the North Tower. At 8 hours 51 minutes and 42 seconds, the New York Center controller saw a change in the transponder code of United 175. United 175, recycle your transponder, squawk code 1470. At 8 hours 51 minutes and 52 seconds, United 175, New York. At 8 hours 52 minutes and 9 seconds, United 175, do you read New York? At 8 hours 52 minutes and 20 seconds, United 175, do you read New York? At 8 hours 53 minutes and 52 seconds, United 175, New York. At 8 hours 54 minutes and 33 seconds, United 175, do you read New York? Meanwhile, at the Emma E. Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida, a young African-American teacher was all business. We can suppose that she felt the entire weight of the world on her shoulders with the President of the United States watching her. A flying spitball wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility, and she hadn't slept well, restless with thoughts of all that could easily go wrong with these energetic 7-year-olds. The class clown remained in her peripheral vision as her hands trembled. The whirring of the cameras was only part of this abnormal day, September 11, 2001. She prayed that the children were going to perform in this heavy environment. Now read this word from the beginning. Get ready, she pointed to the poster with a list of words and at. The children sang in unison. Yes. At. She moved to the next word on the list that was mounted on the easel. Read this word, the fast way. The emphasis was on fast. Ape. They all responded perfectly, just as practiced. It was going very well. Yes, ape. Get ready to read all the words on this page without making a mistake. The president seemed to find a comfortable spot to focus as he stared down to the floor between the students and the teacher's chair, not smiling and not following along before catching himself and snapping a slight smile. The teacher was in the zone. Read this word the fast way, she commanded. Cat. Yes, cat. Get ready, Ken. Yes, Ken. Get ready, the president seemed preoccupied. Fighters had been scrambled, but they were as useless as spitballs without shoot-down authority. The teacher, to his left, barked out another order. Get ready to read these words the fast way, she pointed with a pencil to the poster board. Get ready, Kane. Yes, Kane. Bush seemed to perk up and smiled over the students with a mouth smile. The teacher, boys and girls, you're going to read these words again. The president's smile disappeared. He briefly looked to the students with a head nod. Remember, said the teacher, what you say when there's an E at the end of the word. She glanced again over to the president. But he clearly wasn't paying much attention. Get ready, Ken. Yes, Ken. Get ready, the president stared back to the same spot on the floor without a smile. His posture had hardly changed since he took the swivel chair next to the teacher. He nodded his head. 32 United 175. The actual performance of United 175 demonstrates just how incredibly tight the attack plan needed to be in order to defeat our fighter coverage. As expected, F-15s were scrambled within 5 minutes of the first flight being declared as a hijack, and by 8:50, the F-15s were already wheels up and screaming toward Manhattan, 8 minutes away. This is the same moment that the cockpit door opened on United 175. At this point, any delays would give the fighters a chance to intercept. As we can see from the FAA radar recording of UA-175, the plane, the crew, and the unsuspecting passengers were about to transition from a normal cruise at 31,000 feet to inside the South Tower in less than 5 minutes. This seems impossible. But as the recording indicates, from the time Marwan al-Shahai took the flight controls at 31,000, he was able to determine the position of the aircraft, disconnect the autopilot, close the throttles, pop the spoilers and initiate a free fall, right at the Statue of Liberty. This maneuver is known in pilot training as high dive or a rapid descent to quickly get the plane to a lower altitude in the case of depressurization, a loss of cabin pressure at high altitudes. The trick is breaking this descent, which can take 5,000 feet, before Mother Earth stops you with a 20-foot crater. After keeping control of the aircraft through the high dive and a level off at 1,000 feet, al-Shahai, with the smoking North Tower and his target, the South Tower in the windshield, pushed the throttles forward and accelerated 100 knots above the red line to 520 miles an hour. This incredible speed would cause maximum damage to the tower with this 300,000-pound missile and 40 tons of jet fuel. The risk at flying this fast was that he could easily miss the tower, and if he were to miss, those F-15s would soon be there, in theory, to begin interfering. In the last second, it took a 20-degree left bank for a successful hit at the perfect height, delivering a fatal blow to the 101-story building. For supposedly his first flight in a heavy wide-body jet, this is an unbelievable flying feat, literally. Surely, the Saudi planners had made certain that the hijackers could indeed meet the skill requirements of this flight profile, and surely, this performance reveals repeated, real-time, hands-on aircraft training. This was not, could not have been his very first flight, the very first 5 minutes at the controls of a heavy jetliner. Mate. Yes, mate. Give yourself a pat, the president snapped back to the class. Yeah. He clapped his hands and took a search around to the camera filming him from the rear of the classroom. His eyes darted around to the students in the front row. He smiled with mouth only. The teacher was all business. Let's read these words on this page without making mistakes. Everybody tell me what this part of these words say. For the first time, the president turns his head and pulls back to actually focus on the words next to him. He is now present. The words on the poster were listed top to bottom. Rob, sang the students. Yes, Rob, now tell me what the whole word says. Get ready, robber. The president quickly looked away and back down to his comfort place on the floor, nostrils in a full flare while the teacher points to the next word with her left hand. Everybody tell me what this part of the word says. Run. Yes, run. Now tell me what the whole word says. Running. Yes, running. Get ready to read these words the fast way. The emphasis was on the word fast. Get ready, robber. Yes, robber. Get ready, running. Yes, running. Good job. She pointed lower. Boys and girls, read these the fast way. Again she emphasized the word fast. Get ready, smile. The president was not smiling as he stared toward the spot, but something prompted him to break out another lip-only smile. Yes, smile. Sound it out. Get ready, smiling. The children held their perfect posture and their perfect responses for the rest of the page while the president sat quietly with an occasional smile, an occasional nod. What else could he do? 33 The absolute monarchy. By the time George H. Bush became president in 1989, Saudi Prince Bandar bin Sultan had become Bush and Baker's main link into a world of oil kingdoms. This relationship has evolved in the past 2 decades into hand-holding and immense wealth. The prince has spent time with the president's family at their Texas ranch, their Kennebunkport home, at Camp David and of course, the White House. He has had visits to the Pentagon and has been flown on Air Force One. In turn, there have been reciprocal trips to the kingdom, a land rich with oil since 1938, oil that transformed one of the poorest of desert kingdoms into an ocean of black gold. All this gold is controlled by the Arab Islamic monarchy, an absolute monarchy with no constitution other than the Quran. Consequently, Saudi Arabia is a welfare state where an average of $25,000 annually is distributed to each family. So the Bush first family have claimed Bandar as a legitimate family member. Although the Saudis are an absolute monarchy, open adversaries to democracy, have no constitution, conduct public beheadings, and are blatantly oppressive to women, Bandar has been unofficially adopted into the family of George and Barbara Bush. 3. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a land where the king and his family are considered the most perfect and supreme subjects on all the earth. 4. The king stands above all human laws and has no judge above him either in spiritual or temporal matters. He answers only to Allah, and the kingdom's motto is that there is no God but Allah. What a great idea! Bandar has held many titles for the Saudi royal family, including ambassador to the United States. He has homes in Aspen, Washington, London, and Switzerland. He jets the world in his personal 4-engine Airbus 340, capable of flying non-stop from anywhere to anywhere. He is a self-described playboy and family man. George H. W. Bush celebrated his 80th birthday on Bandar's A340. In The Prince, the world's largest arms dealer is described as having been devastated when the elder Bush lost the White House to Bill Clinton in 1992. Bandar is the son of Prince Sultan Aziz. Prince Sultan fathered 58 children and Bandar had little contact with him growing up. His mother was a concubine to Sultan. Bandar's early credibility revolved around his flying career as a fighter pilot, although it ended with a gear-up landing and a damaged back. In The Prince, the flying stories are comical. Reading through the obvious bullcorn of bravado, it appears that Bandar might have been the worst fighter pilot in aviation history. The initial indication of moving vehicle incompetence was that he wrecked his first automobile while in initial flight training in Great Britain. He inadvertently turned off the ignition, which locked the steering wheel just when he needed it for an upcoming curve. The car zoomed through a ditch and landed inverted. His female companion was belted in until Bandar released her seat belt, which resulted in an injury worse than what she had sustained in the actual crash. As chronicled in The Prince, the fighter pilot was later transferred to the United States for further training, and his association with the royal family was soon exploited. Bandar would burn through petrodollars at an unfathomable rate, and his Air Force trainers were initially alarmed. His colonel, Joe Ramsey, was getting agitated phone calls from the local bank about Bandar writing checks beyond the reach of his $10,000 balance, but Bandar would make a call to the kingdom and there would be an immediate boost to his account. Soon, Colonel Joe Ramsey would become a close personal friend of Prince Bandar. It wouldn't take long before the older scouts discovered the walking gold mine. Every time it appeared the prince's salad days were over, out came a checkbook and doors swung open. He was soon awarded Top Gun for his unit. Of course, his unit was not the U.S. Air Force, it was the RSAF, Royal Saudi Air Force, in which he was awarded Top Gun. By U.S. standards he would have surely washed out, but he received the honor that led to the miraculous opening of 1,000 doors. He was Top Gun. He was a Saudi Arabian prince. Step this way, our new friend. In 1970, someone had signed Bandar off on the supersonic F-5 Interceptor, a handful of a fighter jet. He was soon a flying menace. At the 1971 air show for King Faisal and his guest, King Hussein of Jordan, our prince was flying the F-5 in the opposite direction of the diamond formation that would cross over the amphitheater that had been set up for the display. Bandar was to cross beneath the formation, but when the formation flew over the tents and the giant sunshade in the desert at Tabuk, Saudi Arabia, Bandar was missing. In aviation terms, he was a day late, but that didn't stop the show like his next maneuver. Because of his tardiness, Bandar had lit the afterburners and proceeded to lose altitude while gaining a ton of airspeed. When he passed over the two kings, at an incredible speed, he took down the entire setup in a hurricane of havoc. Fancy rugs, flowers, chairs, napkins, and even the headwear goutres were blown off the kings in a vortex of heavy jet fuel and afterburner hell. That was a showstopper. His father, Prince Sultan, the defense minister, was in the crowd. He walked up to Bandar and finally had a nice one-on-one chat with his boy, "You're court-martialed." The American working the control tower was quoted as saying, "Sweet Jesus, that was spectacular." It was not long before our prince was making great headway in American politics. With his reputation as a Top Gun fighter pilot, he was led into the arms race as the Saudi expert in aviation matters. His first major arms deal involved the Airborne Warning and Control System, or AWACS, deal between the United States, defense contractors, and the Saudi government. Bush and Baker led Bandar to Boeing and other contractors. Fear was induced of a theoretical Soviet attack on the oil fields and more theoretical fear of the Israelis and their American-made fighters. In all, 6 Boeing 707s were modified with radar tracking equipment, and the planes would fly a perpetual racetrack pattern over the kingdom while a 1980 computer system communicated with the ground equipment. This would give Saudi Arabia perhaps 5 minutes of warning in the event of an aerial attack. AWACS was an arms salesman's dream, a toothless tiger, a security guard armed with mace. In 1981, considering that a commercial Boeing 707 sold for around $25 million, 6 would be around $150 million. To be fair, the extra-large radar antennas on the top of the fuselages would double the price to $300 million. Let's not forget the computer system at, let's say, an even billion, for a total deal of close to $1.3 billion. But with Top Gun in the mix, the deal was announced at $85 billion. The extra $83.5 billion no doubt going largely to the aircraft brokers. Soon after, the vice president proclaimed that Bandar was now an official member of the Bush family. His new name in Kennebunkport was announced as Bandar Bush. An extra place would be set at Thanksgiving, and Barbara would make an exception to the no-smoking rule as the new Bush fired up Cubans in the living room. The Bushes loved Bandar with all their hearts. It is a love story like no other. That $83.5 billion in 1981 would have been enough to buy 3,340 Boeing 707s, a fleet greater than today's United, American, Delta and Southwest Airlines combined. Saudi Arabia had bought 6 planes and a new family from Connecticut/Texas. The price wasn't cheap, but Bandar's new family would have to hold his hand in public. Then Iran-Contra proved to be another opportunity for Bandar and the Saudi kingdom to swing open more doors. As Reagan made speeches denouncing drugs and arms smuggling, Bush and Ali's gang sent arms to terrorists, freedom fighters, with illegal funds from Bandar, washed and dried in the Caymans. Bandar also would be the middleman in arms shipments to what Reagan had labeled the terrorist state of Iran. This new power had a motto, actum non verba. Actions, not words. Or, more precisely, do anything, speak the opposite and use the greatest perk of the executive branch, tell the news media that the information came from U.S. intelligence officials. It works every time. Reagan was wrong. Not only did the criminals not get tacked to the wall by their thumbs, one was elected President of the United States. 34 AWOL again? At 9:04 a.m. on September 11, White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card approached the president from stage right and whispered into the commander-in-chief's ear, "A second plane has hit the World Trade Center. America is under attack." Until this point, a very weak argument could have been made for not jumping into action to get the commander-in-chief up to speed on the hundreds of communications that were flying around the military command in the heat of the battle. We now know that General Arnold had been told that the president was busy at the moment, occupado, he'll get back to you after the second grader's story is finished. But at this moment, the commander-in-chief of all American armed forces was, without any doubt, aware that his nation was under a vicious air attack. The raiders were surely on edge. This was a bold and risky attack, perhaps the greatest in world history. Surely, all within the esoteric circle watched, and waited, as the moment of truth had finally arrived. Hearts were about to explode. 3 more planes were out there. How was it going? Those damn intangibles were impossible to predict as they watched the second 767 appear on live television. There's number 2. 2 down, and where are 3 and 4? Hopefully on the screen within the next 60 seconds. Trillions of dollars have been spent building the U.S. military defense. As every military commander knows, from the Marine sergeant to the Army colonel, to 1,000 naval commanding officers on constant alert around the world, to the NORAD command center, a quick response is the heart of American defense, but lethal force cannot be initiated without action from the president. America was in dire need of a strong and capable commander-in-chief to launch a wave of fighter jets and make damn sure that those fighters had shoot-down authority. The American president had life-saving decisions in front of him. His reaction followed a pattern consistent with his reaction to the dozen warnings of an imminent attack over the previous months. Instead of passing the off-the-charts warnings about an impending attack using airliners to the transportation secretary or the FAA chief or to airline pilots, he cleared brush on his Texas ranch and went fishing. When he was slipped into the Texas Air National Guard in 1971 and was trained, with taxpayer funds, to fly a fighter jet, he went missing and thumbed his nose at the system. Unbelievably, this man became Commander-in-Chief of America's Armed Forces. But now was his chance to shine. Would he go absent again? For as Andy Card whispered, the president's reaction was consistent with the commander receiving an update on the attack and not an initial attack report. There is no denying that after his chief of staff whispered to him, there was no doubt, none, that a massacre was in progress, that 2 airliners had penetrated all of our defenses and were burning furiously inside the nation's tallest 2 buildings, full of American taxpayers. America is under attack. Hello. The commander-in-chief of all U.S. armed forces just sat there, and supposedly, he had no idea if these were the first of 2 more, 4 more, 50 more. Supposedly, he had no idea who was attacking us or if this could go nuclear. It was a big mystery. but still, he just sat there with no inclination to take command of the billions of taxpayer funds that bought domestic, quick response defense measures. All lines of communications were available, but they led to nowhere and no one. The commander-in-chief's face paled and flushed. He nodded and his posture stiffened again as he darted his eyes toward his senior advisors standing against the wall. The second-grade teacher had taken one of the two identical copies of a book from the table between her and her visitor. She opened her book and glanced to the stiff man who was clearly not keeping the second-grade pace. She waited for him to pick up his copy, but the silence was too uncomfortable. "Thank you," she said, "let's take a look at the title of this story." Again she quizzically glanced over and he finally snapped to attention and reached for his copy on the table. "Get ready," the president fumbled to open the book. 35 Fascinating reading. It was hard to hear the students over the constant camera snaps, but they had indeed learned to read. "The Pet Goat," the students sang in perfect unison. Meanwhile, back at the farm, Hani Hanjour had navigated 300 miles directly to the heart of America's military headquarters. When we checked the radar recordings, the Boeing 757 was depicted on at least 15 different ATC screens. 1. Get ready to read the title the fast way. The emphasis was on fast. The Pet Goat. The teacher had taken a pencil and tapped in a rhythm between words, making the sound of the tap, pet, tap, goat. Yes. The Pet Goat. Get ready. Fingers under the first word of the story. Bush appeared to be drifting in and out of deep thought and his eyes were darker and he was clearly uncomfortable. But he just stared at the pages while the towers burned and NYFD was humping up to the inferno on a stairway to hell with 50 pounds of equipment on their back. As it turned out, the raid was not even halfway over and the only person that could actually stop them, the one person who held the keys to the missiles under the wings of those fighter jets, just sat there, cutting his eyes. Get ready to read the story the fast way. The girl had a pet goat. Go on, she liked to. As the reading went on, the cameras whirred with constant shooting. Her pet goat, go on, commanded the teacher. The president had his book open but cut his eyes around the room. Ready. She played with her pet goat in her yard. Go on, but the goat did something that made, something was seriously wrong. Half the class seemed to lose focus, the last part of the sentence was all smeared with indecision. The teacher jumped into action. Let's clean that up. She would tap harder between words. The commander-in-chief bobbed his head to the rhythm of her pencil and smiled. But tap the goat tap did tap something tap that tap made tap the tap girl tap mad. Bush just loved the beat. More reports began to surface about missing jetliners. The F-15s were flying toward Manhattan, but they still had no authority to intercept or shoot. On American 77, Hanjour was late, a full 30 minutes behind the plan. One might assume, as the towers burned on televisions across the country and as passengers on A-77 made frantic calls to relatives, that the commander-in-chief would be on top of the United States military response, issuing weapons-free authority to every available fighter jet on the East Coast. The Defense Department would face tough decisions and needed the great decider to stop an even larger massacre. Could they fire a missile at a passenger airliner heading straight for the capital? What if they have a dozen more heading toward other targets around the nation, around the world? Who's going to make these decisions? Surely, by 9:20 a.m., a hostile aircraft headed straight for the capital of the United States had no chance to penetrate much further without at least one fighter jet on his wing. Finally, the wonderful story of the pet goat had finished. Perhaps now we could find time to start communicating with the events around New York. But first, the commander-in-chief apparently felt the need to extend his time in the classroom and to make conversation. "Whew. That was great reading." He remained seated and smiled to the children. "Very impressive." He continued to scan the room. "Thank you all so much for showing me your reading skills. You practiced this, right?" "Oh yes," said the teacher. He remained seated. Reading more than they watch TV. That's right, they read more than they watch TV. Oh, that's good. He closed his copy of the book. Thank you for having me. Very impressive. While the president remained seated, the video ended. Tick, tick, tick. The raiders were certainly getting nervous. 9:11 a.m. on September 11th had come and gone. 2 planes were not on plan. This was not good. What in the hell happened to 93? He had pushed off the gate right on schedule, but where the hell was he and where the hell was 77? As we will see, they may have not been in the dark. But for now, let's stick with solid evidence. 2 airplanes were still missing and unaccounted for, yet even with that knowledge, no shoot-down authority had been ordered and no more military fighters had been scrambled. During the incredible commemoration that led up to the 10th anniversary of 9/11, the News Corporation led a media blitz by broadcasting, "The World Remembers 9/11." In a documentary of the President's Day, we were shown an incredible still photo of Bush attempting to look busy while total bedlam was swirling through Washington and New York. The photo shows our Commander-in-Chief sitting at a table writing out a script for his statement on a yellow tablet. Sentences were written and then scratched out as American 77 shot straight for Washington. The good news was that F-16s were just 1 minute from protecting the Pentagon and the Capitol from a giant missile. The bad news was that fighter pilots waiting on the tarmac for orders to launch and engage, never got those orders. After disappearing within another classroom with Karl Rove, Ari Fleischer, and his traveling staff for 15 minutes, the president emerged to deliver a written statement at a podium that was set in front of the children. It was the inaugural speech of the post-9/11 world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. The children stood behind the president and a few were smiling, unaware of what was going down. Unfortunately, will be going back to Washington after I deliver my remarks. The Secretary of Education Ron Page and the Lieutenant Governor will then take the podium to discuss education. I do want to thank the folks at Booker Elementary for the hospitality. The raiders had to be in a panic. Where in the hell were 93 and 77? What the hell had gone wrong? 36 The hero because of terror and terrorism, America has quietly surrendered our democracy to the intelligence community. As we've seen, when one equal branch of government, Congress, attempted to serve a congressional subpoena on a suspect who had 2 9/11 hijackers living in his home and had frequent meetings with the main organizers of the attacks, our new branch simply refused to serve the subpoena. Who's going to make them? One super terrorist, Osama bin Laden, proved that we need to build our intelligence community so that another 9/11 will never happen again. Since 9/11, the intelligence community is able to tap directly into the United States Treasury to keep us all safe. But wait a minute. When we take a closer look, there was nothing wrong with our system. The FBI field agents found the hijackers and their support team 5 separate times. The intelligence community had 2 of the hijackers living in the house of what they described as one of their most trusted assets. The FAA was called at least 8 times. There were at least 23 reports delivered straight to the president that an attack was imminent, that the system was blinking red, that strange activity and chatter was off the charts. Airlines had been reported, time and time again, as the most likely targets. There were calls from intelligence agencies all over the world that something big was going down. As a captain with an airline that was victimized, it would have been beneficial to have some sort of heads up, some notice of the sort that are issued to us through several routine avenues. An alert through the FAA or the company would not have affected one single flight. I received nothing. Vic Saracini didn't receive any, nor did Jason Dahl, Leroy Homer, or any of the American pilots. We were left unprotected. One intelligence official who testified before Congress looked over to a victim's family and said, "Your government let you down." No shit. The system was blinking red. It worked just fine, it was the heads of the system that failed. These failures then proclaimed, during the next election season, in 2004, that if the opposition were to be elected we would really be screwed, we could expect more terror. They then proclaimed that since 9/11 there has been no more terror attacks on the United States because they saved us from Osama bin Laden. Thanks again fellas, but let's look at it this way. In the 225 years of our union there had only been 2 terrorist attacks on the United States, and they both happened on the watch of a Bush White House. You're welcome, America. 1. The first WTC truck bombing was a month after Bush 41 left office. 9/11 didn't happen because we weren't prepared, it happened because our leaders stopped leading. No one is so stupid that when your house is on fire you forget to call the fire department, or that when your country's under a fierce aerial attack you just sit there, passing time while your supersonic fighters sit on the ground for 2 hours. On September 11, 2 planes encountered delays that subjected them to fighter jet intercept. Lucky for them that our top commander just sat still. While American 77 flew a beeline for the nation's capital for 38 minutes, George W. Bush, Fox News hero, was scratching out a script to read as if he were the press secretary. How can you write what's happening if you don't know what's happening? Incredibly, they ran their re-election campaign on competence to stop terror. And the majority of voters bought it, due, in part, to a mysterious video of Osama bin Laden that was broadcast around the world 3 days before the election. By the time experts had determined the video was a fake, the votes had already been counted. 237 The stall. Today, we've had a national tragedy. The president slowly pushed the words out as time moved into the 4th quarter of the attack window. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center, in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken with Vice President Cheney, Governor Pataki, and the Director of the FBI and have ordered to pull resources of the federal government that will go to help the victims and their families. At 9:29, tick, tick, tick. And conduct a full-scale investigation, to hunt down these folks, who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now if you will join me in a moment of silence, tick, tick, tick. The president bowed his head, and held the silence for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, while American 77 got closer, closer, and closer to the Capitol. What he said next is not a misprint, but perhaps it was misspoken irony. May God bless the victims of the families, and America. Then, with his best attempt at serious drama, he closed his folder and walked off the stage. Most in attendance were confused and seemed to think this was some sort of pep rally. The children cheered as he disappeared, again. Meanwhile, at that same moment, American 77 popped up on the Capitol ATC radar, streaking the screen at 500 miles per hour. Hey, who is this guy? 38 everlasting images, because multiple scenarios of intangibles could, and would, foil a perfect execution of the tactical plan. A deep operational understanding of the airline system and a sophisticated military-type risk analysis was required for success. As we study the esoteric inside knowledge in planning the attack, it becomes obvious that this was not the work of any known terrorist organization, especially Al-Qaeda. The tactical plan required subtle intelligence on many fronts. For example, a good weather day was necessary for many reasons. September is the perfect month for big high-pressure systems over the northeast United States that are easily forecast a week or more in advance. The evidence confirms that the mission went into final go mode by September 5, when a massive system of high pressure was forecast to be locked in place over the East Coast for September 11, when the last of the hijackers' tickets were purchased. September 6 is also when the curious pattern of airline stock trading emerged. Good weather helped the chances in several areas of their time-critical tactical plan. First, good weather off the East Coast combined with the early bank, meaning, the morning's first scheduled departures, increased the chances of an on-time operation. Second, good weather would help the pilots see their targets. Absolutely great weather would enable them to see their targets from 40 miles out. Third, Good weather would help keep the airliner's routes closer to the targets at the window for takeover times. Good weather would ensure that the Boston planes would be over New York's lower Hudson Valley at the perfect time. The normal good weather routes would place all planes in an ideal attack position within the first 15 to 35 minutes after takeoff. Finally comes a factor almost too weird to think about, and that is, beautiful fall weather would produce images of destruction so vivid, so clear, that we would never be able to forget them. Good weather supported the mission tactically, but also may have supported an everlasting impression for maximum political impact. 39 American 77 While our commander-in-chief stared at the floor, Saudi pilot Hani Hanjour glided the American 757 down by the flight level change method. With flight attendants and passengers screaming from the cabin, two pilots bleeding to death on the floor behind him and, almost certainly, blood covering his clothes and the instrument panel, Hanjour was able to navigate 300 miles directly to his relatively small target. On this clear morning and without an ounce of interference from American fighters, he probably spotted the Pentagon from about 15 miles west. The recovered black box recording revealed that at 9:29 a.m. Hanjour leveled off at 7,000 feet and held 300 knots on the airspeed before clicking off the autopilot at 9:30. He proceeded to execute a steep, descending, 330-degree right turn. After a perfect rollout just 5 miles west of the Pentagon, at an altitude of 2,500 feet, the target in the center windshield, Hanjour began trimming the nose downward for 5 seconds before pushing both throttles to full power and the yoke into a dive. The oral overspeed warnings began, while the ground proximity warning system screamed landing gear and flap warnings, along with a continuous and very loud series of low altitude and configuration warnings. The airspeed raced from 300 to 350 to 400 to 450 until he impacted at 462 knots indicated airspeed, or 530 miles per hour. The plane delivered a perfect torpedo shot on the 90-foot west wall of America's military headquarters. I would have a damn hard time matching that performance, even in a peaceful setting. But Hani Hanjour, a novice pilot from the same hometown as Prince Bandar, was in total control of the aircraft as he generated a 200-foot fireball and added another 189 people to the massacre. American 77 hit the heart of the American military at 9:38, a full hour after American 11 hit the North Tower. F-16s remained on the ground, just seconds away by air. Hani Hanjour might have been more than a half hour late on the tactical plan, but miraculously, in terms of hitting the target, it made no difference to across the Potomac. At the Executive Office building, visitors had been told to evacuate the area. One of these visitors was standing on the street just across from the White House at 9:35. She noticed a big white airplane orbiting in the clear blue over the city and decided to snap a picture with her Pentax camera. After the picture was developed, we see another piece of weird evidence. This plane was a White House-controlled Boeing 747, just circling over the crime scene. And when we dig deeper, and study the testimony of the U.S. Air Force General at the 9/11 Commission hearings, we find that this plane was monitoring the two remaining hijacked planes before they crashed and had made no attempt to alert the fighters at Andrews. Truly, this exposed an interesting set of conspirators. And also out of the blue, here's a question: why in the world, in less than 48 hours, would Prince Bandar and the Commander-in-Chief be smoking cigars together on the White House balcony while the Pentagon was still smoldering across the Potomac? 440 smoking Cuban cigars on the Truman balcony on September 13, 2001, symbolized a political alliance between George W. Bush and Prince Bandar that began, as Bob Woodward describes it in State of Denial, in 1997 when Governor Bush of Texas began seriously planning his eventual run for the presidency. Bandar's dear friend, the former president, prevailed upon him to pay his son a visit. According to Woodward, Bush said to the prince, "My dad told me before I make up my mind, go and talk to Bandar. 1. He's our friend, 2. He knows everyone around the world who counts. And 3. he will give you his view on what he sees happening in the world. Maybe he can set up meetings for you with people around the world. One Bandar schooled the governor in the ways of real-world politics, dismissing any remaining concerns the first-term governor might have about needing to be dishonest, never mind if you really want to be honest. If you really want to stick to that, just enjoy this term and go do something fun. In the big boys game, it's cutthroat, it's bloody and it's not pleasant. Then, according to Woodward, Bandar changed the subject. Bandar said that while Bush had been flying F-102s in Texas, he too had been in Texas, flying F-102s at Perrin Air Force Base. To remember, Bandar said, what they taught you. Keep your eye on the ball. When I am flying that jet and my life is on the line, and I pick up that enemy aircraft, I don't care if everything around me dies. I will keep my eye on that aircraft, and I will do whatever it takes. I'll never take my eye off. 3. We can only wonder which enemy aircraft Bandar had ever picked up, but anyway, 2 weeks after September 11, in an interview with Lowell Bergman of PBS, and speaking of the United States, Bandar was reminded by Bergman that we're not a monarchy. 4. And maybe you regret it, Bandar retorted, that you are not a monarchy. Maybe if you were a monarchy, you would have more common sense to do the right thing, and not get too carried away with quote-unquote freedom. 5. There's little wonder why the Bushes love their Bandar. 41 Big white plane. Just as Hani Hanjour slammed the west wall of the Pentagon at 530 miles per hour, CNN's John King reported seeing, and CNN cameras caught the image of, a big white plane circling the area of the Capitol. It was the same big white plane the visitor had snapped with her Pentax. The 9/11 commissioners would later get the testimony of NORAD's General Larry Arnold. He made a remarkable statement that prompted investigators to consider filing perjury charges against him with the Justice Department. Arnold described his responses from Tyndall Air Base on the Florida Panhandle. It was our intent to intercept United 93. And in fact, my own staff, we were orbiting now over Washington, D.C., by this time, and I was personally anxious to see what 93 was going to do, and our intent was to intercept it. Wait a minute. We have a general testifying that the White House-controlled 747 was orbiting over Washington while the attack was in progress. Obviously, this plane had the capacity to see American 77 approaching Washington and the capacity to alert the fighter jets below at Andrews. The brave men and women who took over that aircraft prevented us from making the awful decision, the general testified somberly. 2. But when the 9/11 Commission staff reviewed the military response to United 93, they determined that NORAD was notified by the FAA only after United 93 had crashed. So where did NORAD get the information about UA-93's crash? The only plane orbiting over Washington was the plane John King had mentioned and that would later appear with great clarity in the Pentax shot. In 2007, around the 6th anniversary of 9/11, CNN ran a piece about this mystery plane, as did the Discovery Channel, and showed its film again. 3. The photograph clearly shows a four-engine, swept-wing Boeing, with a large hump starting from the cockpit and ending about halfway aft. There's another smaller hump on top of the larger hump. It doesn't take a 747 captain to easily identify the plane as a Boeing 747, except maybe it would take one to determine that it was at about 15,000 feet. The plane is painted white with a blue stripe down the center of the fuselage with an American flag on the tail. The smaller hump is a special modification known to have been made for NORAD's highly advanced reconnaissance plane, called the E-4B. Within that smaller hump is a satellite tracking system that would allow General Arnold to see what United 93 was going to do. But if he could see United 93 at 274 miles out, he could surely see American 77 approaching right beneath. In fact, he could have seen all of the Raiders' attacks, in real time, from Boston to Washington to way out over Pennsylvania. The questions are difficult to ask without adding some sort of profanity. If General Arnold could see American 77 approaching, Why didn't he notify the fighters at Langley or right below at Andrews? In typical White House fashion, they have refused even to discuss the plane's existence. Forget testifying under oath. Who's going to make them? General Arnold has since retired. 42 United 93. To illustrate the aviation challenges faced by the hijackers, consider the one case in which they failed to hit the intended target. This is the story of Ziad Jarrah at the controls of United 93. When United 93 departed Newark, 179 miles from Washington, the Boeing 757 climbed out within a huge high-pressure area. Captain Jason Dahl made an announcement to the passengers about the flight to California, giving the planned route and the weather forecast for San Francisco. He asked the passengers to relax and enjoy the flight as he switched the seat belt signs off. Because Washington is southwest of Newark, the 757 reached cruise altitude of 35,000 feet, just 112 miles due north of the Capitol building, prime position for the hijackers to begin the assault. At the top of his climb, Captain Dahl set cruise speed at 0.82 Mach. Now the twinjet engines were pushing the plane away from its target at 510 miles per hour. It is easy enough to visualize how things might have started out on that day in 2001. Perhaps the New York-based flight attendants could be overheard chatting on the taxi out, would have been taking pride in their service, treating all the passengers, Muslim and Christian and Jew, with respect and dignity, not knowing or caring which belief came with which body. Ziad Jarrah, sitting in seat 1B, had learned only parts of the airliner that he was planning to fly. For his mission, he didn't need to know anything about the sophisticated fuel, electrical and hydraulic systems, but he surely knew that the so-called automatic pilot was damned complicated. In fact, on the 757 there are 3 autopilots that can be switched between navigation and display modes. It must have taken a great deal of instruction to ensure that these first-time flyers of heavy airliners had a solid understanding and mastery of their relatively short missions. You can bet that if Prince Turki Al Faisal was running this operation, he had to be satisfied that it didn't turn into a fiasco. There was no room for errors and no room for indecision. This was as risky a mission that had ever been attempted. Failure would, and may still, end in a hanging. Every commercial airliner is operated with a dependency on a checklist for every normal operation, every abnormal operation and every emergency operation. Obviously, the hijackers were trained well, and surely their instructors had developed a checklist for them to follow. Most certainly, the United 93 and American 77 hijackers had one similar to this: storm cockpit 20 minutes after takeoff, plus 10 minutes, kill pilots, drag pilots out of seat, sit in captain seat, dial in 111.3 in left navigation, DCA, determine present position, determine altitude, determine heading to target, reset autopilot to basic modes, reset to left autopilot, set new inbound heading, set altitude to 20,000 feet, make announcement telling the passengers to remain calm. Begin descent to 10,000 feet, use 2-to-1 descent rate of 4,000 fpm, track inbound on localizer at 40 dme, miles out, descend to 2,500 feet at 15 dme, get visual contact with target, disconnect autopilot, advance throttles to firewall, praise Allah, hit target. Pretty damn simple, right? The plan was relatively simple. As clearly demonstrated on the 2 WTC flights, if the tactical plan stayed on schedule, and the pilot/hijackers executed without major delays, their flying portion would only be about 15 to 30 minutes in duration. For example, in the second WTC flight, the hijackers commandeered the cockpit at the ideal time and only had to fly the plane for 9 minutes. The first WTC flight, AA-11, was commandeered over Albany, New York, and the pilot/hijackers flying portion lasted only 31 minutes. The idea was to be finished quickly, before the U.S. Air Force fighters could intercept them. The tactical plan was basic and quick. If executed to perfection, like the 2 WTC hits, it would be impossible to defend against this attack. The plan was nearly flawless. In the swept-wing jet world of heavy airliners, we have a term for nearly. We call it a disaster. As an airline captain, there are a few key words you never want to hear from your co-pilot. One of them is nearly. Another is almost. As for United 93, the obvious error was item number 1 on the checklist: storm cockpit no later than 30 minutes after takeoff. The timing of the takeover was extremely critical. Based on the cockpit recordings and telephone reports from the American 11 flight attendants, we know that the cockpit breach was nonviolent. In other words, they didn't kick the door down or hold a knife to a flight attendant's throat to gain entry. This leaves two plausible options. Option 1, before September 11th, the cockpit was loosely secured by universal door keys that were issued to every airline pilot and ground maintenance and service personnel. Basically, the lock and key was primarily to prevent passengers from entering the cockpit by mistake during flight. For example, when I left Eastern for United in 1989, the same key that opened the cockpit door on all Eastern Airlines planes would open all cockpit doors on United planes. There were virtually thousands of these keys around the airline industry, and little doubt that the Saudi Minister of Aviation or employees of a Saudi aviation firm would have access to these keys. If I were the mastermind of this attack, I would have used this option. However, it is possible that the planners were not aware of the key option. The second option for getting inside the cockpit would be casing the flights and observing that the flight attendants on early morning flights usually delivered food or drink up to the cockpit by opening the cockpit door within the first 30 minutes after takeoff. This would be a risky choice because the pilots may have already had breakfast and coffee before they checked in for the flight. In 20 years of experience, I'd say that the chances of the door opening anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after takeoff was about 90%. Nearly, almost 100%. As for United 93, we now know that at 20 minutes after takeoff, the plane was in the ideal takeover position just 112 miles north of downtown Washington. At that point, if they had a cockpit key, or if the flight attendants had brought up breakfast to the pilots, the hijackers could have executed the remaining items on the checklist and would be burning on every television set in America within the next 12 minutes. But it didn't happen that way. It appears that Mohammed Atta, on the first WTC hit, may have had the universal cockpit key. He had breached the cockpit quietly just 14 minutes after takeoff. It would be relatively early for the flight attendants to be bring up breakfast or coffee just 14 minutes after takeoff, but not illegal or impossible, and it can't be ruled out. Normally, especially coming off the East Coast, the pilots are busy with navigation, ATC calls and instructions, climbing, leveling off, climbing again, turning, etc. Missing an altitude assignment by 1,000 feet is one of those nearly things, especially if there is opposite direction traffic, so the pilots are constantly setting and rechecking each other's work. Until we reach our final cruise altitude, it is not wise to bring any distractions into the cockpit. In fact, until we get above 10,000 feet, we operate in a sterile cockpit under FAA regulations which prohibit any conversation unrelated to the actual flying of the airplane. The flight attendants are not allowed to enter or call the cockpit anytime an airliner is under 10,000 feet. So what happened on United 93? We know that the delay of an additional 20 minutes threw a perfect plan into a failure. The delay could have been as simple as the hijackers forgetting or losing the cockpit key. Surely they were in a stressful environment, hoping to clear security, hoping there would be no surprises or mechanical failures, no unforeseen delays. Oh, and they would end this mission with suicide. They were planning to kill themselves and thousands of people. It would be understandable if they had misplaced the damn key at the exact moment they needed it. By studying the ATC transcripts and cockpit voice recordings of United 93, we know that they breached the cockpit after a flight attendant had opened the door. The hijackers stormed in behind her. By the time the hijackers either planned or for some reason reverted to option 2, United 93 was 23 minutes past the ideal takeover point. This wouldn't be a big deal on, say, a bicycle, but on a 757 moving at 500 miles per hour, it doesn't even come close to nearly or almost. They were now 170 miles off the attack profile. The black box data revealed that the pilot/hijacker dialed in the navigation frequency for Washington National Airport. At the ideal takeover point, when they were just 112 miles north of DCA, that frequency would have led them straight to the nation's capital. But that's not what happened. In reality, because the cockpit breach was delayed, by the time Jared dialed in the frequency for DCA, that frequency was out of range. Consequently, he had nothing to slave the autopilot to for navigation. He didn't have a navigation or descent plan from 300 miles out, so he attempted to execute the plan as if he were still back at 112 miles north of Washington. That nearly worked. The flight recorders told the story. Instead of clearing what Captain Dahl had programmed on the flight management control panel at the originally planned time 20-25 minutes after takeoff, Jared didn't get this done until 52 minutes after takeoff, and 170 miles off the tactical plan. Someone had trained him to reset the FMC, flight management computer, using a non-standard method, which indicates that he received this information somewhere other than the Boeing flight manual. 2. He immediately set his target altitude to 10,000 feet and changed the autopilot from the normal cruise mode to a vertical, up or down, speed mode, which overrides the altitude selected for the autopilot. We can see from the flight data recorder that he mistakenly set the vertical speed selector to a rate of 1,800 feet a minute up instead of 4,000 feet a minute down. 3. This mistake overrode his altitude setting to 10,000 feet, and instead of descending as he expected, the engines powered up, and the plane began a climb into thin air, too thin for the plane and its 70,000 pounds of West Coast fuel. The 757 teetered near a stall as it climbed above 40,000 feet, and warnings began to sound and the yoke began to shake. At this point, he was in no man's land behind the power curve in a dark blue sky and still 265 miles from his target. Jarrah had about 10 seconds to discover his mistake before the aircraft would stall. Once the plane stalls and breaks into a spin, it's all over but the crying. The cockpit warning stick shaker activated. Both the captain's and co-pilot's yokes have motors that shake them the last warning before the plane falls out of the sky. Just seconds before the stall, Jarrah, to his credit, found his error and reset the vertical speed to 4,000 feet a minute down, and the aircraft slowly recovered speed and began descending to 10,000 feet. This cross-check and correction tells us that he had been well trained. But he slipped up again. He began to execute the flight plan as if he had not waited too long and was back in the ideal window. Luckily for America, the occupants of the Capitol building and eventually the seekers of truth, the murderous assault on the surprised crew was delayed until 43 minutes after takeoff, and by the time the cockpit was under the hijacker's control at 9:32, Jarrah's ETA for his target was now 10:12, a full hour over the tactical plan. Given that a successful, flawless attack would have been completed between 8:45 and 9:10, the conspirators must have been in an extreme state of anxiety as the time clicked past 9:10 to 9:15 to 9:30. As we examine the testimony from federal investigations, we see a distinct pattern of misstatements, fabrications, cover UPS, conflicting stories, and disinformation that all began around 9:05. The common thread of all these discrepancies is that they all originated from the very people that Steve Pieczenik had mentioned as part of a stand-down and a false flag attack from the Bush White House: Dick Cheney, George W. Bush and Condoleezza Rice. In hindsight, these discrepancies counter the official reports and testimony of rank-and-file employees at FAA, FBI, and the flight data recordings and summary reports from the NTSB. The delay on United 93 presented another major problem for the hijackers. Those supersonic fighters based at Andrews and Langley and Dover had abundant time to scramble and defend the skies over Washington and the East Coast. In fact, by 10 o'clock, the entire world was aware of what was taking place. The element of surprise was gone, and with the communication capabilities of 2001, even the passengers in the cabin understood what the hijackers intended to do. As we focus on events between 9:02 and the time United 93 finally crashed near Shanksville at 10:02, we see a series of odd reactions from Cheney, Bush, Rice, Rumsfeld, and Rove which are consistent with an inside job that had gone wrong. Because of the delay, even the passengers were getting information about the attacks on New York and knew they needed to stop these guys. As Jarrah descended, lost, into the unknown, it became obvious that he had missed his window and the hijackers needed to revert to Plan B, ending it before the passengers got them. The cockpit voice recorders picked up the final words. In Arabic, "Should we finish it?" The recorder also picked up the passengers slamming the beverage cart against the cockpit door as Jarrah disconnected the autopilot with "Chance of God is Great," and rolled the 757 on its back. Recorded airspeed began increasing to 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, and the vertical speed rate was pegged out at over 30,000 feet per minute, down, at impact, 114 miles from the capital. United 93 was the only plane that missed its target. 43 designed to fail. The 9/11 Commission was formed in 2003. Philip Shannon, the New York Times reporter, was assigned to cover the Commission's investigation. In 2007, Shannon published an amazingly insightful book entitled The Commission, The Uncensored History of the 9/11 Investigation, which documents the stonewalling and undermining from the executive branch endured by the 9/11 Commission and the Congressional Joint Inquiry throughout both federal investigations. As Shannon relates, the Commission staff was capable and dedicated in its investigation, and the basic first steps were executed competently, with the collection of thousands of pages of records and reports. The Commission's chairman, Republican Thomas Kean, the former governor of New Jersey, and his vice chair Lee Hamilton, a Democratic congressman, honestly tried to keep this project free from politics and to maintain a high level of integrity. They would later confess that they were unable to overpower the White House. As they wrote in Without Precedent, the 9/11 Commission was designed to fail. This is coming from the two vice chairmen. But, to American voters, if it's not reported past 1 or 2 news cycles in the national news, it simply didn't happen. An official inquiry into any vital failure of U.S. intelligence or defense should come as a matter of course. On September 11, we are talking about multiple vital failures. A most effective obstruction to justice turned out to be the placement of Philip Zelikow as the 9/11 Commission's executive director. Zelikow, a former member of the National Security Council for the first President Bush and co-author of the 1995 book that discussed a reformation of world power, entitled Germany United, Europe Transformed. His co-author was a fellow staffer in his days working for Bush 41, the National Security Advisor on September 11, Condoleezza Rice. No conflicts of interest here. Zelikow was a member of the Bush transition team and, incredibly, the author of the policy paper that the White House used to justify a preemptive American invasion of Iraq, authorship that Zelikow and the White House obscured from Kean and Hamilton. The 9/11 Commission staff would describe Zelikow as a White House mole. In keeping with that role, and despite the fact that he had promised not to communicate with the people he was investigating, Zelikow maintained daily contact with Karl Rove, as confirmed by phone records, as he controlled the final edit of the report. In short, the White House was successful in planting a loyal member of the neoconservative, pro-war group at the very top of the 9/11 Commission, where he could and would change the entire face of the evidence. The phone records documented nearly daily calls from Zelikow to Rove and to Rice during the time when evidence was beginning to reveal a solid relationship between the hijackers and high levels of the Saudi government. This and other Saudi evidence was abundant and damning, but it never saw the light of day under Zelikow. Gone was the evidence of a direct line between the 9/11 terrorists and the government of Saudi Arabia that congressional investigators had uncovered. In hindsight, the congressional investigation was obstructed by the forming of the 9/11 Commission. Philip Zelikow formed and announced 9 teams for the new investigation. 4. Al-Qaeda and its history, intelligence collection, counter-terrorism policy, terrorist financing, border security and immigration, the FBI and other domestic law enforcement agencies, airport and transportation security, emergency response in New York and Washington, the federal government's emergency response. There seem to be several subjects woefully missing. Most notably, considering that 9/11 was obviously an aviation-based event, one might expect testimony of NTSB investigators and pilots. Not one aviation expert ever made it to the 9/11 Commission hearings to discuss the feasibility of this coordinated air attack. After September 11, a wall of resistance was thrown up by the Bush administration, with Vice President Cheney in the lead. Helped by distractions of anthrax scares, a global war on terror, 2 Middle East wars and distractions promoted daily by American news organizations, the administration has succeeded in fending off a close look at the compiled evidence. Still, the Cheney Group had a major problem after the congressional inquiry had discovered the Saudi team and all of its logistical and financial support. We know that Cheney tried to intimidate a U.S. senator who led the inquiry's investigation. If anyone with judicial authority ever read the classified version of the report, Cheney would be toast. Solution: capture an Al-Qaeda conspirator and have him confess. Torture. Ultimately, the evidence that September 11 was an Al-Qaeda operation rests entirely on the confessions of one man, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. The current history textbooks have already been written and distributed to our next generation throughout America. The new history is based entirely on the special activities relay of information provided by the 9/11 Commission as told by KSM. There's no mention of the Saudis. None. We now know that KSM, as he's been dubbed in various reports, learned the hard way to remember his role in 9/11. 5. Naked and with his feet bound to a wooden board, KSM's lower half was elevated and buckets of water were slowly poured into his nasal passages. Unable to breathe, with water entering his lungs, he would have been sure that he was drowning. The natural human reaction is to survive, and the only way to survive is to tell the aggressor whatever he wants to hear. It's that simple. The main reason we don't use waterboarding here in America is that it simply doesn't provide truth, only words to stave off imminent death. After 2 years of this treatment plus sleep deprivation, snarling dogs, and humiliation, KSM also confessed to every evil act under the sun over the past 15 years, to planning dozens of other attacks around the world. 6. We later learned that his interrogations were videotaped, but the tapes mysteriously vanished. Thanks again to a special ops interpreter, we were told that KSM was some sort of a super terrorist or terrorist entrepreneur. Like what? How? He went to North Carolina Agriculture and Technology for a few semesters and lived in Pakistan, so therefore he's the mastermind of 9/11? Oh, and his fat hand kind of looks like the fat hand that's holding a journalist's severed head by the hair in a photograph. Meanwhile, when he's not dismembering journalists, he's busy masterminding a 4-airliner aerial attack against the Pentagon and taking down the World Trade Center. KSM the super terrorist. When we checked the evidence, we discovered that there were no pictures of him in the United States, no plane tickets, no customs or immigration records, nothing. 7. In June 2008, KSM appeared in a military court at Guantanamo. Shackled and rambling incoherently, his initial complaint was that the court-appointed artist had botched his profile, specifically that his nose was drawn much too large. After the vanity issue, his next complaint was another crazy ramble about having been tortured for the previous 5 years. 8. President Bush informed the nation in a September 2006 speech about the success of the water board. Referring to another detainee, Abu Zubaydah, Al-Qaeda's so-called planning chief, Mr. Bush said, "We knew that Zubaydah had more information that could save innocent lives, but he stopped talking." As his questioning proceeded, it became clear that he had received training on how to resist interrogation. And so the CIA used an alternative set of procedures. I cannot describe the specific methods used, I think you understand why, with a pause, but I can say the procedures were tough. 9. Bush continued, after he recovered, Zubeda was defiant and evasive. He declared his hatred of America. During questioning, he at first disclosed what he thought was nominal information, and then stopped all cooperation. Well, in fact, the nominal information he gave us turned out to be quite important. For example, Zubeda disclosed Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, or KSM, was the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks. 10-0, this is how they found out. Okay. Some guy we tortured told us. Philip Zelikow, the executive director of the 9/11 Commission, over objections from the Commission's staff, controlled the contents of the final report to us. The report concluded that KSM was the mastermind of these attacks, but if you read closely, the Commission's conclusions, or assumptions, were based entirely on testimony received from our friends in special activities. Remarkably, just like the first federal investigation was unable to watch or participate in the questioning of the FBI informant in San Diego, no investigators were allowed to talk with KSM or even with KSM's interrogators. Trust us, they said to the Joint Congressional Inquiry, to the 9/11 Commission, to the media, to the world. The 9/11 Commission staff was able to insert in the final report an incredible disclaimer, within a warning-style box that precedes a third-party confession from KSM. The 20 pages that follow this disclaimer constitute the official conclusion from the 9/11 Commission about how KSM, as told, by KSM through unnamed members of special activities, masterminded 9/11. Third-hand testimony now forms the official version of history. From the 9/11 Commission final report, 11 The following chapters on the 9/11 plot rely heavily on information obtained from captured Al-Qaeda members. Assessing the truth of statements by these witnesses is challenging. Our access to them has been limited to the review of intelligence reports based on communications received from the locations where the actual interrogations take place. We submitted questions for use in the interrogations, but had no control over whether, when, or how questions of particular interest would be asked. Nor were we allowed to talk to the interrogators so that we could better judge the credibility of the detainees and clarify ambiguities in the reporting. We were told that our requests might disrupt the sensitive interrogation process. End of disclaimer. This testimony wouldn't be allowed in traffic court, but in the post-9/11 world, this is all we need in order to know who massacred 3,000 people on September 11. The New York City Fire Department lost 343 men, the NYPD lost 23, nearly 200 people jumped to their deaths from the burning towers, United and American lost 33 crew members and 314 passengers, airport security was defeated, the United States military was defeated, the American economy was ruptured, and all Americans who travel must submit to pat-downs and be treated like potential mass murderers. The Bush administration has sold that a reign of terror, a tactic used in the French Revolution, loomed and must be stopped by finding and killing all terrorists. The Commission report describes, in great detail, the thinking of Osama bin Laden, as told by mastermind KSM. For example, the report states, 12 During the summer of 2001, KSM approached bin Laden with the idea of recruiting a Saudi Arabian Air Force pilot to commandeer a Saudi fighter jet and attack the Israeli city of Eilat. Bin Laden reportedly liked this proposal, but he instructed KSM to concentrate on the 9/11 operation first. Red flag, in the summer of 2001? Are we to believe that KSM had the 9/11 attack so completely organized that he was ready to take on yet another attack? The one clear constant in White House behavior before and during 9/11 is inaction. And afterward, there was no action to give the 9/11 Commission subpoena power it needed to get to the truth. With the aid of then White House counsel Alberto Gonzales, Bush and Cheney were able to set the ground rules for their own interrogation. The two men who had failed us most in America's defense were able to demand an interrogation without an oath. Cheney demanded, and the commissioners obliged, that there would be no documentation of this interrogation, no tape recorders, no stenographer, not even a pencil or paper allowed for handwritten notes, and they, Bush and Cheney, demanded to be interrogated together. 13 Now let's go back to the first encounter between the Saudis and the hijackers at that chance meeting at that Los Angeles restaurant in January of 2000. Throughout Shanan's book about the 9/11 Commission, we see the same seesaw battle between real evidence discovered by the investigators and staff, countered by unfounded assertions by upper levels of the intelligence community. In this case, we see that someone on the commission staff had read about that meeting and the meeting that transpired at the Saudi consulate just before the Saudi agents drove directly to a restaurant where they met two hijackers. Shannon wrote about two 9/11 Commission investigators, Rajda and Michael Jacobson, as they traveled to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2004 to interrogate the Saudi diplomat who had met with the hijackers' Saudi handler in Los Angeles in January of 2000. His name, Fahad al-Thumairi. The following passages are from the Commission, beginning on page 308 and ending on page 311. Thumairi was the young Saudi diplomat who had worked at the country's consulate in Los Angeles in 2000 and 2001 and who appeared to be a middleman of some sort for the two 9/11 hijackers who had lived in San Diego. Mike Jacobson and other investigators had compiled a long dossier on Thumairi, much of it built on evidence that Jacobson had found buried in FBI files. The evidence gathered by the commission suggested Thumairi had orchestrated help for the hijackers through a network of Saudi and other Arab expatriates living throughout Southern California and led by Omar Bayoumi, the seemingly bumbling ghost employee of a Saudi aviation contractor. Although Thumairi had denied in previous interviews with the FBI that he knew Bayoumi or the two hijackers, the commission's investigators had found evidence and witnesses that proved he was lying. The commission's investigators had traveled to Saudi Arabia to confront Thumairi with his lies. The most intriguing, potentially damning evidence against Thumairi was found by Jacobson in a group of classified FBI reports prepared in 2002. The reports detailed the results of the interrogation of an Arabic-speaking taxi driver from Los Angeles who had been arrested on immigration charges a few months after September 11. The Tunisian driver was linked to Thumairi in the FBI files, apparently because he had done chauffeur work for the consulate. The driver was shown a series of photographs of young Arab men and asked if he recognized any of them. The driver surprised the FBI questioners and quickly picked out the two hijackers, Hashmi and Madar, before realizing what he had done. He then nervously backtracked and denied knowing the pair. Thumairi had a problem in insisting to the FBI after September 11 that he did not know Bayoumi, because Bayoumi acknowledged that he knew Thumairi. The Saudi government had made the arrangements for Thumairi's interrogation, and Saudi ministers joined in on the conversation. They were most certainly there to make sure Thumairi said nothing that compromised the Saudi government. He demonstrated remarkable calm at the start of the questioning. He spoke in Arabic through an interpreter at the beginning of the conversation, but later, as the questions became accusatory, he switched to English for his answers. Thumairi told the story he told before to the FBI and that it was ridiculous to try to link him to some sort of Saudi government support network for 9/11. "I do not know this man Bayoumi," he said. He certainly did not know Hashmi and Madar, the hijackers, he insisted. Another commission investigator, Rajda, interrupted Thumairi, "Your phone records tell a different story. We have your phone records." Thumairi was silent for a moment. The expression on his face was one of shock. This is when to explain that the commission had obtained FBI records that documented numerous phone calls between Bayoumi and Thumairi. Bayoumi had called Thumairi's home number at least 10 times, and Thumairi had called Bayoumi's cell phone and home even more often, at least 11 times in December 2000, 9 months before the attacks. "So you still don't remember Mr. Bayoumi?" De asked sarcastically. Thumairi began to sputter. "I have contact with a lot of people. Isn't it interesting that the spike in phone calls in December of 2000 coincides with the time that the hijackers moved from San Diego to the desert in Arizona? Something else happened in December of 2000, George Bush's son, George Jr., was declared to be the President of the United States by the United States Supreme Court after losing the overall count by over 1 million votes but winning the Electoral College count. The deciding and confounding swing to victory came in Florida, where the historically accurate exit polls indicated that Bush had lost. The first indication of an election bamboozle came, not surprisingly, from Fox News when they reported that the election was not over, that Florida was not done counting votes. A recount ensued over the next 3 weeks and ended when the Supreme Court stopped the process, even after hundreds of allegations of a massive voter fraud, of turning away low-income voters, of ballot stuffing and miscounts. Incredibly, the Bush for President election team in Florida was chaired by the very people entrusted to count the votes, the new president-elect's own brother Jeb Bush, who was the governor of Florida, and his mental case Secretary of State Kathleen Harris. Have we already forgotten? And one more little tidbit, the Bush campaign was represented in the Supreme Court by the law firm led by our old friend James Baker, one of the founders of this new, up-and-coming intelligence community. 14 In the final report of the 9/11 Commission, the executive director Philip Zelikow was unwilling to mention the Saudi spies. Instead he concluded that the sworn enemies of Saudi Prince Bandar, Al-Qaeda, without any evidence of aviation expertise or the planning and training that they would have needed, had somehow foiled every element of national security. 15 One of the most effective maneuvers to distort the truth is the absence, in Zelikow's final report, of an accurate timeline for the morning of 9/11. The testimony of key players was proven to be distorted, perhaps deliberately, including that of Air Force General Larry Arnold, who would produce more questions than he would answer. When the 9/11 Commission staff and its investigators uncovered the gross negligence of the administration, Zelikow went into cover-up mode, while those who had been incompetent in defending the nation ran campaign ads to frighten voters. Dick Cheney let it be known that voting for Democrats would increase the chances of another terrorist attack, while the commission staff was discovering a complete breakdown of protocol in the defense of America. The evidence against Bandar was hidden in the final report because Zelikow argued that it was not conclusive. Yet, third-hand unverifiable testimony from KSM, the most obscurely sourced of all of the commission's evidence, was central to its conclusions. Hard evidence on the Saudis was excluded, and the very shaky testimony of KSM was used to explain the entire plot. The phraseology of the Commission's acceptance of this testimony is hauntingly similar to the phraseology of the media's meek, virtually automatic acceptance of the alleged Osama bin Laden tapes. 16 One alternative explanation for the omissions and distortions in the report would be gross incompetence and ineptitude. However, incompetence can be virtually ruled out considering all the evidence, notably the continuous call for war and the deliberate use of all possible means to achieve that war, by the same people who were being investigated. The Zelikow-led final 9/11 Commission report was, in the end, a cover-up. 44 And 9/11's Commission chairman speak up. As we have seen, the tales told by a tortured prisoner without trial or jury have become the official account of American history. Virtually every major media account is identical to the tortured testimony of KSM. Once again, true patriots, like the chairman of the 9/11 Commission, former Republican Governor of New Jersey Thomas Kean, and his vice chairman, congressional Democrat Lee Hamilton, have been nearly shut out by our Big Six media conglomerates. Like the chairman of the Congressional Joint Inquiry, they have been trying to reach the American taxpayers, but have met a brick wall of resistance from our media. They first wrote a book to us, and they also felt strongly enough to write the following op-ed in the New York Times in January 2008, Stonewalled by the CIA. By Thomas H. Kean and Lee H. Hamilton, published, January 2, 2008, Washington. More than 5 years ago, Congress and President Bush created the 9/11 Commission. The goal was to provide the American people with the fullest possible account of the facts and circumstances relating to the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and to offer recommendations to prevent future attacks. Soon after its creation, the President's Chief of Staff directed all executive branch agencies to cooperate with the Commission. The Commission's mandate was sweeping, and it explicitly included the intelligence agencies. but the recent revelations that the CIA destroyed videotaped interrogations of Qaeda operatives leads us to conclude that the agency failed to respond to our lawful requests for information about the 9/11 plot. Those who knew about those videotapes and did not tell us about them obstructed our investigation. There could have been absolutely no doubt in the mind of anyone at the CIA or the White House of the Commission's interest in any and all information related to Qaeda detainees involved in the 9/11 plot. Yet no one in the administration ever told the Commission of the existence of videotapes of detainee interrogations. When the press reported that, in 2002 and maybe at other times, the CIA had recorded hundreds of hours of interrogations of at least 2 Qaeda detainees, we went back to check our records. We found that we did ask, repeatedly, for the kind of information that would have been contained in such videotapes. The Commission did not have a mandate to investigate how detainees were treated. Our role was to investigate the history and evolution of Al-Qaeda and the 9/11 plot. Beginning in June 2003, we requested all reports of intelligence information on these broad topics that had been gleaned from the interrogations of 118 named individuals, including both Abu Zubaydah and Abd al-Rahim al-Nashri, 2 senior Qaeda operatives, portions of whose interrogations were apparently recorded and then destroyed. The CIA gave us many reports summarizing information gained in the interrogations. But the reports raised almost as many questions as they answered. Agency officials assured us that, if we posed specific questions, they would do all they could to answer them. So, in October 2003, we sent another wave of questions to the C.I.A.'s General Counsel. One set posed dozens of specific questions about the reports, including those about Abu Zubaydah. A second set, even more important in our view, asked for details about the translation process in the interrogations, the background of the interrogators, the way the interrogators handled inconsistencies in the detainees' stories, the particular questions that had been asked to elicit reported information, the way interrogators had followed up on certain lines of questioning, the context of the interrogations so we could assess the credibility and demeanor of the detainees when they made the reported statements, and the views or assessments of the interrogators themselves. The General Counsel responded in writing with non-specific replies. The agency did not disclose that any interrogations had ever been recorded or that it had held any further relevant information, in any form. Not satisfied with this response, we decided that we needed to question the detainees directly, including Abu Zubaydah and a few other key captives. In a lunch meeting on December 23, 2003, George Tenet, the CIA director, told us point-blank that we would have no such access. During the meeting, we emphasized to him that the CIA should provide any documents responsive to our requests, even if the Commission had not specifically asked for them. Mr. Tenet replied by alluding to several documents he thought would be helpful to us, but neither he, nor anyone else in the meeting, mentioned videotapes. A meeting on January 21, 2004, with Mr. Tenet, the White House counsel, the Secretary of Defense and a representative from the Justice Department also resulted in the denial of Commission access to the detainees. Once again, videotapes were not mentioned. As a result of this January meeting, the CIA agreed to pose some of our questions to detainees and report back to us. The Commission concluded this was all the administration could give us. But the Commission never felt that its earlier questions had been satisfactorily answered. So the public would be aware of our concerns, we highlighted our caveats on page 146 in the Commission report. As a legal matter, it is not up to us to examine the C.I.A.'s failure to disclose the existence of these tapes. That is for others. What we do know is that government officials decided not to inform a lawfully constituted body, created by Congress and the President, to investigate one of the greatest tragedies to confront this country. We call that obstruction. Thomas H. Keane and Lee H. Hamilton served as chairman and vice chairman, respectively, of the 9/11 Commission. End of op-ed. The chairman of the Congressional Joint Inquiry wrote a book and tried to tell us that 9/11 was a Saudi operation. Now we see that both heads of the 9/11 Commission have been trying to reach us with news that the confessions were never verified. As pointed out earlier, 3 of the 4 political heads have all called out to us. Where's the 4th? 45 Cheney's bogus shoot-down order 5 days after the attacks. On Sunday, September 16, 2001, Vice President Cheney would somberly tell the story of having made the toughest decision of that past Tuesday, in an interview from Camp David with Tim Russert, on Meet the Press. Referring to the decision about whether or not to order fighter jets to shoot down passenger planes, Cheney said, "Well, I suppose the toughest decision was this question of whether or not we would intercept incoming commercial aircraft." One Russert followed up, "And you decided?" "We decided to do it," referring to himself and the president. Russert, "So, if the United States government became aware that a hijacked commercial airliner was destined for the White House or the Capitol, we would take the plane down?" "Yes," said the somber White House veteran. "The president made the decision on my recommendation." Cheney said that Bush had relayed the decision to Cheney in one of their telephone calls that morning. "Now, people say, that's a horrendous decision to make," he continued. "Well, it is. Unfortunately, as even the commission report makes clear, if you make the extra effort to connect the dots, Cheney was delivering false information to millions of American viewers. As we will see, there were 7 separate phone logs on each call from Cheney to Bush, and none of them chronicled any discussion about shoot-down authority or even scrambling fighters. 2. It would take a study of the recovered black boxes to discover the mistakes made by the hijack team, but Dick Cheney's stalling was the cause of the delayed reaction of the fighters. Until the hijackers began to experience delays, the military had executed a competent response by scrambling 2 F-15 Eagles from the nearest base to the hijacked flight. But as the attack began to encounter delays, all of this competency vanished. At 9:02, after the second hit on the World Trade Center, everyone knew that this was an act of terrorism, and yet American 77 would continue for 46 minutes straight to the Pentagon without any interference from Air Force fighters. In testimony to the 9/11 Commission investigators, Air Force Colonel Robert Marr said that American 77 had dropped below the radar so nobody could see him. But when we checked the FAA radar reports and the recovered black box recordings, we found this to be completely false. 3. American 77 was hijacked at 8:52 at an altitude of 35,000 feet. Although the transponder was turned off by the hijackers, the plane was visible to defense and FAA radars as it approached the nation's capital from 8:52 until impact at 9:38, 46 minutes. An unidentified target, essentially a very large missile, was bearing straight for the Pentagon at 500 miles per hour on all defense radars for over a half hour at a time when the nation was under a fierce aerial attack and nobody saw it. Then we get an Air Force colonel attempting to cover a most obvious blemish by saying that the plane was below radar coverage. It now becomes obvious that the planners did not plan for American 77 and United 93 to still be flying after 9:10. Keep in mind that radar coverage in this area covers anything above 500 feet, and at the time, UA-93 was at 35,000 feet. This statement that American 77 was below radar coverage is preposterous. 4. The black box recording clearly indicates that at 8:55, the plane had reversed course back to Washington at 35,000 feet and started a descent to 24,000 feet, well within return range of every radar. At 9:15, the plane had leveled off momentarily at 24,000 feet until 9:20 when it began another descent to 9,000 feet. At 9:38, after A-77 completed a highly advanced steep turn and descent from 2,500 feet, just 3 miles from its impact with the west wall of the Pentagon, the 200,000-pound airliner was still within clear radar contact. 5. American 77 was in radar range the entire flight. The black boxes recorded the airspeed just prior to impact at an incredible 482 knots, 530 miles per hour. The redline airspeed at this altitude, sea level, is 355 knots. Perhaps only airline pilots can appreciate this incredible speed, but hitting that target at that speed reveals a history of advanced flight training. The official records prove that no shoot-down authorization was ever passed to the fighter pilots. At 10:45 a.m., a full hour after American 77 hit the Pentagon, here comes the U.S. Air Force to protect Washington. They were part of the 113th Wing of the District of Columbia Air National Guard, launched out of Andrews in response to information passed to them, not by the White House, but by the Secret Service. The first of these fighters was airborne at 10:38, 2 hours and 17 minutes after American 11 was declared a hijack. 6. As the Commission report states, General David Worley, the commander of the 113th Wing, reached out to the Secret Service. The guidance from Worley was to send up the aircraft, with orders to protect the White House and take out any aircraft that threatened the Capitol. General Worley translated this in military terms to flying weapons free, that is, the decision to shoot rests in the cockpit, or in this case in the cockpit of the lead pilot. He passed these instructions to the pilots. 7. It appears that General Worley didn't get the memo to stand down, but this order was like calling the fire department an hour after your house had burned to the ground. That order to protect Washington would have been effective after the second plane hit the WTC at 9:02, when everyone on Earth knew that this was an attack and not just a twin-engine airplane with a terrible pilot that had crashed. Cheney's solemn statement to a stunned nation on Meet the Press was that he and the president had decided to shoot down incoming airliners. However, the White House records every incoming or outgoing phone call. 7 separate logs were kept on the Cheney, Bush calls on September 11. The Situation Room keeps one. The Secret Service keeps one. The White House switchboard keeps one. 4 separate logs were kept by military officers working in the White House. There were 7 separate logs chronicling the length, the time, the subject and all pertinent information for the calls between Cheney and Bush. 8. There was no evidence on any of the logs that a shoot-down was even discussed, much less authorized. When the vice president said, "The president made the decision on my recommendation," we can raise another red flag. 8. Another rather obvious attempt to deceive came from Scooter Libby's notes, between 10:15 and 10:18 a.m. His note read, "Aircraft 60 miles out, confirmed a hijack, engage. VP. JB, Josh Bolton get president and confirm engage order." This may have been one of the earliest post-attack deception tactics. Everyone on the Raider side knew that UA-93, the last of the 4, had crashed 10 minutes earlier. 9. And speaking of Mr. Irving Leibowitz, who calls himself Scooter Libby, he is one of many interesting directors in the project for a new American century that we will examine in the next chapter, would later be convicted of exposing an American intelligence agent that had exposed another Cheney embellishment regarding more false assertions of WMD. Leibowitz would be sentenced to 30 months in prison, but George W. Bush would commute that sentence and he would remain free as a convicted felon. 9. The law just doesn't seem to work for these guys. NORAD records indicate that it wasn't until between 10:14 and 10:19 that messages from a lieutenant colonel at the White House were being sent saying that Cheney had confirmed fighters were cleared to engage inbound aircraft if they could verify the aircraft was hijacked. However, the order was not passed along because the NORAD commander knew that such an order could not come from the vice president. Protocol demanded it come from the president to the Secretary of Defense to the combatant commander. This order was useless and Cheney, a former Secretary of Defense, must have known that it was an invalid order. Isn't it interesting that all the competency in fighter jet scrambling returned just after the last of the 4 hijacked planes were confirmed to have crashed? 10. The Andrews Squadron's weapons-free directive came 2 hours late. The impact of the U.S. military defense was exactly the same as if there had been no U.S. military defense at all. The hijackers' tactical plan either displayed an uncanny inside knowledge of our military readiness or relied on inaction by our commander-in-chief, or both. The element of surprise, complete surprise, across the board, was to have been the key to its success as a truly long-term, world-changing event. If the plan had been executed perfectly, the footprints of the tactical planners may have never been discovered. If being the operative word. If they had all struck at once, the disposition of the fighter jets would never have come into play. There would be no conversation about the shoot-down orders that weren't given, the bizarre hiding and delaying inside the classroom, the NORAD responses, the E-4B orbiting the Capitol before the Pentagon was hit, Cheney making the horrible decision that he didn't actually make, and on and on. They all could have said, and I believe they were supposed to be able to say, gee, it was over before we could do anything. But that's not what happened. 46 False flag operation in asserting that there is much more to 9/11 than the official story would have us believe, and that responsibility must lie with a group or groups other than Al-Qaeda. We have focused mostly on two of the three classic criteria usually involved in establishing guilt. Out of the triad of means, motive and opportunity, the evidence we have been discussing pertains to means, the physical and logistical ability to carry out these attacks, and to opportunity, the circumstances that made the attacks possible at a certain place and time. We have touched on motive only indirectly. For any persons wishing to execute such an attack and blame it on Al-Qaeda, a highly plausible motive makes the terrorist group an ideal scapegoat. Never mind that no one has even tried to explain in any detail how Al-Qaeda managed to do it. The situation is very much as if you wanted to murder your neighbor Bob and pin it on Crazy Fred at the end of the street, who has been threatening for years to do Bob in. When Bob is finally killed, if you play your cards right, who's going to believe it wasn't Fred? Al-Qaeda has expressed hostility to the United States and is accused in bar bomb attacks on our embassies in Africa and the USS Cole in Yemen. Then, supposedly, we get a fatwa from Osama bin Laden that is used by the intelligence community as a declaration of war. In looking at the possible responsibility of any other group, it will be understandably very difficult for many Americans to consider, even for an instant, that this attack could have been planned and directed by high-profile Americans. Even with my background in black operations under the direction of Vice President Bush, no less, I still had some hope, at first, that my darkest suspicions might evaporate in the strong light of the evidence. These would be unthinkable black ops indeed. My fear now is that the true conspirators remain at large and have the ability to conduct future spectacular events to further their political cause. It is impossible to know to what lengths people will go for power, but it is now clear that 9/11 has been used in the recent elections in a subliminal fashion. In the 2004, 2006, 2008 and 2010 elections, mysterious reports of Osama bin Laden surfaced in the American media via the intelligence community just prior to the elections and completely vanished afterwards. In 2010, the intelligence community floated a plot, supposedly backed by bin Laden, that an attack was planned on the Eiffel Tower in Paris 1 week before the election. In October of 2004, a video of bin Laden surfaced just before George W. Bush was re-elected in early November. We were later told that bin Laden was killed in May of 2011 in a house full of women, children, marijuana, and pornographic magazines. Is anyone paying attention? Even with all the slip ups, they have been able to control the media's focus with false reports about Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. Fear seems to outpower logic. If we grant the hypothesis that 9/11 may have been an ultimate case of dirty tricks, a sucker punch designed to deceive the world and to grab power, it is worth examining who gained power as a result and then how they used it. The short answer, of course, would be the Bush administration, which used fear and hysteria to establish a new all-powerful branch of government calling itself the intelligence community. As a direct result of the attacks, was to push war with Iraq, and this brings us around to address the big pink elephant in the living room, the one behind Bandar's cigar smoke rings, the oceans of black gold that lie beneath the Iraqi and Iranian sands. Let's look at the setup and remember that Iraq and Saudi Arabia were, competitors in the oil market. An alliance with Saudi Arabia and American oil companies would constitute an opportunity to control much of the world's economy, with profits remaining obscured from the American taxpayers. Capitalism is wonderful if you own all the capital. 4 months before September 11, in May 2001, Dick Cheney delivered the National Energy Policy Report to President Bush, a report that had been shaped by the work of Cheney's Energy Task Force, led by our friend James Baker and Enron CEO Kenneth "Kenny" Boyle, Bush's top campaign contributor in the 2000 election. The Baker Task Force produced a report, Strategic Energy Policy Challenges for the 21st Century, in April 2001. According to the Baker report, Saddam Hussein became a swing oil producer by turning Iraq's oil taps on and off whenever he felt it was in his interest to do so. During these periods, Saudi Arabia stepped up to the plate and provided replacement oil supplies to the market. Hussein, the report says, used his own export program to manipulate oil markets. The report's implications are clear: the national energy security of the United States was now in the hands of an open adversary, and the Saudis might not make up the difference in the future. The Baker report recommends, the United States should conduct an immediate policy review of Iraq, including military, energy, economic and political/diplomatic assessments. Sanctions that are not effective should be phased out and replaced with highly focused and enforced sanctions that target the regime's ability to maintain and acquire weapons of mass destruction. Military intervention is listed as a viable option. When Vice President Cheney handed the official national report to President Bush, the cabinet members who formed the National Energy Policy Development Group were listed as its authors. A closer look reveals that the Baker report was the main frame. In the end, almost every major policy action in the Baker report was incorporated in the national report. By December 2002, post 9/11, a neoconservative independent working group led by ambassadors Edward P. Jeragian, the former ambassador to Israel and founding director of the Baker Institute, and Frank G. Wisner, an Enron board member and personal friend of Egypt's Hosni Mubarak, wrote a guide for the president that described American actions after an Iraq war. They had created a perfect war on paper. The war was presumed to have occurred. It was a fast, smooth war. It ended nicely. There were no complications. Titled Guiding Principles for U.S. Post-Conflict Policy in Iraq, the report was co-sponsored by the Council on Foreign Relations and the James A. Baker III Institute for Public Policy of Rice University. The report warns the president, with an astonishing foresight: Western anti-war activists, the Arab public, average Iraqis, and international media have all accused the United States of planning an attack on Iraq not to dismantle weapons of mass destruction, but as a camouflaged plan to steal Iraq's oil for the sake of American oil interests. The solution: any repairs, future investments, oil exports, and sales of oil must be made transparent and involve both international and Iraqi oversight. Okay. Sure. Now who is doing their accounting? The report then gets down to the nitty-gritty. Iraq has the second largest proven oil reserves in the world, behind Saudi Arabia, estimated at 112 billion barrels, with as many as 220 billion barrels of resources deemed probable. Of Iraq's 74 discovered and evaluated oil fields, only 15 have been developed. In the Western Desert there are 526 known structures that have been discovered, delineated, mapped, and classified as potential prospects in Iraq, of which only 125 have been drilled. This is the mother lode. To hell with going green when there's another oil kingdom to be enjoyed. Occupation of Iraq would be a major step forward for the oil kingdom that the Bush family had been developing since leaving Connecticut for the rich oil fields of West Texas in 1951. But great American dynasties apparently cannot live by oil alone. To ensure the greatest wealth and consolidate it, even into the furthest imaginable future generation, they need power. In the pursuit of power, the destinies of George W. Bush, a small group of American so-called neoconservatives, and the Saudi royal family, fronted by Prince Bandar, became intertwined. At the end of the Gulf War in 1991, the United States decided it was too risky to invade Baghdad or attempt an occupation, even though there were nearly 1 million coalition troops and contractors in the sand. This decision came over loud objections from Prince Bandar, who would remain upset for 13 years, until his friend's son finally attempted the occupation, but with fewer than 200,000 troops. 7. Also among the malcontents in 1991 were the neoconservative future members of something that called itself Project for a New American Century, or PNAC. PNAC co-founder William Kristol, Richard Pearl, Donald Rumsfeld, and others were screaming for a push into Baghdad. 8. George Bush had been fired by the American voters after one term despite a temporary spike during the Gulf War. One thing was certain: the fall from power by the Baker-Bush team was going to be corrected. A detailed plan for that purpose was taking shape during the Clinton years. The neoconservatives were meeting and thinking about a plan to revolutionize America. Sometime around 1997, we can see that a distinct plan was forming. In 1998, members of PNAC, including Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz, wrote to President Clinton urging him to remove Saddam Hussein from power using U.S. diplomatic, political, and military power. The letter argued that Saddam would pose a threat to the United States, its Middle East allies and oil resources in the region, if he succeeded in maintaining his alleged stockpile of weapons of mass destruction. The letter also argued that an Iraq war would be justified by Hussein's defiance of UN containment and his persistent threat to U.S. interests. 8. In essence, this group was searching for a reason to invade and occupy select Middle East nations with our military. When we step back to 2001, we see that Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz didn't have to write persuasive letters. They were the United States Secretary of Defense and the Deputy of Defense. Other reports from conservative think tanks, like Stanford's Hoover Institution, the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation, had the attention of those who favored using America's great military power to carve out an empire and keep America on a course of global domination. 9. The Council on Foreign Relations, advising the new president in June 2001, stated, "Saddam Hussein and his regime pose a growing danger to the Middle East and the United States. The regime cannot be rehabilitated. Therefore, the goal of regime replacement should remain a fundamental tenet of U.S. policy options." This paper advises the president there are 3 red lines that Saddam Hussein might possibly cross. If he crosses any one of them, we will gain the support of the Arabs and the Turks against him. First, Iraqi military threats or attacks on allied forces. Second, Iraqi threats or attacks on neighboring states. Third, Iraqi acquisition and deployment of weapons of mass destruction or their use, including nuclear, chemical and biological weapons. This sounds like a rough draft for George W. Bush's dire warnings in the 2003 State of the Union address. 10. Evidence suggests that 9/11 was a classic false flag attack, probably the bloodiest, most horrendous, and most cynical false flag gambit in world history. The most celebrated perpetrator of false flag incidents was, no surprise, Adolf Hitler, as when he ordered the burning of Germany's parliament building, the Reichstag, in 1933 and blamed it on the communists in order to dramatically enhance his power. This was only brought to light by documents obtained by the Allies after the war and by testimony at the Nuremberg trials. Hitler and his lieutenant, Reinhard Heydrich, used a false flag attack to justify the Nazi aggression that triggered the Second World War. The Gallwitz incident on August 31, 1939, was staged to look like a Polish attack on a German radio station. Later in 1939, Stalin used a false flag simulation of a Finnish attack to justify attacking Finland. In 1962, Operation Northwoods was planned by the U.S. Department of Defense to spark a war with Cuba. It involved a scenario to hijack a passenger plane and blame it on Cuba. It was authored by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, nixed by President John F. Kennedy, and finally came to light through the Freedom of Information Act. As for the North Vietnamese attacks in the Gulf of Tonkin in 1964, whatever happened, it wasn't strictly a false flag. But its many now undisputed false elements should prove cautionary concerning what is possible in our democracy. 47. The Project for a New American Century, PNAC, for a detailed declaration of war including a description of a premeditated American military invasion and occupation of the Middle East, we look to a policy paper that was written and published by pro-war ideologists in the late 1990s. Just like the insightful stock traders in the week prior to the attack, we see that one group wrote a paper so accurate in the description of a proposed U.S. armed forces strategy since 9/11 that it raises serious suspicion. In other words, their proposed invasion into the Middle East mirrors the actual strategy that has occurred. Let's take a close look at something called the Project for a New American Century, a pro-war think tank comprised of top neoconservatives who have an interesting history of promoting military conflict using American armed forces. Beginning in 1996, this group began a concerted effort, a campaign, to begin an American military invasion into Iraq. In 1996, Richard Perle, a defense lobbyist and a longtime Bush-Cheney supporter, composed a report that proposed regime changes in order to restructure power in the Middle East to favor Israel. The report was titled A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm, and called for removing Saddam Hussein from power, as well as other ideas to bring change to the region. The report was delivered to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the head of Israel's right-wing, hardline Likud party. This raises two questions. Who the hell is Richard Perle, and why is he asking the head of Likud to remove the Iraqi president? Perle gained notoriety in the publishing business under Conrad Black, now serving time for criminal fraud, who was for a time the third largest newspaper magnate in the world to Black-controlled Hollinger International, the publisher of major newspapers including the Daily Telegraph, UK, Chicago Sun-Times, US, Jerusalem Post, Israel, National Post, Canada, and hundreds of community newspapers in North America. 2 years later, in 1998, Perle recruited more members into his movement, including Donald Rumsfeld, Scooter Libby, Paul Wolfowitz, former CIA head James Woolsey, Elliot Abrams, and John Bolton, who were among the signatories of a letter to President Clinton calling for the removal of Hussein with American military forces. Clinton rejected the idea, but the project continued with another paper that was even more aggressive in their pursuit of war. On January 16, 1998, members of the PNAC, including future U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and his future Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz, drafted an open letter to President Bill Clinton, posted on its website, urging President Clinton to remove Saddam Hussein from power using U.S. military power. They argued that Saddam would pose a threat to the United States, its Middle East allies, and oil resources in the region, if he succeeded in maintaining what they asserted was a stockpile of weapons of mass destruction. Another key PNAC document, and the intellectual centerpiece for neoconservative foreign policy, published in 2000, is titled Rebuilding America's Defenses. In hindsight, this paper appears to be the blueprint for the post-9/11 world, written by the very people who would direct our intelligence community, our executive branch and our military into the post-9/11 world. Back in 2000, this think tank argued that the United States must be prepared to take military action and that America's way of deploying armed forces was obsolete. Defense spending and force deployment should go toward placing forces at new permanent military bases in Southeast Europe and Southwest Asia, to shape security in critical regions of the world. After identifying hostile regimes as Iraq, Iran, and Syria, the authors advocate the radical new doctrine of the preemptive use of force. Notice that in 2012, these three countries remain as hotspots in the Middle East. That proposed doctrine is now known as the Bush Doctrine, and investigators have identified the main author as Philip Zelikow, the White House's director of the 9/11 Commission, the same Philip Zelikow that has written the official 9/11 history. There are many shocking statements in Rebuilding America's Defenses, and one is the following: the history of the 20th century should have taught us that it is important to shape circumstances before crises emerge and to meet threats before they become dire. Holy smoke, they want to control the future by shaping circumstances? The signers included a who's who of the future administration, such as Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Armitage, Jeb Bush, Mr. Scooter Libby, William Bennett, and Josh Bolton. Most alarming is the representation we see from the American media. On the list of around 100 co-signers of this manifesto, we see at the very top, an interesting name, William Crystal, listed as the co-founder of the Project for a New American Century. William Crystal. Why is William Crystal writing America's foreign military policy? He's the cheerleader on Fox News for the kill every Arab for the sake of saving Israel type hardliners, or hawks. Crystal's positions are interesting, but the vast majority of Israelis favor a more peaceful existence. This leads us to the Likud Party, who has cash flowing like the Jordan River into Washington, D.C. via the political gold mine of AIPAC, a house of mirrors of financial deals that makes the bank bailout look silly. AIPAC, the American Israeli Public Action Committee, is the leading campaign contributor to federal candidates in your Congress. If a senator, say like Lindsey Graham, wants to keep his job, it would be wise to sing AIPAC positions. The night before Benjamin Netanyahu addressed a joint session of the U.S. Congress in 2011, he held a black tie gala in Washington, promoted wildly by AIPAC. 77 out of 100 United States senators were there for the party. More than likely, both senators from your state were there. For Likud has broken the code, by the United States Congress. There's only about 500 of them. Researching William Crystal brings out some interesting connections. He's the son of Irving Crystal, who was considered the godfather of neoconservatism. He is the editor-in-chief for the pro-Likud Weekly Standard and has repeatedly called for American military support for Israel by promoting a deeper American military invasion into Iran. While President Obama is trying to exit the Middle East, Crystal is calling for an escalation and an invasion into Iran. Why is William Crystal involved in the organization of pro-war advocates to form the foreign policy of the United States? Isn't this the business of the American Congress? Let's look at some passages of their Rebuilding America's Defenses that was published 1 year before September 11, 5. Throughout this 70-page publication, we see a troubling pattern emerge. For starters, the authors offer a narrow view of America's world presence. They lambast the Clinton administration policies as inadequate and short-sighted. They conclude that a theoretical transitional period was needed to retool America's military into a cleaner, modernized fighting force with four main objectives: protecting our homeland, fighting and winning multiple theater wars, maintaining control with constable forces, occupation, and to transform the American military by exploiting the revolution in military affairs. The main authors listed as co-signers were the very people who had control of the Bush executive branch during and after the attacks. Beginning with Cheney, we see that he was actually in control of the White House response of the attack from a bunker under the Oval Office. There were 12 contributors to the PNAC paper who would be Bush cabinet members on September 11. In the introduction, there is a clear objective to promote Secretary Cheney as the leader of this entire policy. The introduction states, in broad terms the authors write, "We saw this project as building on the defense strategy of the Cheney Defense Department in the waning days of the Bush 41 administration." It would be some coincidence that the authors who were out of power in 1997 when they began to draft this policy paper were all in power positions beginning in January 2001 and in position to execute the invasion plan described in great detail. After wishing in print for a new Pearl Harbor to expedite the revolutionary change they deemed necessary, this think tank provided a vision of how that revolution would be executed. The objectives were clear. This group planned a multiple-nation invasion and occupation of key Mideast nations using a new type of military force equipped with Predator drones and a new covert guerrilla warfare. Today, this type of a new military is in place with private companies like Blackwater who have direct ties to this PNAC group and have over 100,000 mercenary soldiers on private no-bid contracts roaming the Middle East. The head of Blackwater, Eric Prince, is executing the plan as written. Blackwater has changed its name to something called XE, to throw us off the trail, but make no mistake, this outfit is being run by Eric Prince and a guy named Kofor Black, a career intelligence community director who now heads a major consultant firm for the intelligence community. Take time to search Kofor Black. This group forms the heavy, dark arm of the intelligence community, and there's nothing vague about their intention: keep America at war for the next 100 years and conquer the Middle East with force. As we look back, we see that they wrote of a dilemma: the American taxpayers were unwilling to fund this adventure. So they wrote on page 51, the transformation would be a long one absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. It is shocking to think that another Pearl Harbor could be thought of as any type of long-term benefit to Americans, but to actually write it and publish it highlights a group who actually offered their intention to bring about their revolutionary change. Further, when that new Pearl Harbor happened, this think tank had the reins of the U.S. executive branch and control of the intelligence community. The post-attack direction has been executed exactly as written in Rebuilding America's Defenses. Although there are other equally suspicious concurring reports dealing with oil reserves of the targeted nations by the same group, Rebuilding America's Defenses best explains the motive of this pro-war group, recognized as hawks around Washington. In the paper we see motive, and by connecting this group to the founders of the intelligence community there is a direct link to means and opportunity. In hindsight, Cheney was in that White House bunker on September 11 with two PNAC contributors, his chief of staff, I. Louis Scooter Libby, and Josh Bolten. Consequently, when we compare the testimony of these players with the actual chronology, we discover a distinct pattern of deceit that began before the attack was completed. Cheney lied repeatedly about his actions during the military response to the attack. He led the charge to war using the attack to frighten and hotwiring Iraq to the attack. He threatened the head of a federal investigation. He provided critical disinformation to the media about bin Laden, Saddam and weapons of mass destruction. He warned us about anthrax and a possible mushroom cloud that needed an immediate military response. He jumped to conclusions and rushed us into war. He ordered torture and humiliation of suspects. He stonewalled any investigations into the military failures that allowed 9/11 to succeed. He led the charge to open Guantanamo and the opposition to close it, and to bring the prisoners to justice. He warned that it was too expensive to hold a trial in the US and claimed that America was too vulnerable to imprison any terrorist convicts. 48 The Dark Alliance. When we plug in the Project for a New American Century as the initial planners of the post-9/11 world and the Saudis as the executioners of the attack, under some type of contract from the Bush-Cheney intelligence community, virtually all mysteries are solved. The Osama bin Laden fatwa that's been used to prove his guilt doesn't hold a candle to the written manifesto of PNAC. This paper not only declares war, but it also exposes a means, a motive, and a plan of attack that was actually executed as written. When we revisit the Iran-Contra fiasco, we see the same names associated with 9/11 in a rather damning report from Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. One note that George Bush saved himself from jail by pardoning the 4 men that executed his plan. The media was led to Reagan, who was certainly not in the loop, while the evidence screams of a Hansen conspiracy using bribes, money laundering, drug trafficking, illegal arms sales, and God only knows what else that was not found. As we reread Walsh's report to us, notice that 3 splinter groups conspired to circumnavigate our Congress. Saudi Arabia, led by Prince Bandar, was the source of at least $30 million funneled through offshore accounts in the Caymans, the Bahamas, and Switzerland to the Contras. A right-wing splinter of Israel that brokered arms sales to Iran through BCCI, Prince Bandar and the Enterprise. A right-wing splinter from the United States that controlled the intelligence community's Special Activities Division and formed the Enterprise, an underground network of criminal activity with their own bank, BCCI. Now let's take a look at Fox News. We see that the alliance above has deep roots into Fox News. PNAC members are seen daily as contributors but are actually the megaphone for the ideology of right-wing tactics. They are pro-Wall Street, anti-labor, pro-war, anti-Muslim, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian. They are openly pro-Republican and anti-Obama, anti-Democrat. Their 9/11 coverage consisted of over 10,000 false claims of finding weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, 50,000 national reports on Osama bin Laden and have convicted Khalid Sheikh Mohammed as the 9/11 mastermind by showing the middle of the night raid picture of KSM over 12,000 times nationwide. The network is owned by one of Netanyahu's best friends, Rupert Murdoch. After Rupert Murdoch, the next leading stockholder for Fox News is Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, through his Kingdom Holding Company, owns 7% of News Corp's shares. Let's take a look at PNAC associations with Bush administration. After the election of George W. Bush in 2000, a number of PNAC's members or signatories were appointed to key positions within the president's administration. Any subsequent searches and research on all of these individuals lead to connections with 9/11 suspects. These names, in alphabetical order, are some of the highlights. Elliot Abrams convicted on 2 counts of lying to Congress during Iran-Contra. Abrams was the special assistant to President Bush and senior director for democracy, human rights, and international operations, 2001 to 2002, special assistant to the president and senior director for Near East and North African affairs, 2002 to 2005, deputy assistant to the president and deputy national security advisor for global democracy strategy, 2005 to 2009, all within the National Security Council. Steve Pieczenik called him out as one of the planners of the false flag attack of 9/11. Richard Armitage, Deputy Secretary of State, 2001 to 2005, Josh R. Bolton, Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security Affairs, 2001 to 2005, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, 2005 to 2006. Bolton and Cheney were running the White House response on September 11. Dick Cheney, Vice President, 2001 to 2009, Elliot A. Cohen, member of the Defense Policy Advisory Board, 2007-2009, Seth Cropsey, Director of the International Broadcasting Bureau, December 2002 to December 2004, Paula Dobriansky, Undersecretary of State for Global Affairs, 2001-2007, Aaron Friedberg, Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs and Director of Policy Planning, Office of the Vice President, 2003 to 2005, Francis Fukuyama, member of the President's Council on Bioethics, 2001 to 2005. Zalmay Khalilzad, U.S. Ambassador to Afghanistan, November 2003 to June 2005, U.S. Ambassador to Iraq, June 2005 to March 2007, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, 2007 to 2009, I. Louis Scooter Libby, Chief of Staff to the Vice President of the United States, 2001-2005, Richard Pearl, Chairman of the Board, Defense Policy Board Advisory Committee, 2001-2003, Peter W. Rodman, Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security, 2001-2007, Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, 2001-2006. Randy Skiyoneman, member of the U.S. Committee on NATO, Project on Transitional Democracies, International Republican Institute. Paul Wolfowitz, Deputy Secretary of Defense, 2001-2005, Dov S. Zakiam, Department of Defense Controller, 2001-2004, Robert B. Zoellick, Office of the United States Trade Representative, 2001-2005, Deputy Secretary of State, 2005-2006, 11th President of the World Bank, 2007, present. Is this not alarming? 49. Occupied by Wall Street. On September 10, 2001, a corporate revolution was in progress. The employees of United Airlines had begun to bypass the Wall Street players. Led by members of the Airline Pilots Association through a long and difficult struggle, in 1994 they had gained control of the company from the investment banks. The battle of lawyers and bankers was a tooth and nail affair that few Americans could see, but with billions of dollars at stake. On September 10, 2001, United was a promising new prototype of the American corporation. Employees felt confident that they had finally brought an end to insider deals that siphoned hard-earned profits into shell corporations and sweetheart bonuses. If America ever recovers from the grip of Wall Street, the United ESOP would be a great prototype for an honest and equitable corporation owned by its employees. The pilots had led a fight in the 1980s, during the first Bush administration, when corporate raiders were bidding on the airline with the intention of splitting off its assets and selling them piecemeal. The pilots mounted their own bid in defense and drove the threat away. With the elder Bush re-election defeat, and changes at the Department of Labor, it became possible for the pilots and mechanics to relight their effort to take United into a stock ownership plan, using 25% of future salaries and another 10% in future retirement funds. The result was 55% ownership in UAL Corp and seats on the board of directors. By 2001, the employees had turned the company around with logic and efficiency. Performance reports and customer satisfaction were at all-time highs. Employees felt that their careers were secure, retirement and health care benefits led the industry. The proud people who built and operated the airline were all heavily invested in their own performance. Passengers raved about the turnaround in service, and a fresh new energy circled the world via the industry's greatest fleet through its top-ranked hubs. The success of the Employee Stock Ownership Plan, or ESOP, offered a new model to employees of other large American corporations. At United, the future was bright. On Wall Street, the bankers were bitter. By 2008, United Airlines teetered on the edge of its second bankruptcy in 7 years. Because of the attacks on United Airplanes and our employees on September 11, UAL stock fell, as some strangely insightful investors had foreseen, from $80 a share until it was worthless paper. The first blood shed on September 11 was that of airline pilots, who had trusted that government intelligence would at the very least keep us informed of major security threats. 4 United pilots were murdered with knives across their throats and lay dying as their planes were crashed and their passengers killed in an attack blamed on foreign terrorists. Let's not forget them. In the aftermath, the Bush administration spoke about saving the airlines while promoting exactly the opposite result. They formed the ATSB, or Airline Transportation Stabilization Board, announcing it as a compassionate move toward the United and American employees. In reality, the board was 3 political appointees whose only advice was for the employees to take massive pay and benefit cuts, before they spun United into bankruptcy court. There was not $1 offered for the recovery of United or American Airlines. The recovery was employee compensation concessions under the new boss, same as the old boss. All labor agreements were shredded as Wall Street regained control of the company and reissued new stock with a new symbol. The employees lost all of their investments as retirement funds were terminated. Pilot salaries have been slashed by more than 50%. In 2011, the company leads the airline industry in customer complaints. Healthcare benefits have been slashed. Changes to working conditions have been draconian and morale is at an all-time low. Crews are searched at the same TSA checkpoints as passengers. ALPA's Wall Street enemies are back in total control, with their very own former oil industry CEO, who, after leading United through bankruptcy by slashing employee compensation, compensated himself with a $43 million bonus, a slap in the face to all who had sacrificed to survive the federal bankruptcy. Many employees find their homes in foreclosure, having been unable to keep pace with sinking salaries and rising costs. Oil companies and Saudi Arabia now regulate United's fleet plan and control its profits through an unregulated oil market. No further major corporations have converted to employee ownership. Across America, oil companies swim in record profits as the middle class sinks in red ink. The unions, the last obstacle in negotiating with large corporations, have been severely weakened, which has a domino effect across the American labor market. Wall Street is back in total control of wages and compensation, using terrorism as a reason to rise airfares and a cornered oil market to keep profits off the books. Veteran pilots can look back to the days of great airline men, when the CEO would roam the airline, speaking with all the employees and lifting morale. Those days are gone. Most United employees have never seen their CEO as he focuses on the bottom line numbers that he believes are all that count. Sadly, he's an all too typical CEO in a new world of sweet stock options and golden parachutes. These changes were made possible by the work of 2 hours within a beautiful fall morning, the day America lost its compass and its wits, the day when the post-9/11 world was created through bloodshed and fear. 50 rushed to war just before the start of the Iraq War in February 2003, I got a call at 4 in the morning from our company's crew scheduling department. My assignment was to fly a military charter, a 747 full of Camp Pendleton Marines, from San Francisco to Frankfurt, Germany, and, after a 20-hour layover, on to Kuwait. The build-up to war was being set up by the hawks in Washington. The majority of Americans, nearly 50%, somehow believed that Saddam Hussein was behind 9/11. In his State of the Union address just the month before, the president had made a number of extraordinary statements. It may seem redundant to some to look back at them now, but I think even the well-informed reader may be surprised at the sheer scale and relentlessness of the deception and scaremongering that was embodied in just one speech. The following excerpts were taken from President George W. Bush's State of the Union speech on January 28, 2003. The United Nations concluded in 1999 that Saddam Hussein had biological weapons materials sufficient to produce over 25,000 liters of anthrax, enough doses to kill several million people. The United Nations concluded that Saddam Hussein had materials sufficient to produce more than 38,000 liters of botulinum toxin, enough to subject millions of people to death by respiratory failure. Our intelligence officials estimate that Saddam Hussein had the materials to produce as much as 500 tons of sarin, mustard and VX nerve agent. In such quantities, these chemical agents could also kill untold thousands. U.S. intelligence indicates that Saddam Hussein had upwards of 30,000 munitions capable of delivering chemical agents. Inspectors recently turned up 16 of them, despite Iraq's recent declaration denying their existence. Saddam Hussein has not accounted for the remaining 29,984 of these prohibited munitions. From 3 Iraqi defectors we know that Iraq, in the late 1990s, had several mobile biological weapons labs. These are designed to produce germ warfare agents and can be moved from place to evade inspectors. Saddam Hussein has not disclosed these facilities. The International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed in the 1990s that Saddam Hussein had an advanced nuclear weapons development program, had a design for a nuclear weapon and was working on 5 different methods of enriching uranium for a bomb. The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa. Our intelligence sources tell us that he has attempted to purchase high-strength aluminum tubes suitable for nuclear weapons production. Saddam Hussein has not credibly explained these activities. He clearly has much to hide. The dictator of Iraq is not disarming. To the contrary, he is deceiving. Year after year, Saddam Hussein has gone to elaborate lengths, spent enormous sums, taken great risks to build and keep weapons of mass destruction. But why? The only possible explanation, the only possible use he could have for those weapons, is to dominate, intimidate, or attack. With nuclear arms or a full arsenal of chemical and biological weapons, Saddam Hussein could resume his ambitions of conquest in the Middle East and create deadly havoc in that region. And this Congress and the American people must recognize another threat. Evidence from intelligence sources, secret communications, and statements by people now in custody reveal that Saddam Hussein aids and protects terrorists, including members of Al-Qaeda. Secretly, and without fingerprints, he could provide one of his hidden weapons to terrorists, or help them develop their own. Before September 11, many in the world believed that Saddam Hussein could be contained. But chemical agents, lethal viruses, and shadowy terrorist networks are not easily contained. Imagine those 19 hijackers with other weapons and other plans, this time armed by Saddam Hussein. It would take one vial, one canister, One crate slipped into this country to bring a day of horror like none we have ever known. We will do everything in our power to make sure that that day never comes. Some have said we must not act until the threat is imminent. Since when have terrorists and tyrants announced their intentions, politely putting us on notice before they strike? If this threat is permitted to fully and suddenly emerge, all actions, all words and all recriminations would come too late. And tonight I have a message for the brave and oppressed people of Iraq: your enemy is not surrounding your country, your enemy is ruling your country. And the day he and his regime are removed from power will be the day of your liberation. The world has waited 12 years for Iraq to disarm. America will not accept a serious and mounting threat to our country and our friends and our allies. The United States will ask the UN Security Council to convene on February the 5th to consider the facts of Iraq's ongoing defiance of the world. Secretary of State Powell will present information and intelligence about Iraq's illegal weapons programs, its attempts to hide those weapons from inspectors and its links to terrorist groups. We will consult, but let there be no misunderstanding: if Saddam Hussein does not fully disarm for the safety of our people, and for the peace of the world, we will lead a coalition to disarm him. Tonight I have a message for the men and women who will keep the peace, members of the American Armed Forces. Many of you are assembling in or near the Middle East, and some crucial hours may lay ahead. In those hours, the success of our cause will depend on you. Your training has prepared you. Your honor will guide you. You believe in America and America believes in you. Sending Americans into battle is the most profound decision a president can make. The technologies of war have changed. The risks and suffering of war have not. For the brave Americans who bear the risk, no victory is free from sorrow. This nation fights reluctantly, because we know the cost, and we dread the days of mourning that always come. We seek peace. We strive for peace. And sometimes peace must be defended. A future lived at the mercy of terrible threats is no peace at all. If war is forced upon us, we will fight in a just cause and by just means, sparing, in every way we can, the innocent. And if war is forced upon us, we will fight with the full force and might of the United States military, and we will prevail. 51 Sniper? What sniper? We had two basic choices as Americans: either count ourselves as weak-kneed hippies or storm into Iraq and stop the nuclear holocaust Saddam was planning as an encore to 9/11. "You're either for us or against us," was the cry from the White House. In the early morning darkness, I fought off jet lag with a long run through the wet streets of Frankfurt. When I returned to our hotel to prepare for the 7-hour flight to Kuwait City, I clicked on the TV. Between the constant saber rattling and hopes to avoid a war, a CNN report about gunfire from a mysterious sniper at the Kuwait airport. The report was aired all day long around the world on CNN International. Before leaving the hotel, our crew of 15 flight attendants from our Washington base and the 3 San Francisco-based pilots began a briefing in the hotel lobby. First on the list of concerns was the reports of the sniper, who according to CNN had shot out windows of the Kuwait City airport with a high-powered rifle. Our crew bus ride to the Frankfurt airport was unusually quiet as we all felt a new pressure of war. The flight itself was a memorable one. Our flight plan had been altered to fly east of Iraq and to approach Kuwait from the south. We loaded our Marines and launched for a scenic trip over the Alps, down the Italian Butte, over the Mediterranean, over the Sahara as the sun set, across Egypt and the Red Sea before approaching Kuwait from over the Persian Gulf. As we cruised southbound, I made an announcement and invited our Marines into the cockpit if they desired. For 6 hours, we enjoyed a constant stream of visitors, men and women from all over America who were being sent to establish pre-war electronic communications. Most of them were in their 20s except for the officers, who showed signs of gray and enjoyed the first-class sleeper seats on the main deck. Each soldier was physically fit, courteous and respectful, and there was a subtle display of high confidence and intelligence. But it was an innocence in the young faces that has remained with me throughout this conflict. They were all under the distinct impression that they would take care of business in the desert and be back home within 2, maybe 4 weeks, tops. These impressive men and women were so full of life, as they headed into the unknown with American flags stitched on their shoulders. These Marines believed in themselves and in the leaders who had sent them. They were proud, and one other thing was evident: they were eager to perform what they had been trained to do, and would rather be here, on the way to battle, to defend the United States of America, than anywhere else on earth. Most were interested in the Jumbo 747-400's cockpit and asked intelligent questions about its state-of-the-art communications and navigation systems. Passing over Rome and Mt. Vesuvius, there were 5 or 6 heads moving around to get the unique view from the monster flight deck windows. Each Marine would make sure that the next could get a view and politely rotated out of the prime positions to allow enough time for the next person to get a moment. There was mild joking and bursts of wonderment as we jetted south. The flight attendants were wearing desert fatigue hats and taking pictures of the Marines as they came through. Personally, I had all kinds of conflicting feelings as I spoke to these men and women. On my days off before this trip, I had been researching the military record of their commander-in-chief. Details of his service, or the absence of it, was disgraceful. George W. Bush had no intention of serving our country and had used his father's political influence to get a cush position in the Texas Air National Guard during the Vietnam War. He would be trained as a fighter pilot but would never use this training or even leave the airspace over Houston. After refusing to take a physical exam that included drug testing, he was discharged from his unit. Somewhere in the flight, one of the Marines made an ironic comment about his unit that stuck with me: first to go, last to know. Descending through 18,000 feet, we turned off all navigation lights and had the Marines pull down their window shades to make the jumbo jet invisible to possible missile operators. We descended over the dark waters into Kuwait City's sea of lights along the north rim of the Persian Gulf, all 3 of us looking out for surprises and for an airport on the northeast side of town. I held this Boeing 747 and 400 Marines in my hands as we approached from the south to land to the northwest on runway 33R. We touched down in the desert and taxied to the military ramp on the north end of Kuwait City International. I was surprised to see that our Boeing 747-400 was one of a dozen jumbo jets, including 3 British Airways L-1011 TriStars, a Continental Boeing 777, a Northwest 747, and few other 747s from charter outfits around the world. It looked like Kennedy Airport at rush hour. There was little doubt that America had committed to fighting a major war. Throughout the taxi to the military ramp area, our heads were on a swivel looking for signs of the sniper who had been reported all day on CNN International. Flying the 747 is an alluring job. We take off from one world and seem to land in a completely different one. The plane weighs nearly 1 million pounds, holds 60,000 gallons of jet fuel and burns an average of 1 gallon per second during 14 hours of flight. The transformation seems slow, cruising over the Pacific or the North Pole below, but when the door opens at the destination, you instantly know where you are, whether it's Hong Kong, Sydney, Beijing, Seoul, Bangkok, Frankfurt, London, or San Francisco. As I unbuckled to make my way through the business class upper deck to the stairs leading to the main deck, there was a tension that seemed unfamiliar. Instead of seeing business suits and our usual globe-trotting executives pulling briefcases from the overheads, there were identical gray desert fatigues and Marines pulling rifles from the bins. I made my way down to the main entry door to meet whoever would be there to open it. As the door opened, the essence of this region, and a sudden insight into the entire upcoming conflict, smacked us all in the face. The unmistakable waft of petroleum quickly invaded the cabin as if we had landed in the Permian Basin of West Texas. Instantly, my face felt like a teenager's with an oily sheen blocking my pores. The warm silky air reeked. Everyone looked around with the same expression, as if we'd all had this moment of epiphany. There was a collective groan followed by a church-like silence as the Marines made their way from the softest seats they would see in months, away from edible food and drink. Some were walking away forever from the last purely American aspect of their lives, the last little fragment of home, of America. I wanted to meet the security first. A Marine sergeant in a camouflage combat helmet opened the door and saluted me. I held out my hand and received a Marine shake that felt like the man was made of stone. I followed him down to the tarmac as the Marines swiped their identification tags at an electronic box attached to a Plymouth minivan parked at the bottom. The first 24 Marines proceeded directly to our cargo hold, where the sergeant shouted a few inaudible grunts. The Marines charged the cargo as if it were Normandy. They began tossing the 1,000 duffel bags while I asked the sergeant about the sniper. What sniper? I told him about the all-day CNN reports. He laughed, explaining that he was the head of perimeter security and that if there had been a sniper, he would know. He said there had been no firing by a sniper that day, or ever. The report was bullshit, just like the rest of this dumbshit mission. It should not have surprised me that CNN was being used to spread propaganda, and I, even after researching and writing about press manipulation, had actually fallen for it. The poor viewers back home had two choices: believe this fascinating report of a sniper shooting away at our American troops, or fly to Kuwait and ask the U.S. Marine Corps' head of perimeter security. An inconspicuous 18-wheel truck pulled up next to the airplane. Normally, the 747 takes at least 30 minutes to be unloaded. The Marines grunted and tossed and bent and lifted, and within 10 minutes the entire cargo bin had been loaded into the trailer as another identical, unmarked tractor trailer pulled up beside the first one. In the span of 1 minute, all 400 Marines from our flight jogged up a ramp and into the trailer, and the rear cargo door was pulled down. Both trucks made their way through the perimeter gate, the troop truck bumping along as if it too carried a load of duffel bags. From the top of the stairs at the forward entry door I stood with the entire crew of 15 flight attendants and my 3 fellow aviators as we watched the red tail lights fade into a petroleum haze of desert darkness. 52 slam dunk. Have we forgotten the slam dunk evidence delivered by the former CIA Director George Tenet, the Democrat that Bush kept on board throughout his push for war? Actually, it was CIA intelligence community assets that brought an Iraqi chemical engineer's claim to the world stage. In the aftermath of 9/11, the CIA presented to Tenet a supposed eyewitness, code-name Curveball, and his story about Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein, claimed Curveball, had developed all types of scary biological weapons. We've all seen the video from the now infamous UN Security Council hearing, where Bush and Cheney sent Colin Powell to recite Curveball's frightening intelligence in front of the entire world. We see Tenet and Warhawk John Negroponte sitting behind Powell, making sure the intelligence was known to be backed by the great minds running CIA headquarters, at the George Bush Center for Intelligence in Washington. This testimony by Curveball, who was employed at the secret weapons plant for only 4 months, would be the final intelligence community push that sent U.S. troops into a shock and awe campaign against the Iraqi people. The death toll from this false testimony is sickening. On March 13, 2011, 8 years after the invasion of Iraq, America was finally given the truth about Curveball. On a 60 Minutes interview with CBS correspondent Bob Simon, Curveball was interviewed from an undisclosed location. He freely admitted that he had lied to the CIA and that he never saw any type of chemical weapons being produced. He appeared nervous. When Simon pressed him about the highly technical aspect of his intelligence, and asked him how he was able to present such detail, Curveball abruptly ended the interview and walked out. Bob Simon was able to follow up with an interview of Curveball's supervisor from the same factory. This employee of the plant, a seed purification plant used in agriculture, stated that the intelligence community had offered him $50,000 in cash to corroborate Curveball's claims of 2003, and he declined the money. Even as a casual observer of this piece, it is quite obvious to me that someone in the intelligence community approached Curveball and told him what to say. Curveball took the bait and the money while his supervisor didn't. Bush gave Tenet the Congressional Medal of Freedom for his work at the George Bush Center of Intelligence. These are the same guys who brought us Osama bin Laden and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. 353 Operation 40. While I was flying with Barry Seal, we had several interesting conversations. As I relate in Lakefront Airport, Barry had some wild encounters with the world's most dangerous people that included cocaine kingpins and intelligence community assassins. I wrote extensively about his dealings and eventual sting on the notorious Pablo Escobar and the drugged-up, machine gun-toting Medellin cartel. I wrote about his early days of smuggling marijuana and explosives and his dealings with Ollie North and George H.W. Bush's secret operations south of the border. I wanted to write about a picture he twice showed me, but I could not find it. Recently I learned that Barry's wife Debbie had posted the picture online. One night, as we were cruising the Lear, Seal told me a lot about a special operation comprised of longtime gangsters and intelligence community operatives that were involved in political assassinations and other top-secret activities. He showed me a photograph of this team taken in Mexico City and said that the picture was his get-out-of-jail-free card. Nearly 30 years later, that photograph has surfaced, and after we plug in our post-9/11 world evidence, this picture can be officially categorized as a douja. It provides the final piece to the troubling jigsaw puzzle described in the first chapter. In Senator Bob Graham's 2 books about his time on the Congressional Joint Inquiry, it is evident that he never learned who was responsible for the leak used by Cheney to send the FBI in to investigate and intimidate the Joint Inquiry's staff. 2. He never knew who was countering the evidence on the Saudis with tales of a shadowy super-terrorist named Osama bin Laden. He never knew who had stuffed his final report with the nonsense about KSM as the 9/11 mastermind. But let's take a look at the picture for a clue. The photograph, dated January 22, 1963, was taken in Mexico City at the La Reforma nightclub. 3. Debbie Seal, Barry's wife, donated this photo to the public domain after Barry was machine gunned down in a Baton Rouge, Louisiana, parking lot in 1986. 4. The circumstances of Barry Seal's assassination were covered extensively in Lakefront Airport, but I among many have concluded that Seal had become a major liability to the power that had infiltrated the executive branch. 5. If Seal had been alive for the Contra hearings, it would have dramatically changed the course of our last 20 years. Mexico City, January 22, 1963. In the picture, the first man, at front left, is assassin David Sanchez Morales, alias Felix Rodriguez, alias Max Gomez, who began with CIA-covered operations during the failed Bay of Pigs invasion, has been well documented as an intelligence community asset. He has been identified as the assassin of Che Guevara. 6. The third man from the left is my former boss Barry Seal. The remaining characters are all known associates of special activities and/or organized crime in the 1960s. They have all been identified, but of the greatest interest in this context is the fellow sitting between the assassin and Barry Seal. 7. Here may very well be the founding members of the intelligence community's Special Activities Division. This photo was taken 10 months before President John F. Kennedy was gunned down in Dallas. Some independent investigators believe that this was the assassination team, nicknamed Operation 40, that pulled it off. But at any rate, let's go back to the man sitting between my former boss, Barry Seal, and the CIA assassin. Now fasten your seat belt. The man sitting amongst mobsters, drug smugglers, and assassins is the final piece of the 9/11 puzzle. He is a Yale graduate, a member of Book and Snake, one of those wonderful secret societies linked to nearly all of our 9/11 and Iran-Contra heads. He was a Psi Upsilon fraternity brother of Poppy Bush's blood brother, who was an executive at the Riggs Bank when Prince Bandar's money flowed to the 9/11 hijackers. 8. In his junior year at Yale, he was recruited through Book and Snake into Central Intelligence. Just as this photo suggests, he would become a top operative in special activities during and after the Cuban Revolution. 9. His name is Porter Johnston Goss, born November 26, 1938. After graduating from Yale, he operated as a CIA officer in Latin America in the early 60s. 25 years into his career in special activities, Mr. Goss had little trouble raising money for a role change. He ran for a seat in the United States Congress. In 1989, Mr. Goss joined a host of secret society members who had begun to execute a capture of high political offices and top positions on Wall Street, the defense industry and media conglomerates. He crossed into the United States Congress with an impressive, well-financed Republican campaign and would represent Florida's 14th congressional district, which includes Lee County, Fort Myers, and part of Port Charlotte for the next 16 years. 10. What a coincidence that the 9/11 hijackers were training throughout 2000 right in Congressman Porter Goss' backyard in Jeb Bush's state. Not surprising is that Congressman Porter Goss was known as a staunch advocate of the intelligence community, consistently and emphatically defending Central Intelligence and strong budget increases, red flag, for the agency. 11. For 16 years, Porter Goss was an intelligence community sleeper within our Congress, one of the many who would write and vote for all types of legislation on behalf of their covered network, and slip financial appropriations to it. In 1997, when Chairman Cheney's Project for a New American Century was formulating America's military strategy, actually wishing aloud for a new Pearl Harbor, Congressman Goss took over as chair of the House Intelligence Committee. 12. Goss was now in position as the investigative authority to monitor the intelligence community for the entire preparation, duration, and aftermath of the 9/11 attack. Let's take one last look at the Congressional Joint Inquiry. We have seen that Senator Bob Graham was the co-chair from the Senate, but the co-chair from the House was less visible. His name, Congressman Porter Goss. Perhaps this provides the mysterious source from where all the false intelligence about Osama bin Laden originated. Perhaps this is how KSM was identified in the inquiry's report as the 9/11 mastermind without a shred of verifiable evidence. Porter Goss has become a legendary figure in the special dark side of American history. As reward for his efforts, he was named by President George W. Bush to be the first Director of National Intelligence, DNI, and the last Director of Central Intelligence. 13. This appointment came after Goss co-sponsored the USA Patriot Act, extending the reach of the intelligence community into the privacy of all American citizens. 14. This unlawful act is just another unpleasant offspring of the 9/11 attack. In a celebratory Oval Office atmosphere with photographers snapping away, Porter Goss resigned as director of the CIA on May 5, 2006 with a smiling, winking President George W. Bush. 15. His work was done. One way or another, he will go down as a legend as the first post-revolution head of the new intelligence community. 54. The media bamboozle. As a close observer of the media bamboozle of sealing off Americans from the sad truth of this travesty, I can at least tell you how to detect when you are being lied to, basically, any time you are exposed to Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation. This includes such American icons as the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, the New York Post, the National Geographic Channel, News of the World, the Times, London, and the Australian. When you hear the keywords terrorism, Osama bin Laden, KSM and Al-Qaeda, put yourself on high alert and listen closely, hear the disinformation that will surely follow. On the NBC Nightly News, Anytime Justice correspondent Pete Williams, not Brian, reports on his specialty, terrorism. He is telling you what the intelligence community wants you to believe. His reports are so full of nonsense that it's hard to fathom why anyone would believe any of them. For example, on July 12, 2011, Pete Williams led off his broadcast with a typical fear tactic, a breaking story from U.S. intelligence officials about the new Al-Qaeda threat. Suicide terrorists, he said, were developing the new technology of implanting bombs inside their bodies and boarding airplanes. He then presented a graphic of a terrorist detonating the hypothetical bomb by pushing a button on his leg. Now, imagine what a bomb this size would actually destroy, and then imagine what the TSA would have to do to ensure that every airline passenger in the world had not inserted an explosive inside his body before showing up for a TSA pat-down. Good Lord. But 10 years after September 11, this news led off the nightly news. On July 15, 2011, Pete Williams read a story, citing U.S. intelligence officials, about more intelligence recovered from the house where bin Laden was killed by Navy SEALs, mother lode of propaganda for years to come. According to the officials, said Williams, they learned that bin Laden was planning attacks on President Obama, Air Force One, Marine One, and General Petraeus helicopter. Okay, if you say so. It's simple. Support President Obama and Attorney General Eric Holder in their quest to bring Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to justice in the United States federal court system. In the process, expect a firestorm of resistance and note who is opposed to using our justice system. Expect Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Joe Lieberman, Congressman Peter King, Dick Cheney, Newt Gingrich, John McCain, and Scooter Libby to lead the opposition. Fox News will scream hysterically of terror and fear but try not to get distracted. After our courts with subpoena authority confirm that KSM was not involved in 9/11, Senator Bob Graham may present his committee's findings on the Saudis and the obstruction of justice by the intelligence community. If KSM is found not guilty due to an absence of true evidence, Bush and Cheney can be tried as war criminals. Expect and embrace a series of criminal trials as we purge America of domestic enemies and track down the trillions that were stolen from your treasury. The call to action is simple: demand a trial for KSM. President Obama has repeatedly called for this trial only to be shouted down by the intelligence community. Obama promised to change Washington, but your obligation did not end with a simple vote or a $20 campaign contribution. Listen carefully to our President and our Attorney General when they explain why these trials have been obstructed. This is the key to the recovery. Bring KSM to trial. Televise it. Give immunity to no one. Cut no deals. Stop treating the Bush family as royalty and treat them to our system of justice. The next decade is critical. The post-9/11 world was a silent revolution based on deception, fear, and intimidation. This needs to be countered. The good news is that there is a better system and it's been in place for 235 years. We have, not only a right, but an obligation as American citizens to defend our Constitution. It's this simple: bring KSM to trial in the United States. The rest will happen with due process. Remember that. Appendix 1 Bibliography Blackwater, The Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army by Jeremy Scahill, 2007. The Commission, The Uncensored History of the 9/11 Investigation, by Philip Shannon, New York Times investigative author, 2008. Compromised, Clinton, Bush, and the CIA by Terry Reid, 1994. The Joint Congressional Inquiry Report, 2002. The 9/11 Commission Report, Final Report of the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, 2004. Intelligence Matters. The CIA, FBI, Saudi Arabia, and the Failure of America's War on Terror by Senator Bob Graham, 2008. The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, 2008. Without Precedent, The Inside Story of the 9/11 Commission by Lee Hamilton and Thomas Keane, 2007. The Prince, The Secret Story of the World's Most Intriguing Royal Prince Bandar bin Sultan by William Simpson, 2006. The Looming Tower, Al-Qaeda and the Road to 9/11 by Lawrence Wright, 2007. Propaganda. Appendix 2 Chapter Notes. Notes for this ebook are all available in greater detail at www.thebigbamboozle.com. The website provides a two-way communication between the author and readers. Chapters 1 to 4 introduces the Congressional Joint Inquiry and its report to taxpayers. Chapter 4 is taken directly from Philip Shannon's detailed description of Senator Bob Graham's effort to investigate the Saudi government connection to the hijackers. Shannon, an investigative reporter, was assigned to the 9/11 investigation by the New York Times. Much of what Shannon wrote was repeated in Senator Graham's book Intelligence Matters. Footnotes 1 to 11, The Commission's Chapter 9, pages 51 to 58. Note 12, the hijackers' final preparation and flight training coincided with a series of unsourced reports delivered to Bush beginning in early 2001. These are actual passages as published and copied directly from the Congressional Joint Inquiry Report. Chapter 5. This chapter is based on a Washington Post series Top Secret America by Dana Priest and William Arkin. This 4-part series and subsequent PBS documentary explores the far-reaching and secretive arm of the intelligence community. Notes 1-15, the training of the hijackers was described in the 9/11 Commission report. The trips to Las Vegas were taken from the Congressional Joint Inquiry, CJI, report. Note 16, this comes from professional sources followed up with my 2-day observation at the Pinal Air Park in Marana, Arizona in the summer of 2008. Note 17, sources are contract pilots that have actually flown into Pinal Air Park as crew members under secret government contracts. The veteran aircraft broker provided details of airports and aircraft parked at Pinal, Victorville, Mojave, and Las Vegas. The declassified portion of the chapter was copied from the declassified version of CJI report and page references are provided in the text. 18. Skahill's Blackwater pages 40-49, 20-21, Congressional Report as cited 170-175. Chapter 7 Notes 1-4 are taken from passages in Jeremy Skahill's Blackwater section entitled Blackwater's Curious Aviation Department pages 253-280. Note 5-13, cited in text. The stock trades are well documented in Blackwater and the 2 articles cited in the text from the Wall Street Journal and San Francisco Chronicle. Chapter 8 There have been obvious attempts to hide the Saudi flights out of the country after September 11, but one letter from 9/11 Commission investigator Dan Marcos lists known departures. The letter is published on www.thebigbamboozle.com under Evidence and References. We can see that Prince Turki and around 100 others slipped out of Vegas and that there was no record of the departures until Marcos requested more information. The follow-up letter has not yet been found. Notes 1-2 are from the Commission. Notes 3-4 are cross-checks between the cited article in The Observer and dates listed in the 9/11 Commission report and Bob Woodward's State of Denial. Note 5, 9/11 Commission report. Note 6, refers to speeches www.thebigbamboozle.com and transcripts from several videos displayed at Note 7, see http://kudai.pk/2011/04/prince-turki-prince-ibn-Abdul-Aziz-al-Saud. Note 8-9, Las Vegas flights http://data.911workinggroup.org/FOIA/911% sign 20 commission %sign 20 report %20 data %20 28 redact the %20 record %20 no %201.pdf. Note 10, New Yorker December 2002 article. Chapter 9 based on my 10 years of research writing my first book Lakefront Airport and first-hand experiences that are backed by logbook entries and personal records. The Iran-Contra experiences were well described in former CIA operative Terry Reid's Compromised, Clinton, Bush and the CIA. The congressional investigation was conducted by the Tower Commission and the quotes cited are from the transcripts of those hearings. www.thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 10 This chapter relies on passages from The Prince by William Simpson and cross-checked with James Baker's Stay Out of Politics. Note 1 Newsweek article is available on resource page of thebigbamboozle.com. Note 2 http://www.people.com/archive/article/0, 009656,00.html. The Boland Amendments are congressional records. Chapter 11 Note 1-4, Baker's Stay Out of Politics Executive Order 12333 and EO 13355 on resource page on thebigbamboozle.com. Note 5, Domestic Enemies Definition. Domestic enemies of the U.S. Constitution, regardless of status or position, past or present, are those who manipulate the law or lawmakers to violate the principles of freedom which our founders and patriots have fought for. They are those who remove the safeguards and rights it contains. They are those who distort, circumvent, or in any way threaten the original intention of the Constitution, minimize its sovereignties, infringe upon state and individual rights, usurp authority, advance or tolerate tyranny by any branch, legislative, executive, or judicial, who conceal or promote such treason, or provide immunity or pardons for such. Chapter 12 Notes 1 to 4, 6 to 7, accounts described in the Prince's Chapter 4 cross-checked with congressional transcripts during the Contra hearings. Notes 5,8, Bush's true involvement of Contra http://www.fas.org/irp/offdoc/walsh/chap_28.htm scandal in Lawrence Walsh Report Notes 9 to 15, 2 Gary Webb series in the San Jose Mercury News, and hearings cited are linked on the bigbamboozle.com. Cross-check with www.pbs.org/newshour/forum/October 96/crack_contra_11-1.html Note 15, cross-check with Wall Street article cited in text. Note 16 to 17, cited in text. Note 18, Nancy Reagan interview http://www.newyorktimes.com/1994/10/the-1994-campaign Virginia-Mrs-Oliver-North-on-Iran-affair.html Chapter 13 Notes 1 to 6, 8, this chapter links to the Washington Post series. thebigbamboozle.com/washpost Note 7, http://www.takeoverworld.info/media.html Chapter 14 and 9/11 Commission Report cross-checked with black boxes times and home video taken of President Bush's visit to second-grade classroom. The logs disputing Cheney's account was covered extensively in the commission. Chapter 15 Notes 1,2, straight from the CJI report. thebigbamboozle.com Resources Note 3, www.foxnews.com/story/0,2933,2004999,00.html Chapter 16 directly from CJI report. Further reading, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/rigs_bank Chapter 17 ATC transcripts and cockpit voice recorders, CVR, cross-checked with FAA radar recordings. thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 18 Note 1, thebigbamboozle.com campaign ads of the 2000 U.S. presidential election. Notes 2 to 4, Washington Post article May 25, 2010. http://voices.washingtonpost.com/spy-talk/2010/05/CIA_group_had_wacky_ID_200/05/CI Note 5, there are several reports of bin Laden's death in December of 2001 including links from this site. http://globalrumblings.blogspot.com/2001/05bin-laden's-obituary-December-2001.html Chapter 19 Notes 1 to 4, cited in text passages from Time article from June 29, 1991. Entire article at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 20 Notes 1 to 3 ATC transcripts, black box recordings, phone calls from American 11 Chapter 21 Note 1, Steve Pieczenik Bio Note 2, False Flag Definition Note 3, Without Precedent Note 4, Radio interview and press release with talk show host Alex Jones. Hear it at thebigbamboozle.com and www.infowars.com/top-us-government-bin-laden-died-in-2001-911-a-false-flag Chapter 22 and 9/11 Commission Report at thebigbamboozle.com Cockpit and ATC transcripts from 9/11 Commission Report. Chapter 23 All times and hijacker quotes were from 9/11 Commission Report. Chapter 24 Notes 1 to 2, 9/11 Commission Report Note 3, The Commission pages 118 to 121 Chapter 25 Notes 1 to 2, The Commission, Chapter 23, Actual Reports at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 26 Notes 1 to 3, The Commission, Chapter 18, Chronology cross-checked with ATC transcripts and 9/11 Commission testimony. Chapter 27, 28, 29 Time chronology cross-checked between 9/11 Commission report, FAA radar recordings and the black box data. Testimony of Condoleezza Rice before the Commission on April 8, 2004, a cat and mouse affair where she stalled for time and dodged questions for 3 hours. http://newyorktimes.com/2004/04/08/politics/08 rice-text.html Note that this evidence was presented in early 2004, 2.5 years after the intelligence community had convicted bin Laden in the media. Chapter 28 The Commission, Chapter 58, Chapter 29 Notes 1-3, The Commission, Chapter 18, cross-checked with NTSB reports, ATC transcripts, and black boxes on A-77 and UA-93 Chapter 30 transcripts from home video of Bush in classroom. See at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 31 Note 1, conventional Tomahawk missiles carry 1,000-pound, TNT, warheads but the 767s, AA-11 and UA-175, had 70,000 pounds, 35 tons, of jet fuel at impact. ATC transcripts cross-checked with cockpit voice recorder transcripts. Chapter 32 Classroom video at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 33 Note 1-3, this chapter is backed by numerous accounts within the Prince. As covered earlier, the Prince is a work of grey propaganda, a chronicle of shady deals but nothing that would convict the Prince of any wrongdoing. A cross-exam under oath would be different. The parts on September 11 raise many questions but the author never crosses a line of complicity. Note that this book was published by an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers, a news corporation, Fox News, production. Chapter 34 Notes 1-3, not denoted tactical plan chronology provided by September 11 Commission, black box recordings and FAA radar recordings. Note 4, cross-check www.cbsnews.com/stories/2004/05/03/politics/main 615317.html Several sources The Prince, Chapter 3, Chapter 35 Note 1, Classroom video thebigbamboozle.com cross-checked with black box recordings on A-77 and UA-93 Chapter 36 Note 1, Congressional Joint Inquiry Report Summary Note 2, Classroom video, ATC transcripts, and Congressional Joint Inquiry Report, The Commission. CNBC Nightly News September 7, 2007 thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 37 Congressional Joint Inquiry Report, The Commission. Chapter 38 Classroom video. ATC transcripts of A-77. Chapter 39 Tactical Plan of Attack displayed at thebigbamboozle.com Note 1, NTSB Summary Report and Flight Profile Note 2, 9/11 Commission Report Times on F-15 from Otis Note 3, The Prince, page 315 taken from A-77 Flight Data Recordings, NTSB Summary Report thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 40 Notes 1-3, Bob Woodward, State of Denial Notes 4, 5, Transcript from PBS Frontline Interview with Bandar on September 25, 2001 Chapter 41 Note 1-2, 9/11 Commission Transcripts Note 3, CNN Video on September 11, 01 of Big White Plane, John King, Photo of plane at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 42 Note 1, FAA Regulations www.faa.gov/other_visits/airline_operators/airline_safety/safo/all_media/2006 See the tactical plan at www.thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 43 Notes 1-3, Tom Keene and Lee Hamilton, Without Precedent, Notes 4-11, Bush Speech Outside of School, Guantanamo Hearings Transcripts, Excerpts from Bush Speech in St. Louis, New Yorker Article, 9/11 Commission Final Report, Notes 12,13, The Commission, Thumieri Interrogation. Note 14, the Commission cross-checked from James Baker's Stay Out of Politics. Note 15, the Commission pages 307 to 311 Chapter 44 New York Times op-ed January 2, 2008, reprinted. Chapter 45 Note 1, Cheney on Meet the Press with Tim Russert on September 16, 2001, thebigbamboozle.com, Notes 2 to 3, Marr interview Note 4, A77 Black Box Dayton Note 5, NTSB Summary Report on A77 Note 6, 9/11 Commission Report Note 7, Meet the Press Interview, The Commission, Chapter 18, 9/11 Commission Report Note 8, To the Prince cross-checked with 9/11 Commission Report Note 9, CBS www.cbsnews.com/2100-262-162-288855661.html Note 10, 9/11 Commission Report Chapter 46 Note 1 to 4 http://www.rice.edu/energy/publication/docs/taskforce-report_final.pdf All reports available at thebigbamboozle.com Notes 5 to 7, Baker Institute Guiding Principles for U.S. Post-Conflict Policies in Iraq www.bakeerinstitute.org/publications/guiding-principles-for-U.S.-post-conflict-policy-in-Iraq Notes 8 to 12, cited in text. The Project for a New American Century White Paper also at thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 47 Notes 1 to 3, Further reading a clean www.wikipedia.org/wiki/a_clean_break:_a_for_securing_the_realm break Note 4, http://www.cs-monitor.com/world/middle-east/2011/0524/netanyahu-s-make-or-to-congress Note 5, link to www.falseflag911.com/resources Chapter 48 Note 1, must read. Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh Report on Iran-Contra at www.thebigbamboozle.com United Airlines ESOP. Employee Stock Ownership Plan, 1994, ESOP Description from False Flag 911 and United Airlines Contract of 1997 Chapter 50 Note 1, Poll results at www.pbs.org/wgbh/pages/frontline/shows/iraq/etc/cron.html Transcripts from President George W. Bush's State of the Union speech on January 28, 2003, Chapter 51 Personal Experience, Flight Log Records UA Frankfurt Kuwait City Boeing 747-400, January 2003, Chapter 52 Notes 1, 2, CBS 60 Minutes Interview of Curveball March 13, 2011 Note 3, George Tennant Award, see thebigbamboozle.com Chapter 53 Note 1, Personal Experience as Described. Note 2, Graham's 2 books outlining Saudi involvement, Intelligence Matters and Keys to the Kingdom Note 3,7, Porter Goss photo with Operation 40, public domain courtesy of Debbie Seal. Porter Goss biography at thebigbamboozle.com Note 4 Barry Seal biography Note 5 as described in Lakefront Airport Note 6, Che Guevara biography Note 8, Riggs Bank article and numerous references in Wikipedia Note 9 to 15, Porter Goss biography Operation 40 picture, The First Man, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/David_Sanchez_Morales David Sanchez Morales, alias Felix Rodriguez, alias Max Gomez, who began with CIA-covered operations during the Cuban Revolution Chapter 54 NBC Nightly News July 12, 2011 and May 2, 2011.